As a noble lady, what does it feel like to be rejected 3 times by the man you love? Originally a strategically proficient Viscount, Roar became a victim of the royal family's internal political struggles, his reputation tarnished, inadvertently turning him into a villain. Ramir is a girl who transmigrated into a novel that tells the tragic story of Roar's life. Possessing outstanding beauty and a domineering personality, she is determined to overcome all obstacles and help him escape his desperate situation. Of course, the path to a beautiful man's heart is not smooth sailing, but full of hardships. So, can the fate of an unwitting villain be changed because of Ramir? Can the two of them write a romantic love story together? Please join us, fellow romance lovers, as we continue to search for the answer, because the exciting part is yet to come. At this moment, in an extremely magnificent and grand palace, Ramir's pleading voice echoed continuously. Please let me get married. Her father, Seal Claude, and her younger brother, Saber Claude, could only look at her helplessly. And her mother, Liera Claude, could only sigh helplessly. Why are you acting so childish today? The princess, like a fish out of water, continued to shout, because if I don't do this, you won't agree. If you truly oppose my marriage, then step over me. Ramir didn't expect Liera to actually coldly step on her. This made her shout in frustration, "Mother!" Unexpectedly, her mother didn't lift her foot, which made her indignantly ask, "How could you?" Liera's attitude was firm. "You told me to." Although at a disadvantage, Ramir still sulked and said, "So, if I told you to stab me, you would do it too?" Seeing her mother's indifferent attitude and hurtful words, "I don't see why not." Ramir obediently lowered her voice. "I misspoke, dear mother." Then she quickly helped Liera up and gently said, "Let's sit down first." Having just eased the tense atmosphere, Ramir continued, "I'm serious." Her father couldn't hold back any longer and asked his daughter, "You weren't interested in marriage and didn't even want to date yesterday, so why are you so insistent on getting married today?" Ramir's face suddenly lit up. "I told you, father, I've admired him for a long time." Liera also nodded in agreement. "All right, let's do it. But why Viscount Arnold?" This question left her stunned for a long time. The thing is, Ramir woke up this morning and realized she had transmigrated into the novel she was reading. Viscount Roar Arnold was a character in the novel Broken Sword. She hadn't transmigrated into some other world, but into the novel with her favorite character. Broken Sword was a story told from the perspective of the male protagonist, Roar Arnold, a royal knight and a great hero. The problem was, the storyline was like the granddaddy of all tragedies. From the very beginning, Roar's heart was broken, and he couldn't use what was left of his legs. As if that wasn't bad enough, he also lost his abilities, meaning he could no longer fight with a sword. Furthermore, Roar had to give up being a knight. Ramir remembered that later he lost his family, his home, and everything he owned. Then he started to turn into a villain, and in the end, Roar died tragically. This made Ramir silently say to herself, "No, I don't want to stand idly by and watch him go through all of that. But even if I want to stop Roar from becoming a villain, based on his personality, he'd definitely refuse help from a stranger too. In that case, I need to become his closest person first. Being friends won't work. Friends have limitations and can't help much. Then, how about being lovers? That could work, but we might break up. I guess I only have one option. I'm going to marry him. I'm going to turn his thorny path into a place filled with flowers." Liera patiently addressed her daughter. "You know his situation, don't you, Ramir? Do you still intend to marry him?" Ramir nodded resolutely. "Yes. In the original story, Roll lost so much, but he still worked hard to rehabilitate his heart and was able to walk again because of it. I think he'll get better soon, and I want to help him get back on his feet." At this bold declaration, her mother smiled slyly, much to Ramir's dismay. Is she going to object? But I can't give up on my favorite character. So she declared her resolve again, with renewed boldness. "I don't know how much you object, mother, but I won't back down." Unexpectedly, her mother replied with an air of indifference, "Do as you please." This left Ramir momentarily stunned, unsure of what to make of it. Liera immediately reiterated, "It's you who's getting married, not me. Do as you please." Her younger brother, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. "No, I object." "Why, sister? You seem to have no objections to this." Ramir was taken aback by his words. Is he worried about me? Oh my goodness, I'm so touched. Fine, I won't hit you anymore. Just don't make me angry. Saber then offered a rather imperious reason. This Count Arnold hasn't done anything wrong. Why should he be forced to marry this rammer woman? He should seek refuge in another country. His words stung her deeply. This kid, I haven't done anything wrong either. What do you even know about me? Even Liera was quick to side with her son. He has a point. You've never even met the Viscount in person, have you? I doubt he'll accept you. Ramir immediately retorted with a nonchalant air. I don't expect him to accept me right away, but I believe that if I continuously express my feelings to him, he will eventually be moved by my sincerity. At that moment, her father offered his final decision. Well, if you want to get married, are you planning to live at the Viscount's estate? Ramir readily shared her plans. No, if he accepts the proposal, I plan to ask him about that. Life in the Forbidden Palace made Roll's life too miserable. There's truly no better place than here, the Arnold estate, to heal his mind and body. By this time, he had thoughtfully prepared pouches of money and addressed his servants with words tinged with remorse. I know your contracts haven't expired yet. I just wanted to express my sincere gratitude. I know you were uncomfortable around me, but I felt it best to tell you this. The butler spoke on behalf of the staff. We weren't uncomfortable at all. We simply respected you, sir. Roll replied with a semblance of cheerfulness. Thank you for your kind words. But inwardly, he felt a pang of deep-seated insecurity. But how could anyone cherish someone as useless as me? He quickly distributed the prepared money pouches to each of them. Thank you, Jack, for always making the library my sanctuary. Thank you, Chris, for always tending the garden with a smile. Thank you, Winnie, for always making me look forward to your meals. They all sobbed, touched by his words, and hurried out of the estate. All three left with mixed emotions, leaving Roll alone in the now empty, cavernous room. He gazed out the window, consumed by self-reproach. I should have patted them on the shoulders. I should have rested. No one will come to see me anymore. Just then, Rammer appeared at the villa's entrance. His servant rushed to announce her arrival. I'll get the master. Please wait a moment. She looked around the living area, a thought bubbling to the surface. Should I say he's frugal, or just poor? I don't see any decorations. Just as she sat down, she heard the sound of approaching footsteps. The Viscount appeared, politely stating, I heard you were looking for me. His beauty made Rammer gasp. Oh, my goodness. After regaining her composure, Ramir politely curtsied. Hello, my name is Rammer Claude. It's a pleasure to meet you. The Viscount quickly replied. Rammer Claude, Roar Arnold, the pleasure is all mine. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is our first meeting. May I ask why you've come here? Rammer's heart fluttered with anticipation. Perfect. I've been waiting for him to ask this. Then she hesitantly began, I know this is a bit sudden, but I have a request. A suspenseful air filled the room. But Ramir shattered it by bowing and kneeling on the floor. Viscount Roar Arnold, would you do me the honor of becoming my groom? He could only stare at her, stunned. Roar's hesitant attitude made her extremely anxious. Wait, is he going to reject me? What's plan B? I come from a knightly family. Rammer's subsequent twirling and dancing left Roar watching with bated breath. She plunged her sword into the ground and boldly declared, Of course, I'm a knight as well. As fellow knights, I've always admired you. Rammer's plan B was to emphasize her knightly background. As fellow knights, I've always admired you. Roar began to hesitate. Fellow knights? Are you serious? Rammer's eyes filled with 100% panic. That's not the reaction I wanted, Roar frankly expressed, but I can no longer hold a sword. This made Rammer's heart sink. This isn't going the way I wanted. She quickly stammered, No, I mean, her mind instantly in turmoil. I should have said love at first sight, Roar frankly added, and I don't know you very well. The reason for your proposal is also rather sudden. This struck Ramir as entirely reasonable. He's right. I may know everything about Roar from the novel I read in the past, but that doesn't mean he knows me. Having understood the situation, Ramir expressed her remorse without hesitation. I should have considered your feelings. I apologize, Roar cheerfully replied. No, I should be the one apologizing. You proposed because you admire me. Ramir responded with a bright smile on her face, but within her heart, a strong belief remained. Right, I didn't expect to succeed on the first try. I should go back and think of another plan. But upon returning, she was met with teasing remarks. We didn't expect you to give up and come back, Mississippi. Ramir sighed, helplessly in response to these questions. Anyway, I'll go visit him from now on. I don't want to leave a bad first impression. But her servants continued to probe. We thought you'd kidnap him if he refused. You're more level-headed than we thought. This made Ramir exclaim. Do I look like the type to kidnap someone? Unexpectedly, she received a confirming nod. Yes, more like the type to point a sword at someone on horseback. Ramir then emphasized, I'd prefer to skip that part and go straight to elimination. This caused the servants to scatter with justifiable excuses. I'll go prepare snacks. I'll go find the innkeeper. Left alone, she continued to ponder. Main characters and people in other stories seem to get married so easily. Maybe I should be bolder? No, then he'll boldly reject me too. Before she could finish her thought, she heard an announcement. Miss, it's time for snacks. At the same time, Ramir had a brilliant idea. You're back? Perfect. All of you sit down. This piqued the curiosity of her close servants. Then Ramir frankly admitted, thinking on my own is a bit hazy, so I need your help. But they try to change the subject with small talk. The restaurant down the road is really delicious. Really? I'll try it tomorrow. Ramir tried to get their attention. 1 gold coin per idea. Immediately, she received continuous responses. Can you recount the details of the meeting? Ramir got straight to the point. How can I change Viscount Arnold's mind? The first suggestion came, you should show him your strength, but she unexpectedly rejected it. No way. Immediately, a second suggestion appeared. Then seduce him with your wealth. This annoyed Ramir even more. Besides flaunting power and money, don't you have any other ideas? Something more romantic. The maid gave her a cold dose of reality. Milady, besides those two, you don't have many good qualities. Ramir displayed an extremely confident attitude. My face. This made the maid exclaim in exasperation. Is your face more beautiful than the Viscount's? Ramir thought for a moment, sadly confirming. Apparently, my beauty is lacking. Carl, do you have any ideas? The maid pondered for a moment, then replied, I have an idea. Hearing this, Ramir couldn't hide her satisfaction. The next morning, in the manor's living room, Roar was contemplating the marble in his hand when he heard the professor's apologetic words beside him. It's still mobile. I apologize. Roar placed it on the table, calmly reassuring him. It's all right. I knew the chances of success were slim. Have you packed up your laboratory? He quickly answered. Yes, I'm almost done. But those suspicious people I mentioned came again. When I told them the experiment was over, they seemed relieved. It seems their purpose wasn't to steal the results. This made him wonder. So what do they want? The professor further inquired. By the way, I heard a young lady visited recently. Roar readily admitted this information. Yes, Count Claude's daughter, Miss Ramir Claude. She wanted to marry me, but I refused. She said she admired me because we are both knights. But I am nothing now. Hearing this, the professor immediately retorted. That's not true at all. You are a wonderful person, Master. At this, Roar admitted, but I'm also in debt. I've sold all my assets, and now my fortune is nothing compared to hers. I could never make her happy. The professor stood up and walked towards the window, sighing helplessly. He opened the curtains, cheerfully asking, Where do you think Miss Ramira is now? Roar immediately gasped. At home, I suppose. This prompted the professor to remark sadly. So you think it's over? Roar emphasized again. Isn't it obvious? Inwardly, he confidently affirmed. She proposed, I refused. Of course it's over. Standing upstairs, the professor announced. But unlike you, I believe Miss Ramira has no intention of giving up. Miss Ramira Claude is here to see you, Master. She stood below, calling out loudly. I've come to propose to you. Roar immediately expressed his confusion. I told you last time, we've never even met. But Ramir maintained a stubborn attitude. We're meeting now, so, of course, you can refuse me again. I'm not forcing you to do anything. Unexpectedly, Roar coldly replied. Then, I'm afraid I must refuse you again. I apologize. Ramir immediately replied cheerfully. It's all right. You don't have to apologize. Because that's not my main purpose here. But if you feel bad, could you let me tour your estate? I'm really interested in the castle's architecture. This request made Roar's eyes widen in surprise. Is there anything special about the architecture here? I'm not very knowledgeable in that area. Ramir continued to chatter, even though she didn't know what she was talking about. Of course, do you see that corner plank over there? The way it's arranged is very different from other houses. At this point, Roar finally agreed. I understand. I'll have someone accompany you. Unexpectedly, Ramir immediately objected. Wait, I want to go by myself. Is that all right? Roar looked at her suspiciously. By yourself? Ramir confidently asserted. I can't concentrate if someone is nearby. You know, people usually prefer to enjoy good music or masterpieces of art alone. Her persuasion made him give in. All right, as you wish. After the tour, Rammer was extremely excited. I reached the second floor as planned. Now all that's left is to pretend to accidentally bump into that girl. But how? She quickly remembered Carl's instructions. First, milady, you must befriend those close to him. Yes, like his family and friends. This made Ramir think. I'm certain he has no other relatives. But then a sudden thought struck her. Wait, Roar has a younger sister. But even if he does, I don't know where she is. I guess I'll have to go back and devise another plan. Just as she was about to leave, she felt a small hand tap her shoulder. Excuse me, are you all right? Seeing the girl's innocent appearance, Rammer confidently believed her chance had come. Then, putting on a delicate, shy performance, she said, I think I have a bit of a headache. Roar's sister quickly showed her exceedingly friendly nature. A bit? But you can't even stand up. You should lie down and rest. Then, the girl tried to help her up. Rammer asked kindly, Thank you. By the way, what's your name? The girl politely replied with innocent eyes, I'm Amy Co-Arnold. This made Ramir feel like a victor. I've infiltrated her room. Now the plan is almost complete. Before she could savor the feeling, Amy Arnold asked, Miss Ramir, why are you here? This forced her to hastily give a perfunctory answer. Because I have something to discuss with the esteemed Viscount Arnold. Her words made the girl's eyes widen in surprise. Esteemed, Ramir, picking up the thread, excitedly elaborated, Yes, I come from a family of knights, so I've always wanted to pay my respects to him. I mean, have the opportunity to meet him. At this moment, Amy's eyes suddenly became sad. But my brother can't use a sword anymore. Rammer froze for a moment. These siblings talk exactly alike. Then, she excitedly continued, Do you love your brother, Amy? The girl quickly replied, Yes, of course. This made Rammer unable to hide her curiosity, and she pressed on, Why? Amy immediately gave her answer. He's always been very kind to me. When the servants make mistakes, he doesn't get angry, but smiles instead. He always wants to help those who are in trouble. If someone is struggling, he feels their pain too. These reasons made Rammer nod in agreement. You're right, Amy. What you just described is exactly why I admire him. The girl became more and more excited as she spoke. We have so much in common. This gave Ramir more opportunities to get closer. Exactly. Why don't you sit here and chat with me some more? What were you reading just now? Amy quickly introduced the book. This book, it's called Etiquette and Procedures. Rammer paused, thinking, Isn't this a bit much for Amy? Then she decided to ask, Can you understand this book? The girl honestly replied, To be honest, I skip a lot of parts because I don't understand them. Hearing this, Ramir eagerly suggested, Then, how about I come here regularly to teach you etiquette lessons? Amy's face suddenly became radiant as she tried to confirm, Really? Ramir affirmed without hesitation. Of course. Let's make a pact. Faced with her kindness, Amy was stunned. But this opportunity reignited Rammer's enthusiasm, and she thought to herself, I'll continue to gain points at our next meeting. Thanks to this sweet, soft girl, as sweet as a strawberry, I'm now one step closer to my goal, leading Roar down a path strewn with flowers. That evening, Carl kept asking Ramir, Wait, Mississippi, regarding etiquette, please tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me about the simplest afternoon tea ceremony. But she just smiled gently. It's not too late now. Her posture and movements stunned Carl. Then she seriously suggested, Miss Ramir, quickly bring out your book. Speaking of 5 years ago, after winning the battle, a weary-faced Roar exclaimed happily, Is it finally over? His subordinate hurriedly reported, Commander, we just found a survivor, a child. Could it be that only this girl survived in the village? Upon hearing this information, Roar hastily ordered, Then please take her to the refugee camp. His subordinate hesitantly replied, But my lord, the camp is full. The higher-ups said to ignore any more from now on. Roar firmly insisted, Are you serious? Immediately take the girl to the refugee camp. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from behind him. You seem to have plenty of free time to stand around chatting. Roar instantly turned his gaze towards the man, questioning him with his eyes. The man stared intently back, suspicion in his gaze. You look familiar. Noticing the badge on the man's chest, Roar silently realized he's one of the noble knights. With this realization, he respectfully bowed. I am Roar Arnold, Commander. A flicker of disappointment crossed the knight's face. Just a commoner, he muttered, then announced, Well then, I will take this girl to the refugee camp. Roar was utterly bewildered by this hasty decision. What did he just say? Are all noble knights like him? He quickly glanced at the pitiful girl. Her wide eyes seemed to plead with Roar for help, but he held back, making a difficult decision. Very well, as you wish. A smug smile spread across the man's face. "You're more understanding than I expected." The girl's expression instantly crumpled into one of disappointment and helplessness. The sight tugged at Roar's heart. He couldn't resist approaching her, gently patting her head in an attempt to offer some comfort. He then resolved to lead her away from this sorrowful place. Back in the present, Amy, enjoying dinner with Roar, continuously boasted, "Miss Ramir came to my room today. She's so beautiful." Roar looked at her in surprise. "You met her?" Amy quickly replied with an enthusiastic attitude. "Yes, she said she admires you very much, so we talked a lot about how wonderful you are. When I said you were amazing, she immediately agreed." Before Amy could finish, she noticed her brother's saddened expression. "I'm making you blush." Then Amy added, "She saw my etiquette book and promised to come here regularly to teach me." This information inevitably surprised Roar. She offered to help Amy. "Is it okay that I accepted her help after refusing twice?" Seeing his contemplative appearance, Amy sadly continued, "But if you don't want me to learn, I won't." Roar realized inwardly. She must have noticed my hesitation. Perhaps because of living through the war and refugee camps, she's sensitive to negative emotions. Then, unexpectedly, Roar agreed. "No, it's fine." He was insightful enough to understand. Because she's a commoner, she can't befriend noble children. But because of my count's title, she doesn't play with other commoner children either. She's always alone with her books. So, to her, Miss Ramir must be a friend, and not just any friend, but her first and forever friend. As soon as he finished his thoughts, Roar cheerfully affirmed, "I was just a little surprised she was so generous." "You met a very good person, Amy." The girl quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, I really want to see her again soon." Amy's happiness reassured Roar that his decision was absolutely correct. She would have been so disappointed if I hadn't let her see Miss Ramir. Meanwhile, Ramir was leisurely strolling down the street, in a very relaxed mood. "I'm so happy." Carl, her maid, trailed behind her, urging, "Miss, you've been happily playing all day. When you return, you must study." This suggestion immediately infuriated her again. "You've already made me study that etiquette for 3 days straight. Do you have no pity on me?" Hearing this, Carl hastily corrected her. "You say it as if you've done nothing but cramp for 3 days. Each lesson is only 30 minutes. Faced with Ramir's dejected attitude, she added, "Goodness, 30 minutes feels like 30 hours. Carl deliberately emphasized, "You weren't even focused for those 30 minutes. Ramir still refused to give in, whispering to her maid, "Please, that's not important. What's truly important is my marriage." Carl grew more perplexed. "If that's the case, why don't you go home and study?" Ramir's answer was immediate and decisive. "No way." But as she strode forward, she noticed someone ahead. The figure, cloaked in a mysterious robe, inquired, "Miss Ramir Claude, is it?" This piqued her curiosity further. "He knows my name? Who is this person? He looks suspicious." She attempted a denial. "You've mistaken me for someone else." But he responded with confidence. "Is that so? We know you are Miss Ramir. We'll only ask you nicely once. Leave the capital." She answered him coolly. "And what if I refuse?" This prompted the stranger to resort to force. "Then we have no choice. I kept thinking, if I draw my sword, there won't be any other way." Unexpectedly, Ramir wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she burst into laughter. How ridiculous. Both sides are the same, starting a one-sided battle. Cries of pain rang out. "Wait, someone help me." Ramir, having gained the upper hand, taunted him relentlessly. "Hey, try closing your eyes." The two strangers could only lower their heads and beg for mercy. We're sorry. Then Ramir commanded her maid, "Carl, watch them. If you say anything like that again, I'll snap your necks." Terrified, the two men spoke in unison. "Yes, ma'am." Faced with her interrogation, "Who sent you?" They responded, trembling, "We don't know." This only strengthened Ramir's resolve not to let the matter drop. "Are you kidding me? You don't even know? Do you want another beating?" Again, they spoke in unison. "We really don't know. Please spare us." Ramir rephrased her question. "If you don't know anything, why did you take this job?" One of them hesitantly replied, "Because it's all for the money." This information made Ramir's subordinate shake her head in exasperation. Just like children, she quickly grasped the issue and made a proposition. "You want money? Fine, but I have a condition." Unexpectedly, he boldly declared, "I'm sorry, but although we're greedy, we have our principles." But when they saw the treasure she offered in exchange, they gasped in unison, "Hey, you dropped jewel." "Miss, I'm at your service." "My name is Galen, and this is Galen. Rammer smiled, satisfied. All right, let's help each other. They again tried to express their loyalty. Yes, miss, trust us. We'll do as you say. Carl stepped forward and sighed. Ever since we came here, we've been spending money. It's embarrassing. That's how it is with the rich and powerful. But Rammer remained focused on her deduction. Is there anyone I dislike who knows Roar? Carl suddenly remembered something. Could it be? Ramir, anxious, pressed her. What are you talking about? Carl hesitantly offered her thought. I don't quite remember, but I think there was a young lady who liked him. Perhaps. Ramir mused silently. In the original story, there wasn't a single woman who wasn't captivated by Roar. Besides, Amy also said there weren't many guests. After a long while, unable to pinpoint a suspect, she silently resolved, tomorrow, I have to ask him. Also, does he have a secret lover? The thought made her shudder. Early the next morning, Rammer decided to make her third confession. I simply want to marry you. Are you ready to accept my proposal? Seeing her like this, Roar was amused and chuckled softly. The bouquet is even bigger this time. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse again today. These words left Ramir frozen like a statue. But at the same time, she silently realized, despite that, Roar's expression seemed softer than before. I even saw flower petals fluttering around him. Then, to save face, she chose to get straight to the point. So, Lord Roar, I proposed 3 times, and you've refused each time. Allow me to ask you a question. Do you truly wish to refuse? A sliver of hope still lingered in Ramir's heart. So, he didn't make her wait long, repeating a similar answer. The answer remains the same. This prompted Ramir to quickly ask another critical question. Are you interested in anyone lately? I just remembered, if you have a lover, it might not be right for me to keep proposing to you like this. Unexpectedly, Roar frankly answered, currently, I'm not interested in anyone. Not at all. This made Ramir even more determined. Honestly, I have to have you. Wait, if there's no other woman between us, then who's trying to threaten me? Meanwhile, Roar seriously probed. By the way, Ramir, did you really agree to teach Amy some etiquette? Ramir, without hesitation, nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. I'm planning to do it regularly. You don't mind, do you? Roar immediately showed a very happy attitude. Of course, I'm grateful. Oh, Ramir, have you eaten yet? She quickly replied. Of course, but then changed her answer. I was going to, but I had things to do, so my stomach is still incredibly empty. A less than proper thought crossed her mind. If you were food, I'd have to regularly eat you, like a merchant, Roar simply offered. Then have dinner with us. Ramir immediately cheered with delight. I'm starving. This amused Roar. You're very unique, Ramir. The two quickly headed towards the dining room. A delicious steak was placed before them. Roar seemed excited about the meal, while Ramir felt triumphant inside. This is my chance to score more points. Then she demonstrated her teaching skills. Amy, now I'll tell you about table etiquette. Let's first talk about how to sit down. When you want to sit, you come and sit down. When you get up, you leave from the left side. Her instructions made the siblings object. Isn't it the other way around? This made Ramir look furtive. Then she regained her composure, covering up her blunder. I said that to test you. Then Ramir was caught out again by the little girl. Isn't it this way when a fish dish is served? This made her stammer. I was wrong again. But Amy, you're so smart. Unexpectedly, Ramir's actions were caught by Roar. You're using your hands. Ramir just sheepishly grinned. Yes, I did it wrong again. Can't fool you. Finally, Roar said. Miss Ramir, that's enough. This made Ramir feel extremely bewildered. What should I do? I guess they must know I don't understand these basic etiquette rules. Should I make up an excuse and say I made a mistake because I was too nervous? Unexpectedly, Roar considerately cared for her. You haven't eaten anything because you were busy teaching Amy. Eat first. Hearing this, Ramir breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad they didn't notice. Then she gratefully replied. Really, the three of them enjoyed a very pleasant dinner together. The next morning, Arnold, as usual, looked out the door, waiting for a meal to arrive. Even though he always rejected her proposals, he still felt a bit of anticipation. Usually Ramir should have arrived by now, but I haven't seen her today. Roar couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Isn't she coming today? Noticing his negative thoughts, he quickly shook his head to rid himself of those confusing thoughts. Just then, someone knocked at the door. Roar, guessing it was Ramir, cheerfully invited her in, but the person who entered wasn't her. Roar's face froze. It turned out to be Fader, his former colleague from the Knights, paying a visit. He entered with a bright smile, greeting him. Long time no see, Count. He walked over and handed Roar a stamped document, explaining, Lord Ohm entrusted me to deliver your pension as requested. Roar asked, confused, pension? This is the first time I've heard of this. He bet the commander knew about his situation. Why didn't his superiors tell him he could receive a pension? The young man scratched his head for a moment, then with an air of authority assured him, "Don't worry, Lord Roar. As a member of the Ministry of Finance, I'll help you in any way I can." Hearing that Fader worked at the Ministry of Finance, Roar asked, bewildered, "What? You switched to working for the ministry, but you're still a knight?" Fader smiled innocently, explaining that ever since Arnon had left, the workload had significantly increased, turning him into something of an errand boy. When Roar asked when he'd been transferred, Fader sighed and replied, "Whenever something goes wrong, they send us there. And we're not the Empire's only knights." They said, due to negative rumors among the commoners, they had to carefully consider sending knights to the battlefield, only to have them return as cold corpses. That's how it is. To survive, I had no choice but to become a manager. After hearing this story, Roar looked even more dejected. "Your life must be difficult." This surprised Fader even more. He had to change the subject to something more cheerful to salvage the situation, specifically by showing off his love life, since he was finally taken. Hearing this news, Roar wasn't too surprised to learn he'd married Kay, their colleague from the Knights. The two were always together and flirting, so everyone could have guessed. Fader complained about his rosy marriage, specifically about the times he'd been slapped by his wife after playing numbers games. Roar added fuel to the fire, saying that if Fader dared to gamble again, he'd let him experience a festival of his own. Fader, fearing his demise, put on a forced smile and asked, "Any good news lately, Lord Roar?" Roar turned away, answering, "Nothing." Though he said it quickly, he couldn't help but think of Ramir. Remembering her flamboyant, cat-like swordsmanship when she came to propose, he chuckled. Fader quickly caught this unusual sign and, like a nosy neighbor, relentlessly inquired, "Look at your face. You're daydreaming about someone, aren't you?" Roar's cheeks flushed slightly. He still denied he was thinking of anyone. Of course, Fader wouldn't let it go that easily. In the past, Roar was always smiling, but now something seemed suspicious. However, Fader had important business here, so those interesting matters were put aside for the time being. He showed Roar a stack of financial reports on the table. Fader began to feel a slight sense of despair. He'd assumed Roar's financial situation would be fine, but it wasn't at all. "My lord, it's amazing you've been able to live so frugally all this time." Fader's expression gradually became concerned. However, Roar didn't utter a single word of complaint or anger. He simply understood and accepted all the injustices from his superiors, despite what he deserved to receive. He must have lived through incredibly difficult times. This made Fader feel indignant on his behalf and determined to help. Fader carefully chose his words to comfort him. "Don't worry, Lord Roar. Your finances being slightly altered is indeed significant, but I think you'll be all right once you receive your pension. Trust me." Hearing that someone sincerely wanted to help him, Roar's eyes lit up. He gave a gentle smile. "Well, I look forward to it." However, a few days later, a letter sent directly from Fader extinguished Roar's small flicker of hope. "I apologize, Lord Roar. It seems receiving your pension will be difficult." Roar's face darkened. Fader recounted that when he asked his superiors for a reason, they simply said it was because the vice minister refused to provide it. Strangely, even his superiors didn't understand the reason why. They simply stated that Roar's case hadn't reached the vice minister's office. Perhaps not entirely. In a letter, Fader asked Roar if he had any personal relationship with the vice minister, but Roar didn't know anyone at the Ministry of Finance. Fader said he would find another reason and apologized that Roar had to accept this outcome. After reading the letter, Roar was more despondent than ever, but this stemmed from self-blame. The matter wasn't even worth Fader apologizing for. Now everyone around him was bothering him. From a moment he received the notice, all investigations continued to fail. All hope continued to drain away. Roar wondered if his own misfortune was to blame. His mood worsening, Roar pushed his wheelchair toward the sword hanging on the wall. It was the same blade he had wielded on past missions. Roar took the sword down, still clinging to the hope that he might, just one more time, feel the familiar weight of power in his hand. However, as he tried to draw the sword from its scabbard, it remained stubbornly motionless. He chuckled coldly, wondering what he had been expecting. Did he truly believe his strength would suddenly return? Rammer was only a little late, but Roar's mind had already spiraled. He quietly sheathed the sword, his eyes filled with sorrow. Just then, Ramir cheerfully ran in, a bright smile illuminating her face. "Hello, Lord Roar. I was hoping you." However, before she could finish her sentence, she was confronted with the perplexing scene she had only glimpsed moments ago. Roar was suddenly holding a sword in the house, his expression unsettlingly grim. Ramir froze, unable to grasp the situation. "What's this strange atmosphere?" Roar politely returned her greeting, but he couldn't mask his unstable, melancholic mood. Ramir saw the sword in his hand. Coupled with the unusual atmosphere, she felt a prickle of apprehension. Roar asked if she had come to confess her love again, saying the unstable situation wasn't suitable for that. But Roar seemed to have underestimated her simulator nature and a fan's dedication. Ramir mentally transformed the gloomy atmosphere into a blooming flower garden. "Of course, I'm here to express my love again today. Did you think I'd give up just because of this situation?" The atmosphere wasn't just awkward anymore. It had shifted completely to despair. Ramir must have been incredibly embarrassed. Roar, as usual, responded with an apology. Ramir scratched her head, giving an awkward, forced smile. "You don't have to apologize. But besides that, Lord Roar, what happened?" Roar looked away, saying, Nothing happened." But Ramir knew instantly. Her idol was the type who, despite a smile on his face, was never truly okay. His mournful expression gave it away. While she couldn't help much, seeing Roar hide things like this made her feel like she was about to explode. Ramir tried to salvage the situation with some lightheartedness. "Look, the weather's so nice today. It would be wonderful if the three of us could go out in this weather." But before she could finish, Roar politely declined. "Thank you for the offer." Ramir froze. Roar gave a sad smile. "I'm sorry, but I have some matters to attend to today." Ramir's face fell, but Roar added, "What if you go with Amy?" So that day, Ramir got a ticket to hang out with her crush's sister, although she didn't understand what was happening. Amy seemed excited about the trip. She was always fascinated by everything around her, from the soft cushions on the carriage seats. Ramir gazed out the carriage window, watching Roar's mansion gradually disappear as the carriage moved further away. Amy, seeming to notice her preoccupation, said, "I wish my brother could have come too." Ramir snapped out of it. It seemed she had been so focused on Roar that she'd forgotten the little princess. Amy hesitantly said, "He was still normal this morning." Ramir paid attention to the girl's words. "This morning," Amy recounted, "this morning I gave him a letter from a friend. When he saw the name, he smiled, as if he had been waiting for this letter. The name was Fader, I think." Hearing the name, Ramir suddenly remembered that Fader was Roar's friend from the novel. If it was Fader's letter, it seemed he hadn't resolved the pension issue. However, why had the vice minister refused to send the pension? The novel hadn't mentioned much about the vice minister. It seems regarding compensation for veterans, there are some things that need to be resolved. Suddenly, Amy's voice interrupted Ramir's complex train of thought. "Sister Ramir, is something the matter? You look a little pale." Ramir smiled, reassuring her. "Oh, I was just wondering what fun things we could do today." "Where would you like to go first, Amy?" Amy thought for a moment, then cheerfully replied, "I want to go to the theater." But seeing Ramir's surprise at her wish, she shyly withdrew. "Oh no, I was mistaken. On second thought, we don't have to go to the theater." Ramir asked again, "Then where would you like to go?" The little girl looked around, confused, and then suddenly her attention was caught by a park sign. Amy immediately said, "To the park," but with a sullen, reluctant expression. How could Ramir not notice this abnormality? She called out to Amy, asking, "Are you worried about the entrance fee?" It seemed she'd hit a nerve because the little girl vehemently blushed, denying it. No way, Ramir understood. Amy seemed wise beyond her years. She had already realized the atmosphere at home wasn't good. Ramir asked her again if she was sure about this plan, and Amy desperately nodded. "Yes, really. I never want to see those famous white flowers blooming in front of the church again." Ramir was speechless. She said she didn't want to go to the theater, but even before being asked, she'd spilled the beans. She immediately turned on her dramatic acting mode, worthy of 10 Oscars, to entice Amy to agree to go to the theater. "Too bad. I really love going to the theater." Amy was still young and naive, so she immediately took the bait. Ramir continued her act. "But honestly, I don't like going alone, so when you mentioned the theater, I was really happy." Amy still hesitated, but going to the theater is expensive. Ramir had to resort to drastic measures, her crocodile tears. "Oh dear, I thought it was the first time in my life I had a friend to go to the theater with me. I guess I was just imagining things." Amy panicked after seeing her sister's exaggerated performance. Finally, she shyly said, "Well then, let's go to the theater." Rammer knew then that her plan had worked, but she still pretended. "No, I don't want to force you to do it." Amy finally admitted she wanted to go too. So that day, all along the way, Rammer occasionally teased her again. Amy couldn't take it anymore and assured her, "Why would I lie to you this time? It's super real, I want to go. Believe me, you can spread the word." Rammer couldn't stop smiling. "Well, to thank you for being willing to come with me, I'll pay for the tickets." Amy was still a little shy. "Really?" Rammer gently patted her head, assuring her, "Of course." The carriage continued towards the theater. The two sisters had a wonderful time, while Arnold was currently drowning his sorrows in alcohol, putting on a pathetic display. After watching the musical at the theater, Ramir took her crush's younger sister to a very fancy tea room for a treat. Sipping some black tea, Ramir asked, "How was it today, Amy?" Amy excitedly recounted, "It was more fun than I imagined, especially when we watched the musical. The scene where the main character miraculously overcame his illness." Ramir was also happy to see her enjoy 3 more pieces of cake. Come to think of it, wasn't it romantic when the main character overcame his illness? I wonder if Amy thought of Roar when she saw the main character sick. At least the ending wasn't too bad. I hope this is a good memory for Amy. Enjoying their afternoon tea, Amy suddenly noticed the street outside the tea room. Come to think of it, I came here for a walk with my brother. Rammer was a little curious, as she hadn't read this part in the original work. Amy began to recount. "Ever since I moved to the capital, he's taken me out whenever he can. I've eaten so many delicious foods I've never tasted before. There's so many new things to see. We're supposed to go out together next time." Her palms clenched as she spoke. "I can't believe his legs can no longer walk," Ramir said, holding Amy's small hand. "Don't worry, your brother will be all right. It happened that way in the original story," so she could assure her with confidence. The two had become very close allies. Amy said sadly, "But I'm worried he won't get through this. He seemed okay when he started researching with Lord Rosen, but now he always looks so melancholy." Rammer froze for 3 seconds, surprised that Amy had noticed Roar's situation so early. She wasn't sure what to say to reassure her. Suddenly, Amy grabbed her hand tightly and said in a determined voice, "That's why I wanted to ask you a few things, Sister Rammer." Rammer started to feel the situation getting tense, so she tried to focus and listen to see if the little girl was asking for help. Amy continued, "If you're in the capital, could you come to our house often? Because ever since you came, my brother's daily routine has changed a bit." Amy's sincere words left Ramir a little flustered. She thought she had done something wrong, but she didn't expect Amy to think of her that way. Ramir certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity and made a condition with Amy. A while later, Ramir took her to a very fancy dress shop. Extremely fancy. Ramir confidently transformed into a CEO, allowing Amy to choose any item she liked. Amy was intimidated by the expensive clothes in the shop. In truth, Ramir had been planning this for a long time. Earlier, Carl had suggested that Ramir should buy a beautiful dress for her crush's younger sister. Ramir wasn't interested in frilly dresses, but the maid insisted. A gift that lasts longer is more valuable. From now on, every time Amy wears this dress, she'll remember Ramir. Not only that, but Lord Roar himself will also think of Ramir. There's nothing wrong with using clothes as self-promotion. The reasoning was so convincing that Ramir couldn't argue. Although it sounded a little crazy, the idea wasn't entirely bad. After trying on clothes for a while, Amy came out wearing her new dresses, looking incredibly pretty and cute. Ramir was so smitten that she immediately bought all 3. When it came time to pay, Amy looked at the price, shocked. "Sister Ramir, this is too much. How can I wear something so expensive?" While Amy was experiencing culture shock at the long string of numbers on the bill, Ramir was pleased. She had seen the price while Amy was changing, but it hadn't changed her mind. Ramir continued her dramatic act to persuade the little girl. "You promised me. You have to keep your word." Amy said sadly, "But you didn't say anything about this." Looking at her now, anyone would think Ramir was the one forcing her to buy things. Ramir maintained her innocent look and concluded, "A lady should keep her promises." But seeing Amy's reluctance, she felt like she was becoming the villain. Ramir negotiated. "Okay, then I'll buy 5 sets." Amy, flustered, only asked for 1 set. Ramir reduced it to 4 and wouldn't budge. Amy stubbornly bargained for 2 sets. In the end, they had a little argument in the shop. 3 sets or none. "Excuse me, please check out for me." The The staff hurried to calculate the total, while Rammer said sadly that she could only buy 3 dresses. Amy said shyly, "Thank you, Sister Ramir, I'll wear them carefully." Seeing her happiness, Ramir was also happy. "No, clothes are for comfort. Use them comfortably." Ramir couldn't believe she was enjoying this so much. Choosing dresses as a gift was indeed an excellent move. At this moment, Ramir remembered something. She asked the counter for paper and a pen, and gave Amy her address. She told her that if she wanted to visit, she could come to this address. Of course, she could call her any time. She just hoped by then the little girl would ask for her help. That evening, at Lord Roar's mansion, Amy happily carried Rammer's gifts back home. She greeted everyone cheerfully as soon as she reached the door. She gave the gifts to the mansion's servants to put away, then inquired about her brother's condition. The maid hesitated before replying that the Lord was still in his room. Amy, without suspicion, thanked her and ran straight towards her brother's room. She felt strange today. Usually, Roar would always come out to greet her. As she stood before the door, she suddenly froze. An uneasy feeling washed over her. Wait, what if it's like that day again? A while ago, Amy had been drawn to the commotion coming from her brother's room. When she opened the door and entered, she saw Roar sitting on the floor, frantically saying, "Quickly bring Count Rosen here." Amy's face turned pale. Roar yelled, "My legs! I can't use my legs." That dark scene still haunted Amy. She was afraid that day would repeat itself with her beloved brother. Suddenly, she remembered Rammer's firm assertion that Roar would soon be able to walk again. So Amy tried to discard all negative thoughts, believing Rammer had given her hope. "I must stay positive." So she mustered the courage to open the door and ran into the room with a bright smile. "I'm home, Brother Roar." Roar, still sitting in his wheelchair, smiled back. "Welcome home, Amy." Amy felt a little relieved, seeing Roar still wearing his usual gentle smile. But she suddenly noticed something different. She called out to Roar, then stared at him without blinking, making Roar confused. "Is there something on my face?" Amy scrutinized her brother from head to toe, feeling that Roar looked a little disheveled today, but she wasn't sure what it was. Was it just her imagination? Since the incident that day, Roar would get drunk whenever he was alone. Amy commented that her brother's face looked a little red today. Roar shyly replied, "It might be because the room is a little hot." Amy felt reassured, thinking she was overthinking things. She excitedly thought that her brother would be happy if she told him about her outing with Ramir. So she chatted nonstop from afternoon until late at night. Roar, looking at his little sister, remarked, "Amy, I don't think I've seen this dress before. It suits you very well." Having hit the right spot, Amy launched into another long story, until late at night, about the musical, about afternoon tea, and finally, about how Rammer bought her the dress and took her home. Roar happily patted Amy's head and exclaimed, "Sounds like fun." Amy smiled brightly and suggested, "That's right, brother. Next time you should come with us." Not wanting to spoil the good atmosphere, he hooked his little finger and promised his sister. Amy reassured him, "You can go whenever you want." With that said, Amy bowed. "I'm going to bed now. You should go to sleep too, brother." Roar, as usual, waved goodbye to her. "Yes, good night." After Amy left, Roar's face became gloomy again. He sighed slightly. "I'm glad she's happy." Roar pushed his wheelchair to his desk. However, his wheelchair accidentally hit a bottle of wine placed on the floor. The bottle fell, and wine began spilling all over the floor. Roar froze for a few seconds, then bent down to pick up the bottle. However, because the wheelchair was too high, he couldn't bend down low enough to reach the floor. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He choked back a sob, feeling utterly useless. The next morning arrived quickly. Carl had already shouted herself hoarse, but Rammer was still soundly sleeping, wrapped in her blanket. It wasn't until the maid threatened to send Garland back that Rammer finally got out of bed. But right after that, her mind went blank. She couldn't remember who Garland was. Carl, her maid, was truly at a loss with her clueless mistress. How can Miss wake up if she doesn't even know who he is? He's the one who doesn't remember the 2 idiots you hired last time. Hearing this, Rammer finally understood. Carl guessed her mistress would need some time to get ready, but unexpectedly, successful people have their own tricks. In a split second, Carl found herself and her mistress instantly transported outside, already dressed and ready to go. Carl was still stunned and bewildered, not understanding what had just happened, when Ramir interrupted her. "Don't ask anything. You're injured right now, so..." Carl continued to give her mistress a look of utter judgment. As the two of them entered, Garland waved them over. Seeing him looking as innocent as a fairy in a park, Ramir froze for a few seconds, wondering if this was the same man she had beaten up a few days ago. He must have amnesia. Garland greeted them cheerfully. "Long time no see, Miss Ramir." Ramir didn't want to beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Skip the greetings. Did you find your mastermind?" Garland innocently replied, "No, I still don't have anything." Ramir almost went into kill mode right there in the cafe, if Carl hadn't stopped her. In the end, Garland still received a few affectionate pats on the cheek, while crying out in frustration, "No, I really did my best. But when he's wearing a hat and a mask, how can we find him?" Ramir was starting to feel bored. "So you didn't find anything?" Garland was still trying to salvage the situation. "No, but I have something else for you." Ramir looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Is the information reliable?" Garland used his most trustworthy expression, replying, "Absolutely, ma'am." Ramir's interest was piqued. "Great, then tell me." Returning to the previous night, after failing to intimidate Ramir, the Gillum brothers met with their leader again in the secret basement. The two brothers sat there, hearts pounding and legs shaking. Gerald pessimistically wondered if they would be sent to meet their maker for failing the mission, but Jared calmly and confidently said, "They didn't expect us to win, anyway." After a while, the basement door opened. A tall man, wrapped from head to toe in cloth, walked in. Both Gillum brothers startled, holding their breath as they watched the figure. The mysterious man sat down in front of them, quietly asking, "How did the mission go?" Gareth honestly admitted that it had miserably failed. The mysterious man didn't get angry, simply saying, "Sit down." The terrified Gillum brothers obediently followed. The mysterious man continued to ask why the mission had failed, and Garland began to recall, "She was stronger than you told me. Even together, we couldn't defeat her. We tried to threaten her like you said, but as soon as I swung my sword, I was knocked out cold. She became a completely different person. Her reflexes incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she knocked away my sword and then slammed my head into the floor. Her fighting skills were too perfect. After that, we basically became her punching bags. If we had continued fighting, we would both be dead." The mysterious man listened, thinking, "But I heard she's lazy, even skipping training sessions." Strange. His cold gaze sent chills down the Gillum brothers' spines. They had to come up with all sorts of excuses. "That must be a rumor. We can confirm she is a true fighter." The mysterious man suddenly stood up, preparing to leave. "I understand. Forget everything that happened earlier." The Gillum brothers quickly stood up, bowing farewell. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn them. "If you breathe a word of this, you know what will happen, right?" Gerald and Jared answered in unison. The wooden door slammed shut. Only then did Garland dare to lift his head. "He's gone, right?" "Probably." Garland clamped a hand over his nose in disgust. "Doesn't he bathe? He stinks. He smells like he just crawled out of the sewer." Gerald cut him off sharply. "That's not important. Come on, we have to tell him." The two of them stealthily trailed the mysterious man. They watched him enter tavern. There, another fully masked individual approached him. "They seem to know each other," Gerald muttered. Then they left together. Gerald signaled his subordinate to follow closely. They followed the pair to a secluded wooden cabin. "I can't just barge in," Gerald whispered, "so I'll have to be clever." He pulled out something that resembled a speaker. He had no choice now but to plant a listening device. Inside the cabin, the mysterious man reported the Gillum brothers' failure to ambush Ramir. Garland held his breath, speculating that perhaps this masked leader was also working for someone else. The mysterious man spoke with a worried tone. "If you give me another chance, I can find someone useful." However, before he could finish, the man in red cut him off. "No, not now." Garland could guess that the masked leader was a subordinate here, but who could the other man be? The man in red suggested, "We need to focus on Fidel in the treasury." Suddenly, as he said this, the masked leader seemed to sense something suspicious and gestured for his superior to stop talking. They both looked toward the door. When Garland could no longer hear anything, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Why aren't they talking anymore? Do they know I'm using a listening device? Garland quietly told his subordinate to get out quickly. Sure enough, moments later, the masked leader came out to investigate. He clearly heard scratching sounds at the door, but when he checked, there was no one outside. Relieved, he returned inside. "Nothing. I must have misheard." He looked out again, then closed the door. Thankfully, Garland had escaped in time. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Garland relayed the entire incident to Ramir. This time, Ramir felt he wasn't so useless. "This is truly useful information." "Well done." Ramir pondered. "They mentioned Fidel. That's unexpected. The person who wants me out of the capital is also concerned about Fidel. I think I know what they're up to. Before this, Fidel and I had one thing in common. We could both help Lord Roar. In other words, this person doesn't want anyone helping him. Which character in this story would benefit from controlling Roar? Rammer had been pondering this question. Suddenly, Garland's voice brought her back to reality. So what should we do now? Should we investigate that masked leader further? He seems suspicious, and he also has body odor. Since Rammer didn't know the specifics of the incident, she needed to know, at the very least, who wanted to harm Lord Roar. That way, she could find a solution one step ahead of them. Ramir told Garland, "You don't need to know who the masked leader is yet. Just find out what mission he was given." With that, she handed him a massive diamond. The dazzling brilliance sent Garland into raptures. "I'll do my best," Ramir replied. "I'm counting on you. I have to go now." Ramir hurried off with mixed feelings. It seems the enemy is more dangerous than I thought. Ramir summoned her 3 trusted servants to discuss the plan. Ramir asked the 3 of them seriously, what kind of person would dare betray the Viscount? Young Setting 10 quickly replied, "Could it be someone from the north?" The protagonist was surprised. "Why the north?" The young man explained. "The Viscount may be a hero of the Empire, but to the enemy, he's a true demon of war." Ramir gradually understood, but there was one thing she didn't get. Why not just kill him instead of making things so complicated? Setting thought for a moment and replied, "Because that would only complicate matters further." Ramir grew even more puzzled. Young Set 10 reasoned, suppose Viscount Roar were to be assassinated one day. If the North was behind it, what do you think would happen? They'd only get a bad reputation. Precisely, in the worst-case scenario, it would lead to war. Ramir, hearing this, felt tired. Couldn't they just hide the fact that they did it? Wouldn't it be simpler to kill all the witnesses? Why bother keeping an eye on him? Set 10 was speechless. Kill everyone? Of course not. Even if they hid it well, the court would investigate themselves, because we're talking about Viscount Arnold. There's no way they could escape the Royal Knights. Ramir remained stubborn. Why not? See, he sighed. "Stop talking like a villain, my lady." Ramir leaned back and complained. "So instead of killing him, they want to isolate him?" Set 10 immediately replied, "Exactly. It's best to monitor him until he can't hold on anymore." Hearing this, Ramir sighed and said nothing. In her heart, she speculated. So there's a group powerful enough to pressure the Ministry of Finance, but they just want to isolate Lord Roar. Who could these bastards be? Ramir bit her finger angrily as she thought. Suddenly, Carl seemed to have an idea and called out to her mistress. Ramir asked, "Do you know something?" Carl replied, "No, I was just wondering if you'd forgotten about the proposal this afternoon." Ramir evasively sighed. "No, I was just wondering if you'd forgotten about the proposal. This afternoon." Ramir thought to herself, "That's right. No matter what mysterious group it is, once I marry Lord Roar, everything will be easily resolved. My family can protect him." Ramir tried her luck once more, but she received a cold rejection. "I have to refuse you again," she despaired, silently crying. "I understand." Rejected again. At that moment, Roar spoke. "Miss Ramir, I'd like to know the real reason you keep proposing to me." Ramir was caught off guard and avoided his gaze. "Real reason," Roar continued. "Normally, if someone is rejected more than 3 times, Ramir didn't let him finish. Funny, isn't it? Ramir said shyly. "To be honest, I didn't think I would propose to you so many times." Roar felt guilty. "Forgive me." Despite being rejected, Ramir never gave up. "Every time I come here and get rejected, I become even more determined." Thinking this, Ramir's face flushed slightly. "You really are a very good person." Roar was startled by her compliment. "Me? A good person?" Ramir continued to praise him. "It's hard to put into words, but I just have a feeling that if I marry you, my daily life will be filled with joy." Roar, crimson faced from the praise, turned away to avoid her gaze. "I still don't understand." Ramir calmed down and chuckled. "Me neither." She guessed Roar must see her as a lovesick fool. "But as someone who has read the original story, I really know how kind you are. I know it better than anyone. But the distance between us is undeniable when it stems from such different emotional sources." Ramir felt a bit disappointed. She stood up and said to Roar, "I think I'll go see Amy before I go back. Is that all right?" Roar quickly replied, "She's on the 2nd floor." At the mention of his sister, the image of her in that adorable yellow dress came to mind. He bowed deeply, hand on his chest, and said sincerely, "I heard you bought her some new dresses. Thank you very much. I feel bad constantly accepting your kindness." Ramir felt much happier and replied with a bright smile, Don't mention it. I bought them because I like them. Roar rubbed his fingertips, looking like he wanted to say something. Seeing the Viscount's action, Ramir felt confused. Is he going to tell me, like she did, not to buy Amy those kinds of things? Thinking this, Ramir cut Roar off. She exclaimed, I really want to see Amy. I'm going upstairs now, goodbye. Seeing her overreaction, Roar didn't know what else to say, and could only awkwardly agree. After receiving permission, Ramir immediately ran off, leaving Roar sitting there bewildered. Roar had only wanted to ask if he could join them next time. Ramir had missed a golden opportunity, but Lord Roar brushed it off. He thought it best not to ask, no matter how much he thought about it. She was too good for him. Ramir arrived at Amy's room and entered excitedly. Amy, it's me. The little girl, who was reading, innocently replied. Miss Ramir. The two of them acted as if they hadn't seen each other in years, holding hands and rejoicing. How have you been? I've been well. Then Ramir asked her a question. By the way, Amy, how dare you not wear the dress I bought you? Ramir poked her cheek. What? I wore it yesterday. Amy softly stammered. No, I didn't wear it because it's too precious. Hearing her innocent reply, Ramir's heart softened. Is that all? I'm sad. Amy panicked. What? Ramir put on a disappointed expression. You see, the Claude family has a custom of showing off the gifts they receive. We consider it good manners. These were Ramir's lies, but they had a huge impact on Amy. The little girl panicked. I didn't know. From now on, I'll definitely wear them often. Ramir was satisfied. She noticed the book on the table. Anyway, are you studying? Looking at the numbers and calculations on the page, she guessed the child was studying math. Speaking of math, let's not even mention Ramir. But before she could change the subject, Amy pleaded. I'm stuck on math, Miss Ramir. Ramir paled, stammering, Is that so? Is your brother teaching you? The little girl cheerfully replied, Yes, he and Mr. Dallas are teaching me. Ramir was surprised to hear Dallas's name. Amy, surprised, asked if she knew him, and she replied, Not really. But Ramir's mind was in turmoil. This is bad. That name sounds familiar. I'm sure he's in the novel, but who is he? Ramir racked her brains, trying to remember this character. Despite her best efforts, Ramir really didn't know who this Baron was. She thought if she asked Amy about him, she might find out. Ramir asked Amy, Does Mr. Dallas visit you often? The little girl honestly nodded. Yes, actually, he hasn't been here for a month. He must be busy with his shop. Ramir absent-mindedly replied. Is that so? If he runs a shop, he's likely a merchant. I still can't remember who he is. I just wonder if this person is an enemy I need to deal with. Ramir asked Amy another question. Can you tell me where his shop is? Amy vigorously nodded. Yes. Let me get you a map. Amy gave her a map, along with directions to get there. Ramir happily thanked her. Amy was curious. But why do you want to meet him? Ramir froze, unable to speak. Then she made up an excuse that made her want to bite her tongue. Because I'm very interested in mathematics. I guess I want to discuss mathematics with him. Amy admired her even more. So you not only like etiquette, but also math? Despite hating etiquette and failing math, fate had brought Ramir face to face with both. When asked, she could only accept. That's right, I like both. Then Ramir sped off. I'm going to see Mr. Dallas now. See you later, Amy. Amy was mesmerized. Miss Ramir is truly passionate about learning, and she runs so fast, too. Ramir's carriage was parked outside. She quickly got into the carriage, where Carl was waiting. You're back. Ramir said she now had to go see someone named Dallas. Carl asked, Are you planning to use the gift-giving tactic? What are you going to buy? Ramir was surprised by Carl's question. How did you know he's a merchant? Carl was even more surprised by her mistress's cluelessness. What? He's mentioned so much in the book. His self-help books completely sold out. How could you not know him? Ramir indifferently replied. Do you think I would read those kinds of things? Carl retorted. Well, the kind of books you usually read are about Mr. A and Miss B doing this and that all night. Ramir wasn't embarrassed, but strangely interested. Carl was exasperated with her. My lady, please maintain your aristocratic dignity. Ramir composed herself and asked, So what does he sell? Carl listed them out. He sells various goods, clothes, jewelry, gems, food, maybe even weapons. Ramir remembered a detail. He's the man who traded weapons with Lord Roar in the novel, but he must be more than that. Seeing her mistress fall silent, Carl announced, We've arrived, my lady. Whether you remember him or not doesn't matter now. We'll find out once we meet him. Ramir rang Dallas's doorbell. The two waited for a while, but there was no response from inside. Carl spoke up. Seems like no one's home. But Ramir didn't think so. She listened closely at the door. Someone inside was trying to speak as softly as possible. Looking closely, the door had already been pried open. Someone was breaking in. She ordered Carl, Go find a doctor in case something happens. Ramir forcefully pushed the door open. The space was silent, save for the shrill creak of the door. She looked around, but couldn't see anyone. They must be on the second floor. Ramir boldly went up to the second floor, opening the door and stepping inside. "Excuse me," she said with a gentle smile, pretending, "I'm here to buy a few things." In the darkened room, a figure in a black cloak was hiding on one side. As Ramir took another step, the mysterious figure swung their sword. But what he didn't expect was Ramir blocking it with her own sword. "So you're cowardly enough to ambush me?" she said contemptuously. The figure, wearing a black hat, didn't seem surprised. A man was slumped over the table, looking pained. Seeing the man, Ramir guessed, "Is that Dallas?" The mysterious figure asked Ramir's alias. Ramir didn't yield, slowly drawing her sword from its sheath. "I was about to ask the same question." The figure also raised his sword. "I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman." Ramir sighed, scratching her head, not taking the man seriously. "You don't know how to read the atmosphere, do you?" she asked, dodging the man's sword strikes. "Are you really one of the Black Hats? Or are you on a mission?" "Why are you here?" she asked, thrusting her sword towards her opponent's throat. He collapsed in pain. "If you don't answer, this won't be just a fight. Why should I throw my sword away?" At that moment, the man presumed to be Dallas coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. While Ramir was off guard, the mysterious figure seized the opportunity to escape. He jumped out the window. Ramir shouted angrily, "Hey, stop right there." If Ramir chased him now, she could have caught him, but if she did, the Baron would be in danger. Ramir hesitated, wondering whom to choose. She was in a dilemma, whether to chase the mysterious figure or stay to help the Baron, but then she decided, "I'll save this man first. I can chase that guy anytime." Ramir shook the man. "Are you all right?" She checked his condition. "I don't see any serious external injuries, but his face is so pale and his mouth keeps bleeding. He must have been poisoned." Ramir slammed her hand against Dallas's back. She yelled, "Baron Dallas, wake up. You have to vomit that poison right now." At that moment, Dallas groaned in pain. He seemed about to faint. Ramir immediately panicked. "I'm sorry." Dallas shakily pointed to the other side. "There's a painting that's been moved. Behind it is a safe that's been opened wide." Ramir looked and gasped. "Did that man in the black hat steal something from there?" The Baron coughed. Ramir turned back to ask something, but then her face turned pale. Baron Dallas slumped unconscious on the table. Afterward, Ramir was interrogated. She sighed. "Why are they following me instead of the real criminals? I don't look like I'm causing trouble." Ramir, the first to discover the crime scene, was being interrogated. Her posture was exactly like a gangster's. Carl complimented his mistress. "My lady, you've done a great job these past 2 days." Ramir inquired about the Baron. Thanks to Ramir, Baron Dallas had been saved in time, but he was still unconscious. Hearing this news, Ramir grew a little quiet. "So, if I had decided to chase the black-cloaked leader instead of saving the Baron, he probably would have died that day." "No, everything's fine now. Don't put pressure on yourself." Ramir voiced her thoughts. "While being interrogated, I had a realization. Fidel Dallas and we three have something in common." Hearing this, young Set 10 speculated. "Is it because you all know Earl Arnold?" It wasn't just that. Ramir and the other two had all been threatened, or had their authority restricted in certain areas. But they were also all connected to Viscount Roar, an aide who always found a way to address core issues, and whom she had only recently reconnected with. If Ramir's hypothesis was correct, the next person in danger was Viscount Roar. Ramir was certain. In the novel, there's a part where he suddenly disappears. Now that I think about it, it's quite absurd. Ramir dispatched 2 of her closest knights, Set 10 and Mark, to carefully watch over Viscount Roar. "If anything happens, contact me immediately." The 2 young men took the order and immediately set off. Ramir languidly laid back in her chair. "I've strained my brain to its limit for this investigation. I'm exhausted." Carl asked his mistress, "Do you think we'll catch the black-cloaked leader?" Ramir immediately and firmly replied, "We have to, whether we want to or not. He must have stolen something important." Carl wondered, what could it be? Even Ramir wasn't sure. "We have to wait until the Baron wakes up." Carl covered his mistress with a blanket and asked with concern, "Aren't you sleeping in bed, my lady?" Ramir tiredly replied, "Too lazy." She turned to the side, pondering, "But I'm still glad I saved him." Before she knew it, Ramir had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, in Viscount Roar's laboratory, he was hard at work amidst a pile of documents. "This is humiliating." After months of research, I should have found something more meaningful. Suddenly, the sound of lock-picking came from outside the door. Viscount Roar faced the door, bewildered. What's going on? The door slowly opened. It was those mysterious figures again, their faces completely covered. They were one step ahead of Ramir. The mysterious figures arrogantly walked in. Long time no see, Viscount Roar. Roar seemed to recognize them. Last time you only sent thugs, but this time you're doing it yourself. They threateningly and slowly drew their swords. Because we have a few things to take care of. Viscount Roar shouted in dissatisfaction. You have the research results as you wanted, so why are you here? The mysterious figure raised his sharp sword and coldly replied, because of that bastard, Roar. Roar was shocked. What? Just as the sword was swung down, another blade blocked it. Setin and Mark arrived just in time to stop the assassination attempt. They were under Ramir's orders to protect the Viscount. Mark asked the Viscount, are you hurt? Roar hesitantly replied, panicked, no, I'm fine. Who are you? Mark quickly introduced himself. We are Knights of the Crow family. Lady Ramir sent us here to protect you. Roar was surprised when he heard the name Lady Ramir. The mysterious figure's swordsmanship was no joke. Even Mark had to acknowledge their strength. One of them blocked his sword, while another directly kicked Mark, sending him flying backward. Roar was frightened by the scene before him, and even Setin was thrown back. More mysterious figures arrived, joining forces to attack the two knights. Roar ran to Setin and helped him up. Are you okay? Just then, a mysterious figure kicked Roar, shouting, they're not the ones you should be concerned about right now. Another figure asked their leader, what do we do with these two? The leader boldly replied, kill them. Another retorted, but if we kill them, then Claude will get involved. But the leader didn't care. He thought it was better than leaving witnesses. Just as he raised his knife, a stone flew from behind, hitting him in the head. Ramir had arrived. She walked casually, slamming her sword onto her shoulder like a gangster. Oh, so this is why I couldn't sleep even after sending those two away. It was she who had thrown the stone. She knew she had to handle this herself. The two knights, seeing their mistress arrive, were both surprised and delighted. Ramir looked at the two men she had sent, exasperated. You two couldn't even beat 4 men. Setin and Mark replied in unison. We're not monsters like you. Ramir was a little angry to hear them say that. Monsters? Is that how you speak to your savior? While she was talking, a mysterious figure sneaked in. He pointed his knife at Roar's face, his words cold. You seem very comfortable when the enemy is standing right in front of you. Unconcerned by the danger, Ramir indifferently brushed him off. Whatever. Option 1. Drop your weapon and tell me who you're working for. He was surprised when she gave the first condition. Ramir ignored him and stated the second condition. Get beaten up, then tell me who you're working for. The mysterious man's veins bulged with anger. He immediately attacked, slashing his sword towards Ramir. Ramir's eyes changed, becoming terrifyingly cold. A deafening clang rang out. The mysterious man's sword broke. At this moment, Ramir stated the third condition. Before she could speak, one of the mysterious figures shouted to his comrades, she can use superpowers. Be careful when attacking her. Seeing Ramir's sword glow, they began to feel fear. Ramir gave a creepy smile and told them, get used to the smell of grass early. Unable to retreat, the mysterious figures encouraged each other. Everyone advance. Ramir wasn't afraid at all. Don't even bother with a fighting stance. As she swung her sword, a blue light like lightning punished the disrespectful men. They fell like dominoes. Ramir looked at the weak men with disgust. They acted so tough, but in the end, they can't fight back. You weaklings. After defeating them, Ramir ran towards the other 3. Viscount Roar, are you all right? The Viscount was being helped up by Setin and Mark. He looked at Ramir, shocked. Did you kill them all? Ramir helped him up and reassured him. No, I just knocked them unconscious. We still have to find out who hired them. Suddenly, Setin, standing in a corner with a pale face, called out to his mistress. He announced, they're all dead. Ramir couldn't believe it. What? But I didn't hit them that hard. Setin checked their bodies and explained, it's not your fault. Looking at their wounds, this is exactly the same as what happened to Dallas. They all died the same way. Looking at their pale faces, they must have brought poison with them beforehand. They must have recently implemented that method. They poison their own members as a sort of shackle, and only give the antidote once they've completed the mission. Mark then spoke up. My lady, we should take care of him first. He helped Viscount Roar to his feet. Ramir was silent in the face of the organization's mystery. She said, let's go back to the inn. After returning, Ramir sat facing Viscount Roar. He bowed sincerely. Although it's a little late, thank you for saving me. Ramir replied with a cheerful smile. Don't worry about it, he said to Ramir. But how did you know those men in black cloaks would attack me? She explained. Amy told me you were close to Earl Arnold. He sounded a little disappointed. Is that all? Ramir continued. Look, Barry and Dallas were also attacked by them, and some things were stolen from the safe. Viscount Roar panicked at the news. What, Barry and Dallas were attacked too? Ramir gently replied. Yes, but Dallas is currently recovering. So I've had some thoughts. My theory is that they're planning to attack those close to Earl Arnold to isolate him. Hearing her theory, Viscount Roar had a thought. Wait, now that I think about it, they even mentioned Earl Arnold before attacking me. So, the reason they kept interfering with my research wasn't because of me, they just wanted to prevent Earl Arnold from recovering. He was nearly frantic, tearing his hair out. Ramir reassured him. Calm down. Roar calmed down and asked Ramir. By the way, what did they take from the safe? Ramir answered, we don't know yet. We have to wait for Baron Dallas to wake up. Roar thought for a moment, then said, I suddenly thought of something. To be precise, we need to immediately go to Earl Arnold. Ramir was curious. What is it? Roar continued. I think maybe it's the deed to his mansion, the official document used as proof of ownership. Ramir gradually understood. I see, but she was a little confused about the mansion deed. But as she gradually figured it out, she gasped and shouted, What? Is it about his housing rights? After Roar voiced his guess, Ramir and her close knights began to deduce. Those bastards are planning to threaten Earl Arnold with the deed to his mansion. But what did they steal? Setan was confused. Ramir also pondered. Baron Dallas is the only one who knows what they stole, but he's currently unconscious. Earl Arnold will have no choice but to give it to them. They'll force him to leave the mansion, no matter how much he begs. That's what happened in the original story. Ramir was extremely worried. She thought that telling Roar was the best course of action. Viscount Roar then spoke up. Lady Ramir, I know this isn't the time, but can I ask you something? Ramir gently responded, Oh yes, please ask. Did you come to the capital to propose? Then I need to tell you a few things. Seeing his hesitation, Ramir gave off a dangerous signal. Don't tell me you object. Seeing her misunderstanding, Roar quickly explained, That's not it. I fully support it. Hearing him say so, Ramir smiled satisfactorily. Really? That's great. Viscount Roar excitedly exclaimed. The thing is, I really hope you'll marry Earl Arnold. Ramir sighed. How can I control that? Roar promised her. I'll do my best to help you. You're the only one who can save the Earl from danger, Lady Ramir. Seeing him so agitated, Ramir could only give up. But right now, I'm his greatest danger. Suddenly, Carl rushed in, panicked. My lady, it's not good. I just received an urgent letter from the Viscount's mansion. Hearing this, both Ramir and Roar held their breath, waiting for the announcement. Carl presented a letter to Ramir. Please read it. Ramir opened the letter and read it. Her mood worsened with each line. So those bastards have caught him. The letter contained only one word, help from Amy. Ramir immediately arrived at Roar's mansion. She hurried inside, hugging the frightened little girl, comforting her. Amy must be so scared. Amy tearfully recounted, I kept hearing loud noises from Roar's office. What if he's in danger? Ramir looked at the servants and gestured, reassuring the girl. Go to sleep. Two servants quickly came up to lead Amy away. Miss Amy, come with us. Amy was scared, looking at Ramir with pleading eyes. Sister Ramir. Ramir gave a gentle smile and reassured Amy. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Hearing this, the little girl was relieved and smiled adorably. After the servants led Amy upstairs, Ramir turned to the remaining servants and asked, So, what happened? They quickly reported, some men with black hair broke in and forced us to leave the mansion immediately. Ramir quickly asked about Roar. What about him? The maid tearfully reported he told them to go to his office. Ramir turned and walked away. All right, she opened the door to Roar's office. Inside, Roar sat on the floor, surrounded by scattered belongings. Two men were rummaging around. Seeing her Prince Charming desperately clutching his face, Ramir's anger surged. She shouted, Viscount Roar, are you all right? Roar looked extremely pitiful, like a small, lost puppy. He stared at her in a daze. Lady Ramir, what are you doing here? Seeing the scratch on the Viscount's face, Ramir became even more furious. She clenched her fists, her body trembling with rage. How dare they? Ramir's eyes looked as if they would devour the men alive. One of the men, unaware of the situation, grabbed her shoulder and growled. Who are you? Ramir quickly reacted, turning and shaking his hand off. Then she grabbed his hand, hanging in midair, tightly squeezing it, making him yell, Let go of me. Ramir didn't stop there, readily delivering a powerful punch to his face. He collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his nose like a geyser. The other man panicked. What the hell? Ramir flew forward like lightning, throwing a punch. It landed squarely in the man's chest, making him immediately cough up blood. Seeing his two companions fall, the remaining man's face paled. Ramir stated, "It's time for you to leave." He fearfully begged, "I'm sorry, please forgive us." But Ramir could no longer maintain her reason, her eyes filled with killing intent. It's too late. Just as she was about to take action, a voice called out, snapping her back to reality. "Lady Ramir, I think that's enough." Viscount Roar hastily stopped Ramir's actions. She turned surprised to look at him. "Enough," Roar quickly reassured her. "I'll take care of the rest." Ramir looked back at the men, trembling on the ground. "But I'm not done yet." Roar whispered in Ramir's ear, "Earl Arnold is watching." These words made Ramir instantly freeze, stiffening in place like a robot. She stiffly turned to look at Roar. He was looking at her with surprise. "Lady Ramir," a shout echoed. "Please forgive us. We didn't know the certificate was stolen. We were tricked into thinking we could freely enter this house." The boy beside him pleaded tremblingly, "Please spare us." Ramir's face darkened. "You should be apologizing to Viscount Roar, not me." Setin hastily rushed in. "My lady, we need you." Mark cluelessly asked, "Why is the office such a mess?" Ramir pointed at the men. Setin, "Mark, lock these men up in the dungeon." Hearing this, the men began fearfully begging. "What? No, please be lenient with us, just this once." Setin and Mark looked at the scene. Mark grabbed the two men by the collars, a wooden expression on his face. "We'll be right back." Setin annoyedly grabbed the remaining man's shirt. "You should be grateful your limbs are still intact." Ramir said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I overreacted, didn't I? I thought they were here to assassinate you." Roar asked blankly, "What? Assassinate me?" Ramir explained, "You see, Earl Roar was attacked by assassins today. A few days ago, Baron Dallas experienced something similar." Roar hesitated for a moment. "Really?" Roar, said seriously, "Yes, but Lady Ramir appeared like a hero and saved us." Roar looked surprised. "Is that so?" Roar, explained, "If she hadn't been there, we would certainly be dead." Ramir froze, thinking, "Because I know the original story." Roar said cheerfully, "Thank you for helping me." Setin responded bashfully, "What? No, it's nothing. I just happened to be there at the right time." Setin continued, "No, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't even know about these events. I would have had to leave this place. It would have caused me a lot of trouble later on. Thank you so much." Ramir stared blankly, unable to believe her ears. She hesitated for a moment. "So it's not too late now, is it? Would you marry me? This place is too dangerous for you to stay." Roar froze for a moment, then lowered his head. "But it's me. I'll put you and your family in danger too. I should be the one to leave." Ramir said passionately, "You underestimate the Ramir family's capabilities." Roar said flustered, "No, of course not. But your family won't gain anything from a marriage between us." Ramir said seriously, "I'm not asking you to give anything. Besides, why would you think this is a loss for us? Because Viscount Roar, do you think this marriage is a disadvantage for the Ramir family?" Setin, startled, quickly replied, "What? Of course not. On the contrary, I'm certain the Ramir family would be proud to have a hero like Earl Arnold as their son-in-law. Furthermore, once he becomes part of the family, many renowned knights will gather to congratulate the Ramir family. The resulting finances and legions will be countless. Your value is evident." Ramir looked at him judgmentally, thinking he's such a smooth talker. She gently extended her hand. "If you still feel uncomfortable, why not consider it an investment I'm making in you?" Roar said softly, "Investment? Miss Ramir." Ramir replied, "Yes." Roar made a request. "Could you give me some time to think? It won't be long." Ramir smiled. "Yes, I'm very good at waiting." Setin asked, perplexed, "Do you still need to think about it?" "Your enemies will continue to attack from now on, so staying in the capital is too dangerous for both you and Amy." Roar clenched his fists. "I know you're wondering why Miss Ramir proposed to me." Setin said firmly, "Of course it's because she has a crush on you." Roar replied, "But what if the crush fades?" Hearing these words, Setin became uneasy. Roar continued, "What will happen to me then?" Setin suddenly understood. "I see. They aren't marrying based on equality, but based on the fact that Viscount Roar will be completely dependent on Miss Ramir. So, if later she tires of this marriage and wants a divorce, the Viscount has no grounds to complain. Not to mention complaining, he might be kicked out onto the streets. Even so, with the current situation," Setin spoke up, "I still think you should marry her." This marriage, although its duration is unknown, what you need most now is a strong enough umbrella to shield you from the heavy rain. Amy knows all this too. I'll bring her along. Roar's eyes filled with sadness. You're right, Amy. The little girl ran towards him and replied, yes. He continued, what do you think of Miss Ramir? Amy cheerfully replied, I think she's a wonderful and kind person. Roar said hesitantly, the thing is, she proposed to me. Amy looked surprised. Really? She recalled Ramir saying, that's exactly why I respect your brother so much. Amy shyly thought, so that's what she meant. She asked, and what did you say to her? Roar gently replied, I said I needed some time to think. I want to talk to you first. Amy said happily, I'm happy. Roar hesitated for a moment. Really? She replied, yes, because you and Ramir are both kind people. Two kind people being together is something to celebrate. Roar said sadly. Not really, Roar said. If I marry Miss Ramir, we'll have to move into her house. But what if they're like the nobles we met before? He recalled the terrible scenes of being gossiped about and looked down upon by the nobles, ostracized by everyone. Amy gently took his hand. It's all right. I know what you're worried about, but I'll do my best not to disappoint your family. Roar's eyes filled with tears. He lowered his head. I'm so sorry to make you think about these things at your age. With that, Roar hugged Amy tightly. He looked up and said, I think it's time. Roar stared intently at the doorway. Meanwhile, in Roar's living room, a teacup vibrated violently as if stirred by an unseen force. Ramir trembled anxiously. Please let Roar come and live with me. Suddenly, a voice called out, Miss Ramir. Rosen rushed towards her. You're here. This is bad. She asked absent-mindedly, what's wrong? Rosen replied, I just spoke with Viscount Roar and... After Rosen explained everything to Ramir, she immediately understood. So, he's afraid I'll abandon him later? Why would he worry about that? Rosen replied, well, maybe he doesn't have much experience in this area. Ramir thought to herself, was I too forward with him? I did skip the dating phase and jump straight to marriage. He must think I'm a type to get bored easily. Rosen said seriously, so, I have a suggestion. Why don't you just kidnap him? Ramir immediately refused. I'll consider it. Rosen said excitedly, really? Thank you so much. Ramir thought helplessly. He's serious. Just then, Amy poked her head out and called, Sister, Ramir. Ramir smiled. Amy, what's up? The little girl replied happily. My brother wants to talk to you privately. She asked, surprised, really? Deep down, she thought he must have made his decision. Come on, Ramir, don't worry. This time he'll definitely agree to marry you. Seeing her walking stiffly, Rosen called out, Miss Ramir. Amy also cheered her on. Good luck. Hearing Roar's decision, Ramir stammered in surprise. Really? Roar smiled. I'll do my best to be a good husband to you. Ramir placed her hand on her chest, silently rejoicing. Finally, we're husband and wife. We're really a couple. Ramir lowered her head. Me too. I'll do my best to be a good wife. Roar said awkwardly, but miss, I know I shouldn't ask for too much, but I have one more request. Ramir looked up at him. What is it? Roar handed her a piece of paper. I want to set conditions for this marriage. Ramir thought, confused. Conditions? Wait, what if it's something inhumane, like absolutely no intimacy? Unacceptable, Roar said, flustered. I know this might upset you. Ramir, trembling and sweating, stammered, It's okay, please tell me. Deep down, she thought, besides no intimacy, I can't think of anything else. Roar's eyes filled with sadness. He said, if for some reason I leave your family, please take care of Amy. Ramir asked, panicked. What reason? Roar said apologetically. We might get divorced in the future. Ramir thought, shocked. No way. Roar continued. So if that really happens, at least let Amy stay in your home. She imagined the scene of Roar and Amy separated. Ramir thought, so he's willing to leave Amy to ensure her safety. Roar asked anxiously, is that asking for too much? Ramir replied gently, of course not. You just keep looking at me like that, and I'll immediately write a guarantee. It's completely fine. With that, she signed a paper. Ramir asked, is this okay? Roar said shyly, thank you. Please add your conditions. Ramir said, surprise me? He nodded. Ramir looked at the agreement and thought, I can't think of anything. What conditions should I set? At least one kiss a day, or sleeping together at least once a week? Ramir imagined Roar embarrassed and trembling, saying, what are you doing? Is this what you meant by sleeping together? Roar asked worriedly, are you all right? Ramir replied, a blush rising in her cheeks. Could I tell you my conditions after I've thought about them a bit more? He answered, of course. A bright smile lit up her face. All right then, we're married, Roar shyly murmured. I'll do my best. The room filled with the shy, tentative atmosphere of a newlywed couple. The next morning, in the grand mansion, Roar sat gazing at a painting hanging on the wall, a deep sadness etched onto his features. Meanwhile, Ramir thought with a sinister smile, finally, we're living together. Then, her voice bright, she greeted him, good afternoon. His melancholic expression was his only reply. Welcome. A worried frown creased her brow. Why does he look so sad? I suppose it's because we had to move in such a hurry. Within just 3 days, Ramir looked around, observing, it's so empty here. Roar shyly responded, I suppose so. All the servants have left. They were only supposed to work until the end of the month anyway, but I let them go early. I feel bad about it. Ramir pondered. He must have been close to the servants. She asked gently, what about Amy? Roar replied, she just left with Carl. Then we should be leaving too, Ramir declared. Roar lowered his head. Is it time already? She continued, you must miss this place. He nodded. This place was even bestowed upon me by the royal family. It could be considered the first thing I ever owned. Ramir smiled. Then why don't we take one last look around? A wave of nostalgia washed over her as she looked around. Actually, I have a lot of memories here. The first time I came, I went straight to Roar to propose. Why didn't anyone stop me? Roar and Ramir happily reminisced about their memories in the cozy house. I proposed to him several other times I visited too. Looking at the staircase, she remembered, this is where I met Amy. Just the 3 of us. This is also where I made the most mistakes. Ramir recalled Amy saying, that's not for the fish plate. She replied, I said it wrong on purpose. Amy is so smart. Roar asked, puzzled, shouldn't that be used with the left hand? Ramir answered, embarrassed, oh right. You're not easily fooled, are you? Looking at the dining table and chairs placed in the middle of the room, she thought, this is where I saw him as a tragic male lead. I imagined, Ramir recalled herself saying, it's not too late now. Will you marry me? She thought, but I eventually made him marry me. She remembered herself confidently saying, I'm confident that one day he'll stand on his own 2 feet, and until then, I want to be by his side. Just like when I realized I transmigrated, I'll change Roar's fate from a tragic male lead to a comedic one. No longer a broken sword. The title should be Beloved Sword. Roar's sudden words interrupted her thoughts. I think we can go now. Ramir asked, surprised. Are you sure? He smiled cheerfully. I'm ready to go, because of you. Ramir softly replied, all right, then let's go. As they walked out of the mansion, Ramir asked in surprise, who is that person in front of her? Fidel was causing a commotion. No, you're lying. Corel floated out and whispered, listen, how many times do I have to tell myself not to lie? A familiar voice called out, what's going on, Carl? She tiredly pointed at the 2 of them. They're here. Go ask them. Ramir thought worriedly, what's wrong with these 2? She pondered for a moment. Who are you? Why are you bothering my servants? Kira said cheerfully, I'm Kira, a veteran of the dome led by Viscount Roar. Fidel asked, panicked, Viscount, did you really marry this lady? Roar ignored him and greeted the veteran. Long time no see, Kira. Seeing himself ignored, he shouted, don't ignore me. Kira said softly, I came because I heard you were leaving the capital. Fidel asked worriedly, are you really leaving just to get married? Roar nodded sadly. Fidel said suspiciously, but you told me you'd never met anyone before. How could you lie to me? Roar avoided answering. I'm sorry. Kira waved his hand. Please don't apologize. Fidel said anxiously, but you should have at least hinted at it to me. You know. Before he could finish, Kira interrupted him. Stop it. Fidel fearfully replied, stopping right now. Roar asked, are you 2 safe? They both looked confused. What do you mean? Afterward, Roar quickly explained the situation to them. After listening, Fidel said angrily, what? There have been a lot of serious incidents outside. Roar sighed in relief. I'm glad you immediately understood the situation. Fidel replied, luckily, nothing happened to us. Or did it? Don't tell me the reason I was transferred to a new department was because, Ramir asked, surprised. You were transferred? Fidel answered, yes. My superior said some ridiculous things, so I went straight to the vice minister's office and grabbed him by the head. The next day, my desk was gone. Kira shared Ramir's sentiment. Makes sense. Fidel continued. No wonder they've been giving me chores like a maid. Ramir made an offer. Then why don't you become a knight of our family? Fidel stammered in surprise. You mean the Rammer family? Rammer replied, yes. Anyway, I plan to have Viscount Rosen and Mr. Dallas stay at our mansion to ensure their safety. Fidel, overwhelmed, interrupted. Wait a minute. Immediately afterward, Kira and Fidel began excitedly whispering amongst themselves. Fidel said excitedly, then we'll join. Rammer replied, but you both have to come with us now. Kira answered, we'll join him as soon as Mr. Dallas recovers. Rammer said, a little embarrassed, all right, see you later then. With that, the wheelchair continued forward. Carl opened the door, his face pale. Miss, the carriage has arrived, but we couldn't find a carriage with low steps, as you requested. Rammer, a thoughtful expression on her face, said, then we can't. We'll have to carry him. I'll have a low step made as soon as we get home. Roar said shyly, my fault. I've caused you so much trouble. Fidel suddenly noticed something. Let me help. He began, but Rammer stopped him. Please excuse me. Then, Rammer lifted Roar into the princess carriage. Afterward, she placed him on the carriage seat. Rammer said apologetically, I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way. Roar stammered in embarrassment. It's all right, I must be heavy. Kira's eyes lit up. I think we can trust her by Viscount Roar's side, he said. Fidel blushed and agreed. Carl dejectedly closed the door. We shall depart now, he announced. Rammer said cheerfully, see you later. Kira respectfully replied, yes, safe travels. Fidel beamed, adding, congratulations on your wedding, Viscount. On the way, Roar, embarrassed, could only look at her. Rammer suddenly remembered something. Wait, what did that mean, she thought. She recalled Roar praising her. Miss Rammer is so strong. She smugly replied to herself. It's nothing. Thinking about it, she chuckled inwardly. Every carriage ride, I can at least be carried by him twice. Roar stared blankly at her mischievous expression. Rammer's carriage was approaching her family's estate. She gently announced, we'll arrive at Claude Estate soon. Roar replied anxiously, all right. Seeing his worried expression, she thought, he looks really worried. Rammer reassured him, there's nothing to worry about. Roar asked blankly, what? She wondered, you're worried about my family, right? Roar shyly hummed in response. Rammer continued, my family is just like me. Suddenly, the carriage shook, jolting her sideways. Roar asked with concern, Miss, are you all right? Rammer softly replied, yes, I'm fine. Then her demeanor changed, and she snapped, hey, drive more carefully. The coachman fearfully replied, forgive me, Mississippi. I suppose your family sent an escort. Rammer stepped down from the carriage and questioned, why would they do that? Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure and called out, Sebury. The horse abruptly stopped. Sebury said scornfully, how did you convince him to accept your proposal? Rammer frowned and retorted, with my beautiful face, of course. But why are you here? Sebury sighed. Perhaps you don't know, but this is the Rammer family's welcoming ritual. Rammer asked, surprised, really? Sebury said dejectedly, do you really believe that? Rammer retorted angrily, do you want to get hit? Sebury said indifferently, anyway, where's Viscount Roar? She answered irritably, in the carriage. Sebury composed himself and said warmly, first impressions are important, so I'm here as the Rammer family representative. Rammer made a disgusted expression and said, drop that fake act of yours. Sebury replied brightly, have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror? Sebury knocked on the door. Excuse me, sir. Roar gently opened the door. What is it? Sebury amiably introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sebury Rammer, in charge of escorting you today. Roar shyly replied, hello, I'm Roar Arnold. Sebury gave a bright smile. It's an honor to meet such a wonderful person as Mr. Arnold. Roar replied, thank you, but you two must be brothers. You look very much alike. They both stared blankly for a moment. Immediately afterward, both said in unison, what? Rammer said angrily, I look like him? I didn't say we were siblings. Sebury was equally irritated. I look like her? Rammer snapped, you'd better let go of me. Arnold was confused. You have the same last name and hair color. Rammer glared at him. We'll dye your hair back when we get home. Sebury retorted, you're the one who should be saying that. Arnold anxiously pleaded, please don't fight. Suddenly, a pretty red dress appeared. It was Amy. She shyly asked. The carriage suddenly stopped. What happened? Rammer, seeing her, called her name. She pointed to the person beside her and said, this is my younger brother, Sebury. Amy respectfully bowed. My name is Amy, Arnold. Sebury gently patted her head and said, the Viscount's sister is also my sister, so from now on you don't need to be shy. Just call me brother. Amy happily replied, yes, brother. In her heart, Amy thought, he's so friendly, just like Miss Rammer. Rammer said scornfully, more like idiotic quick brother. Sebri snapped. Shut up. Inside the Claude mansion, a servant calmly announced, everyone is waiting inside. Roar anxiously thought, what will the Count and Countess think of us? I hope they like us. The door slowly opened. Looking at their expressions, Roar thought, they give off a kind of aura that can't be ignored. The Shield of the West, sure Claude. The Spear of the West, Lila Claude. Sure respectfully introduced himself. I am sure Claude. Lila said coldly. Lila Claude. Roar cheerfully replied, thank you for your warm welcome. I am Roar Arnold. Sure said happily, thank you very much for accepting our daughter's proposal. Amy, looking at Lila, thought, she looks just like Miss Lila. Lila inquired, and this child is? Amy's voice trembled as she spoke. I am Amy Arnold of the Arnold family. The little girl berated herself internally. I can't believe I stuttered. I need to be more perfect. My voice is hoarse too. Lila frowned and said, I heard the Viscount had a younger sister, but this isn't what I expected. Roar fearfully asked, what do you mean? Lila thought for a moment, then said, this child is... Amy was frightened, tears welling up in her eyes. Ramir, seeing the situation take a bad turn, spoke up. Mother, let these two rest. They had a long journey. She awkwardly approached her mother. If you have something to say, save it for tomorrow. Let's in here, okay? She worriedly thought, why is my mother acting like this all of a sudden? Lila's expression darkened, and she said, calm down, it's nothing serious. Roar fearfully pleaded. Countess, Amy only stuttered during the introduction because I've been too busy to teach her etiquette. Please forgive us. Lila sighed. Why is everyone acting so strange? I just want to say this child is cuter than I expected, just like a little rabbit. Lila paled at these words. She immediately called out, Mother! The wheelchair came to a stop in a small corner. Lila said affectionately, have some more. Amy replied cheerfully, thank you. Sure offered a plate of food, saying, eat slowly. If you're full, there's no need to force yourself. Roar turned to look at Ramir, who was eating, and whispered, Miss Ramir. Ramir answered, her voice startled. Yes? Roar said shyly, I misunderstood you. Thank you for protecting Amy just now. She replied cheerfully, it was nothing. Suddenly, Ramir remembered something. No, wait, isn't this a chance to gain his favor? Then she put on a cute expression. You don't need to thank me for something like that. Roar stared at her blankly for a moment. Ramir turned to look at Amy and continued naturally. I have to protect her. She's my family now. Roar stammered. Your family. Ramir thought to herself, a family bound by law. You'll be with me forever. Shur called to her, by the way, Ramir. She turned and replied, yes? Her father continued, when are you planning to hold the engagement ceremony? If you can, I think both sides should hold a ceremony tomorrow. Hearing her father say this, she remembered, oh right. Roar asked anxiously, is that a different kind of engagement? Ramir explained, you see, the Claude family has this tradition. You'll understand after tomorrow's ceremony. The next day, Roar was led to the drawing room by a maid. Ramir greeted him cheerfully, good morning, my knight. Roar asked, surprised, Miss Ramir, do you have to wear that too? Ramir laughed and said, I've covered it all up, see? What do you think? Does this style suit me? Roar looked at her, his face flushed. Her fair skin and blue hair accentuated her beauty. Roar said shyly, you look beautiful. Ramir, not quite hearing him, said, do I look a bit chubby? Roar dodged her question. Anyway, can you tell me what the engagement is like? Ramir replied, well, just then, the door suddenly opened. She continued, I'll explain as we go downstairs. Roar paused for a moment. I suppose we'll have to leave the wheelchair up here. Ramir reassured him. Don't worry, there's one down there too. Roar said shakily, but I can't go down the stairs. I'm sorry, but I'd better call someone to help. Ramir interrupted. No, I'll carry you, just like when we got out of the carriage. Roar was flustered, but that was only a short distance. Ramir gripped the armrest of the wheelchair. With an enthusiastic expression, she said, my knight, I am also a Claude knight. Roar asked, puzzled, why are you saying that now? Ramir explained, every knight in this mansion can lift 200 kilos without breaking sweat. Actually, that was a lie. Only Ramir could do it. Roar, upon hearing this, understood the situation. Claude knights are amazing. Ramir, smiling, lifted him and asked, you're not worried anymore, are you? Roar looked at her shyly, speechless. He was embarrassed, while she, emboldened, held him even tighter. Ramir suddenly realized something, thinking to herself, wait, this trip seems a bit risky. Now I understand why the male lead always has trouble controlling himself in front of the female lead. Roar's expression right now is no different from shy. Little rabbit. Ramir sighed in exasperation. This is driving me crazy. Hearing her say this, Roar said worriedly. I'm sorry, Mississippi. I must be heavy. Ramir reassured him. No, it's perfectly fine. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Roar's chest, causing her to slip. Immediately afterward, they both tumbled down the stairs. With each bounce, she let out a startled cry. After the final thud, Roar cried out, Miss Ramir, are you all right? Please wake up. Ramir stood and helped Roar into his wheelchair. I'm all right. We got down pretty fast, huh? Roar said, relieved, thank goodness. Anyway, I saw a huge cave below the manor. Ramir, rubbing her backside, explained, the first Count Claude was a bit eccentric, so he decided to leave it like that. Roar, puzzled, asked, eccentric? Ramir recalled the first Count, the founder of the Claude family, who, due to vassals' rebellions, attacks from neighboring countries, and pressure from the royal family, had to migrate frequently. He must have had a difficult life, Roar replied. Ramir answered sadly, yes, I suppose so. After being betrayed by trusted vassals, he fled to this cave. Roar wondered, after hearing his story, I understand how important his descendants are. But what does this have to do with the engagement? Ramir explained, the first Count didn't come here alone, you see. The image of a girl with platinum blonde hair, holding a cigarette, appeared in her mind. The girl said, please accept this, master. The blonde man said uncomfortably, I told you to run. Why did you come here? The girl replied, because I am your guard. The man said awkwardly, so what? I'm not a count anymore. Go. The girl gripped her sword and said, but, my master, you took in a lowly slave like me and trained me to be a knight like this. The man replied, with your talent, you would have succeeded sooner or later. I did nothing. The girl knelt and calmly said, why did you grant me my own land? The man replied, because you deserve it. The girl continued, but you haven't granted such a thing to other knights. The man, flustered and slightly angry, said, well, the girl continued, master, you're my home. So how can I leave you? Roar, intrigued, asked, and then, Ramir continued, that former slave knight became the first countess of the Claude family. Ramir revealed, that former slave knight became the first countess of the Claude family. Roar praised, the Claude family is amazing. Ramir said shyly, you're too kind. Anyway, the lake in front of us is the groundwater that the Claude couple shared to overcome the crisis. This is also where the first Count Claude decided to marry the countess. Having said that, Ramir sat down and took water from the lake. Roar wondered if he and Ramir would officially become husband and wife through this water-sharing ritual. Ramir confirmed that was indeed the case. Hearing this, Roar shyly said he would begin drinking. He performed the ritual of drinking the water without hesitation, which made Ramir blush as she looked at the handsome man. She hadn't expected Roar to be so captivating even while just drinking water. Just as she was about to ask him how the water tasted, Roar suddenly called out, Ramir. His voice trembling, he added, it's nothing. You should drink it. Ramir, wondering why Roar's face was red, looked suspiciously at the bowl, wondering if it was alcohol. Without thinking much, Ramir brought the bowl to her lips. She refreshingly drank all the water and told Roar that, considering the ritual complete, they should go up now. But Roar didn't answer. He stared at Ramir's face. His ears turned suspiciously red. Perhaps this could be called an indirect kiss, Roar said to Ramir, furiously blushing. I never thought of it that way, Ramir said, completely stunned. Seeing that he had said something quite embarrassing, Roar quickly told Ramir to forget what he had said. At that moment, Ramir finally processed what Roar had just said and felt extremely regretful. He should have told her sooner, so she could have enjoyed it more. Back at the mansion, their dinner had been served. Ramir cheerfully announced that since they had completed the first ceremony, she and Roar needed to have a meal together. She politely asked Roar if he drank alcohol. His answer was quite surprising. Yes, actually, I used to enjoy drinking. There was always alcohol on the battlefield. Roar had once merrily drunk with his comrades. Ramir also remembered a few instances of him drinking described in the novel, but she didn't know he enjoyed it. She suggested they have a drink together. The two amicably clinked glasses. Suddenly, Roar asked Ramir, does this mean we don't need to have a wedding ceremony? He wondered aloud. Ramir quickly explained to him, no, of course. We will have a wedding, probably in about a year or so. The Ramir family has a custom of holding the wedding only after the couple has lived together harmoniously for a while. Roar found this to be a rather interesting tradition. He explained that because the first countess was a former slave, most people opposed their marriage, so they had to wait a while before having a proper wedding. The main point Roar was focused on was that today he and Ramir had become engaged, but she said they were married. This made Roar even more confused since Ramir had said the wedding would be held in a few hundred days. She emphatically declared that what they did today was more important than the wedding. She and Roar had officially registered their marriage. Roar nodded in understanding, but he was also curious about what Ramir meant by register. Ramir suddenly remembered that this world didn't have the concept of marriage registration. Whether she and Roar were legally bound or something similar couldn't be clearly stated anyway. Complicating the matter would be troublesome, so Ramir and Roar drained her glass together. Now only the last ritual remained. Ramir slyly smiled to herself. By the time the two finished their meal, it was late at night. Only one wine glass remained on the table, with a few drops of wine left inside. Roar and Ramir lay in bed, tightly holding hands. Ramir, incredibly embarrassed, still had to tell Roar that the last ritual was holding hands and sleeping together. Roar didn't refuse this intimacy. However, it was more embarrassing than Ramir had imagined. She froze in place. Silence filled the room. For a long while, neither of them spoke. Then Roar asked, "Miss Ramir, are you asleep?" Receiving no response from Ramir, Roar assumed she was asleep. Of course, Ramir was still awake. She regretted missing the chance to reply. Roar called Ramir's name again. He said, "Thank you so much. Before I met you, I had almost collapsed. I thought a Roar Arnold who could no longer wield a sword was completely useless." Indeed, back then, he felt like he was sinking into a bottomless ocean with no way out. Roar confessed that he was so obsessed with finding a way to recover that he forgot about his loved ones. If it weren't for Ramir, Roar would never have realized this, not until everyone had left him one by one. Roar himself was like someone being awakened while sinking deeper. It was Ramir and her warm smile that saved him. She rescued him from the abyss of suffering, so Roar was incredibly grateful to her. Roar shyly looked at Ramir. He truly didn't know how to thank her enough. After all, Roar could only express his most sincere gratitude. Ramir was still awake. She heard everything but didn't dare to speak. In fact, Ramir was tightly biting her hand, trying to suppress her sobs. In a trembling voice, she replied, "No, I just do what I can for the people I love." Suddenly, Roar's voice fell silent. He didn't reply to Ramir. This made her wonder and sit up to check. To her surprise, Ramir found that Roar had fallen asleep. She couldn't believe he was sleeping so soundly that nothing she did could wake him up. Ramir gently lay back down, observing Roar's face. She mused, "Even in his sleep, he looks like an angel." She wished him sweet dreams, then held his hand, closing her eyes and falling asleep. The next morning, at the Claude mansion, a servant requested entry from outside the door. It was Carl. The maid wondered why Ramir was alone there. She replied that Arnold had been called away by her father. "Did anything happen last night?" Carl suddenly asked. He was really trying to find out if Ramir and Roar had consummated their marriage, but the servant didn't dare to be so direct. Carl couldn't help but bring up Ramir's engrossed reading of adult novels before the ceremony, and how she'd even expressed a desire to try some of the things described within. Ramir panicked, retorting that it was just reading. Who would actually use adult novels as a guide for their first night? However, Carl assumed Ramir was trying to learn from the novels due to her inexperience. Annoyed, Ramir pointed out that she'd learned those things. With Carl responded seriously, saying that she wasn't married yet, so Ramir shouldn't involve her in such matters. Ramir wondered what that had to do with anything. Finally, Carl guessed that it meant all Ramir and Roar did was sleep while holding hands. Ramir thought to herself, just holding hands is already a great miracle. By the way, Ramir asked Carl, after holding hands, what are Roar and I supposed to do next? Carl was truly baffled as to why Ramir, with such an innocent face, would ask such a question. Anyway, Countess Claude is looking for you, Carl informed her. Hearing that her mother was looking for her, Ramir had a bad feeling about this. Lila was currently in her study, writing a letter. Ramir entered and asked, "Mother, what do you need me for?" "It's nothing serious, is it?" Lila said. As soon as Ramir entered, she noticed the piles of letters on her mother's desk and curiously inquired about them. Lila explained that they contained news about Ramir's marriage vows. Ramir immediately asked to whom her mother was sending them. "Obviously to our vassals," Lila replied. Ramir responded that she understood, adding that she didn't really care much, which piqued Lila's curiosity, as Ramir seemed remarkably comfortable with the situation. Lila inquired, "You've never cared about dating, let alone the household, but you suddenly got married. What do you think the vassals will think of your marriage?" Ramir said indifferently, "They might say it was a surprise." She even wondered if the vassals would send wedding gifts. which made Lila exhale in exasperation at her daughter's naivete. Seeing Ramir taking the matter so lightly, Lila explained, "First of all, they'll want to know more about your husband, since the Count is from outside the city. Like me, the vassals may not welcome that child. I'm mentioning this now, but when I first came here, I faced a lot of difficulties," Lila confided in Ramir, who wondered if this was shortly after her mother had joined the Claude family. This incident happened in the Claude family 25 years ago. The vassals' daughters visited Lila, and it was a complete mess. Initially, they said we should have a tea party. At that time, Lila was still young and thought it was simply a welcoming event, so she was very excited. Lila didn't know the true faces of those young ladies, how mean they really were. They actually wanted to make things difficult for Lila. Teacups were thrown, swords were drawn. Ramir found it hard to believe they dared to draw their swords in front of the Countess. Then the table was flipped over. "Wait," Ramir suddenly exclaimed. "What right did they have to act so violently? Which family threw things?" But the answer was beyond Ramir's expectations. Lila calmly said, "Me." Lila was also the one who drew her sword in front of the young ladies. Ramir was now completely shocked. When Lila drew her sword and kicked the table, they fell silent. They probably thought Lila was an easy target, but the truth was completely the opposite. It turned out that those young ladies had been forced to visit Lila by their parents. Lila told Ramir, "You should have seen your father's face when he came running. When he saw the mess, he thought something terrible had happened. Back then, Shur had panicked and run to find Lila. He hastily asked, 'I heard a loud noise, are you all right?' But as he saw Lila grabbing a young lady by the collar, Shur suddenly fell silent. Seeing that something was definitely wrong, but his beloved wife was unharmed, Shur chuckled, walked to the door, and told Lila she could continue. His expression back then was so cute, Lila thought, while Ramir was speechless at her parents. After that, none of the vassals dared speak ill of Lila. Now you understand, right? You should convey this to Roar and tell him to prepare himself mentally for the upcoming tea party, Lila reminded Ramir. Ramir obeyed her mother and told Roar everything. "So, some people will visit you soon, so please prepare yourself mentally for the tea party." "Lord Roar, did you hear what I said?" Ramir asked, but he seemed to be in a daze. When he heard Ramir repeatedly calling him, Roar came to his senses. "I apologize, Lady Ramir. What did you just say?" "You should prepare yourself mentally for the tea party," Ramir repeated. Seeing Roar's unusual behavior, Ramir worriedly asked, "Lord Roar, is something the matter? You've had a gloomy expression ever since you returned." As expected, everything was too sudden, wasn't it? Ramir asked Roar, remembering reading something about high society in a novel. Roar said it wasn't like that, but seeing his hesitation, Ramir wondered. "But," Roar said, "it's nothing." Roar's sad expression caused a pang of pain in Ramir's heart. She suddenly took Roar's hand. "Before, I wouldn't have asked further, because we weren't family, but now it's different," Ramir said sincerely. "Because we're husband and wife now." Roar hadn't expected to be comforted so gently by Ramir. He said, "To be honest, I'm more scared than uncomfortable. Actually, I've had conflicts with other nobles in the past," Roar explained, and began to recount a story from one particular evening. Roar walked alone to a mansion. He thought to himself, this place is truly big and luxurious. He felt that perhaps he shouldn't have come, having heard that only nobles were invited. But this was the first party Roar had ever been invited to, so he had to attend. Moreover, unless there was a good reason, if Roar refused, the host of the invitation wouldn't be happy. Viscount Rosen had told Roar as much. "Viscount Arnold, you've arrived," a cheerful voice greeted Roar. The man introduced himself. "I'm Kik. You're really as handsome as the rumors say." Kik didn't hesitate to praise Roar's beauty, making him shy and embarrassed to accept the compliment. Roar said, "Thank you for inviting me, Count Kik." The other man politely replied, "I should thank you for accepting." Kik told Roar to quickly come inside. Inside the mansion's magnificent hall, there were many people. Roar felt a little nervous. Suddenly, Kik offered Roar a glass of wine. He didn't refuse and accepted it. Kik said, "Good. I know quite a few knights don't like drinking. Certainly some people are like that, but I think most knights like to drink," Roar replied. He explained that when experiencing survival on the battlefield, relying on alcohol was understandable. Kik was surprised and said he understood. "So, are soldiers on the battlefield provided with alcohol?" Kik wondered. Roar replied that was normally the case, but recently it had been a bit difficult. Kik regretfully and sympathetically sighed, saying, "That's too bad. They can't drink when they want to." Roar was surprised by Kik's attitude toward the soldiers. Suddenly, another man came forward to greet Count Kid. Roar silently observed the people continuously approaching Kid. Perhaps I should leave him alone, Roar thought, wanting to slip away to another place so as not to disturb Kid. At that moment, Kid suddenly introduced him. This is the hero who led us to victory in the recent war. Viscount Roar Arnold. Roar startled. He quickly adjusted his posture and politely bowed to everyone. Each person took turns praising him. You're a hero of the battlefield. It's an honor to meet you like this. Roar felt flattered and surprised by their kindness. Everyone in the banquet hall raised their glasses to welcome Roar. He seemed to have gained a different perspective. He'd heard that nobles cared a great deal about lineage, but perhaps that was a misunderstanding. Suddenly, a waiter approached, calling Count Kik. He whispered something in Kik's ear. Immediately afterward, Kik announced, "It seems I must apologize for a moment. I'll be right back." After Kik left, the people standing near Roar gradually dispersed, prompting him to exclaim, "Count Kik's influence is truly great." But contrary to his initial thought, Roar felt this was actually quite good. Should I go to the balcony to clear my head? He wondered. Roar decided to temporarily leave the bustling center of the party and step out onto the balcony. He wanted to get away from the mansion's bustling center. He immediately felt comfortable as he enjoyed the breeze. He wondered, why do people drink so fast? Suddenly, Roar heard people talking. The voices seemed to be coming from upstairs. As Roar curiously looked up, a contemptuous voice drifted down. Why would Count Kik invite a lowly knight? Is he his new pet? Perhaps he's here for display. Count Kik always enjoys that sort of thing. A man sneered. The person beside him added, "Even so, I had to shake hands with a commoner." How disgusting, a commoner knight. Are they talking about me? Roar wondered. The woman who had earlier toasted him said, "But he looks quite handsome." Another man disagreed. Handsome or not, inside he's still a rude commoner. They joked about Roar's background. Who knows? Maybe he was a slave before, or perhaps he's a bastard child. Roar hadn't expected them to be merely pretending to be happy with him. So they really thought that way. He felt deeply hurt. He decided he should go home. He immediately turned and left the balcony. Roar went inside to find someone and said, "I need to speak with Count Kik." He then followed the directions given and found the Count in the left corridor. "I'll tell him I'm leaving because I'm not feeling well," Roar thought, devising a reason. What's he doing here again? Roar recognized the voice as Kik's. The Count was angrily talking to someone. Why is he asking me to pay for his treatment? Another person explained, he was injured while protecting you. A knight demanding his master pay for his broken arm? Tell him if he comes begging for money over such trivial matters, I won't let it go. Kik shouted angrily. This person, and the one before, truly couldn't make Roar believe they were the same man. Roar hadn't expected Kik to treat his protector this way. He finally understood. All nobles are the same. Then he left. Walking out of the mansion hall, Roar paused, turning to look at the splendid building. He knew this wasn't the place he belonged. Having heard everything, Ramir also knew the novel mentioned this. So this was why Roar was so worried when he first came to the Claude family estate. Ramir suddenly asked, "What about me, Lord Roar? Aren't you afraid I might have the same thoughts about you?" On the contrary, Roar said he trusted Ramir very much. Hearing this, Ramir felt happy and relieved. "Why do you trust me?" Ramir excitedly took Roar's hand. He stammered, "Because you helped me when I was at my most desperate. So you trust anyone who helps you?" Ramir wondered. Roar immediately denied it. When someone needs help, most people ignore them rather than lending a hand. Ramir wondered how many bad people Roar had encountered so far. Ramir said, "Anyway, you should trust that the people who visit you later are as trustworthy as I am, like Chris or Jake. The Claude family, even though they can be annoying sometimes. Some people are always complaining, but most of them are good people. I'm a good judge of character. I don't make friends with weirdos." Ramir told Roar confidently. She didn't want to force him, as she would always be by his side. Roar was momentarily stunned. He suddenly tightened their clasped hands. "You don't have to do that," Roar said shyly. Ramir was also surprised by Roar's sudden boldness. "I'll try my best not to be a burden to the Claude family," Roar added. Ramir was happy. She also thought, Roar's in a good mood now, so maybe they could. Suddenly, Roar, noticing their hands intertwined, exclaimed. He hurriedly apologized, as he had unconsciously done so. Even holding hands makes him react like this. How can we make any progress? Ramir really needed help. She thought she needed Carl's expert advice. Thinking of what to do, Ramir told Roar, "I need to ask Carl something, so I should probably go." Ramir immediately walked out of the room, leaving Roar alone. He forlornly wondered, did Ramir hurry away because of me? Looking at the closed door, Roar felt she must have been surprised. If someone suddenly held their hand like that, anyone would be upset. She must be angry because I acted rudely. Roar couldn't hide his bitter expression. He clenched his hand, wondering, but why did I feel disappointed at that moment? I wanted to tightly hold her hand. How could I think such shameful things? Roar suddenly came to his senses. Sitting here and blaming myself won't change anything. So I have to think about what I need to do next. Roar shook his head, regaining his composure. First, that tea party is a social event. People come there to chat with each other. I'm not very good at talking. Can I do well? What if I make a mistake in front of all the guests? Roar worried. Roar determined. I will try my best not to be a burden to the Claude family. He felt he should try his best, instead of worrying about everything. To win a battle, I need to understand my enemy. I need to find someone who can provide information about other young nobles. Roar decided to do so. Someone was turning the Claude mansion upside down. Someone is plotting something evil against Viscount Arnold, Ramir aggressively told Sebri. Even if it's just a hunch, I'm sure they want to see Viscount Arnold fall. Sebri wondered, why are you suddenly mentioning this? Ramir affirmed, I'm not kidding. The Viscount is really in danger. Just like we never thought the Claude family would be in danger, but we never know what will happen. I want to discuss options, so we can be prepared just in case, Ramir explained. A group of people wanting to see his brother-in-law fall was indeed something Sebri needed to think about. What kind of person would dare touch the Empire's hero? Anyway, Sebri suddenly looked up at Ramir. She was still chattering. Is there any sure way to suppress those people? Sebri gasped. But whoever they are, I think the Viscount will be fine, because my sister is always by his side. She's so strong that anyone who faces her feels inferior. Sebri thought. She's like a monster, resting her sword on her shoulder, laughing at the losers after defeating them. So Sebri was sure she could handle everything. Suddenly, someone announced that Viscount Arnold had come to see Sebri. He hadn't expected, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Sebri coughed, telling the person to let Roar in. Roar arrived, politely asking Sebri if he had time. He firmly stated, I came because I need to talk to you about something. This halting sentence made Sebri curious about what his brother-in-law wanted to ask. After listening to Roar's wishes, Sebri quickly began explaining the intricacies of noble society. Lord Lien is quite the history buff, you see. Roar listened intently, taking notes as Sebri spoke. He sincerely thanked Sebri for the valuable information. Don't hesitate to ask anything. We're family, and family should help each other, Sebri replied cheerfully, even going so far as to call Roar brother. Roar wondered if Sebri truly acknowledged him as part of the Claude family. The word brother seemed to suggest as much. Sebri continued honestly, you needn't prepare so much. It's just a small social interaction, so there's no need to be so nervous. But Roar responded, I don't want to do anything that would damage the Claude family's honor. Sebri thought to himself, their mother pretty much destroyed that back in her day. Roar also wanted to add, thank you for taking such good care of Amy. Of course, I should take care of her. I'm her second older brother, Sebri replied proudly. Roar was puzzled. Second older brother? Well, since you're my brother, Amy is my younger sister too. So, I'm her second older brother, Sebri explained, as if it were perfectly logical. However, Roar felt that something wasn't quite right about that reasoning. Sebri continued, anyway, no need to thank me for this. You know, I've always dreamed of having a good brother-sister relationship. Roar was confused. Didn't Sebri already have Ramir? Hearing Roar's innocent words, Sebri was momentarily speechless. She's not a sister. She's more like a stranger. Sebri seriously corrected Roar's misunderstanding, then immediately realized he might have misspoken. What I meant was, there's nothing stranger than having only one sister. But Roar countered, I'm sure you just said she's like a stranger. Sebri, sweating slightly, made excuses. Ramir can feel like a stranger sometimes. That's what I meant. Roar thought to himself, indeed, both sisters are quite interesting, and chuckled softly. Now that he remembered, Roar wondered aloud. What has Amy been doing since she arrived? She hardly ever leaves her room. Sebri guessed. She's probably taking a nap. Children sleep a lot, you know. But Roar thought she wasn't that young. Meanwhile, in Amy's room, the young girl was nervously pacing back and forth. Amy was in a terrible mood, unsure of what to do. The most pressing issue right now was deciding who to have dinner with tonight. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was Carl. Amy excitedly ran to open it. Carl remarked, it seems the young lady was waiting for me. Carl inquired, has Milady decided who she will have dinner with? Amy was embarrassed and worried, as she hadn't made up her mind yet. Seeing the young girl's predicament, Carl offered a suggestion. I heard Milady had dinner with Master Sebri yesterday. How about having dinner with the Count and Countess tonight? Moreover, Amy hasn't dined with them yet, and they're very much looking forward to it. Or would you be uncomfortable eating with the Count and Countess? Carl wondered. Amy immediately denied any discomfort, so Carl asked why she had initially refused. I was worried they might find me annoying, Amy confessed, her voice laced with fear. Therefore, she said, I think it's best if I eat alone today. Suddenly, Roar and Sebury arrived at Amy's room, intending to have dinner with her. Carl apologized, stating frankly, but you had dinner with Miss Amy yesterday, so you could have dinner with Count Arnold. But Miss Amy is unavailable today. Carl firmly interrupted Sebury. Hearing this, Sebury immediately displayed an expression identical to Ramir's, their characteristic annoyed face. Anyway, Miss Amy will be having dinner with the Count today, correct? Carl asked, seeking Amy's confirmation. Sebury knew this was Carl's doing. He could tell someone had put the maid up to it. Questioning Carl would be pointless, so Sebury immediately asked Amy, are you really having dinner with our parents tonight? Contrary to Sebury's expectations, Amy tried to avoid his gaze, answering, yes. But Sebury didn't give up. Then the three of us can go there together, he suggested. And so, the three of them made their way to see Count Claude and his wife. Sebury, with an air of casual familiarity, instructed the guard, inform my parents that we've arrived for dinner. Right away, miss, the guard replied. Roar, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes, turned to Sebury. Are you sure they won't mind us just showing up? Amy, too, looked apprehensive, her eyes brimming with a hint of fear. Sebury, ever buoyant, reassured them with a bright smile. Don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine. Just then, the guard reappeared. His announcement struck Sebury like a bolt of lightning. Countess Lila requests Sebury's return. To be more precise, the guard clarified, a touch apologetically. Countess Lila requests Sebury's departure. Only Roar and Amy may enter. The unexpected turn of events left all three stunned. Fighting back tears, Sebury forced a smile, urging Roar and Amy not to worry about him. Just go in, he insisted, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. Knowing he couldn't defy the Countess, Roar bid Sebury a hasty farewell and stepped inside. As the doors closed before him, Sebury's heart sank. A wave of desolation washed over him. I'm their child, aren't I? He asked the guard, his voice laced with bewilderment and hurt. Why am I the only one who can't go in? Meanwhile, Rammer sought out Carl. If you have a moment, I need your assistance, she stated directly, her tone suggesting a matter of some importance. Carl's response was laced with gentle reproach. Have you forgotten about Count Rosen? He's been waiting for quite some time. Judging by his appearance, I'd wager he's been here since the night you arrived. How could you keep him waiting this long and then forget about him entirely? He leaned in closer, his voice softening. Ramir, flustered, offered a hasty excuse. I was planning to see him today, she mumbled, turning to leave, only to head in the wrong direction. With a pleading look, she coaxed Carl into pointing her the right way. Determined not to keep Count Rosen waiting any longer, Ramir hurried towards him. I apologize for the delay, she said, her voice contrite. I've been rather preoccupied. To her relief, he didn't seem offended. I've been acquiring some items for my research at the Claude Market, Rosen explained. I must say, it rivals even the capital, perhaps surpasses it. We've also received some goods brought in by the werewolf hunters, and we visited several neighboring countries. He continued, his voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. During the monster hunting season, you can easily find magic stones here as well. You require magic stones? Ramir inquired, her thoughts immediately turning to Roar. It's merely a hypothesis at this point, Rosen admitted, but I believe magic stones could be crucial to Viscount Arnold's recovery. His conviction was evident, prompting Ramir to offer her assistance. Then I can provide you with the quantity you need. Rosen looked puzzled. But didn't you say magic stones are only traded during the hunting season? Ramir explained. The Claude family distributes the stones in the market. I suspect they might still have some in their storehouse. Rosen's surprise was palpable. Magic stones were incredibly difficult to come by in the capital. The surge in demand made acquiring them at a reasonable price nearly impossible. Why has the demand for magic stones increased? Ramir wondered aloud. Is there some unusual trend, Count Rosen? Overwhelmed with gratitude, Rosen realized that without Ramir's help, he would have depleted his entire fortune trying to acquire the stones. Suddenly, Ramir presented him with a ring. Use this instead of your own funds. Knowing the exorbitant costs associated with equipping a laboratory, Ramir was certain Rosen would need to purchase additional materials. Indeed, he agreed, still perplexed by the offered ring. It was a Claude family heirloom, not something to be given lightly. With that ring, Rosen could acquire anything he desired within Claude territory. He was speechless. Overcome with gratitude, Rosen rose and bowed deeply to Ramir. It was the least she could do for someone who had dedicated so much effort to Roar's well-being. But Rosen had something to show Ramir, a scroll. "What is this?" Ramir inquired, her curiosity piqued. Rosen's tone turned serious. "Ramir, you and Viscount Arnold are now husband and wife. There are things you need to know." When she saw this, Ramir thought, how could I possibly understand Rosen's research? However, it was Roll Arnold's medical record. Day 1, after the patient's aura disappeared, his legs became numb. Day 3, the patient complained of pain, but the pain soon subsided. Day 7, the patient's muscle has been maintained until now. However, due to his emotional state, the patient refused to eat or drink. I am worried about his future recovery, the record stated. In fact, Ramir had read all of this in the novel, but seeing it like this in person really, suddenly, she noticed something was amiss and spoke up. "This part is strange." Reading the words, Ramir could hardly believe it. The Count lost some memories of the time when his aura exploded. Count Rosen also said he didn't remember what happened that day. Fortunately, he still remembers things related to himself and his acquaintances. Hearing this, Ramir suddenly understood everything. The attacks on Baron Dallas and Viscount Rosen, those strange people who concealed themselves, and Roll's lost memories. These things were never mentioned in the original novel. Ramir had thought life here would be easy because she knew the contents of the original novel, but in reality, she knew nothing about the things not written in the novel. Ramir wasn't sure if the author had other intentions, or if the author simply omitted that detail on purpose. Come to think of it, that wasn't an important question right now. The Claude family was never mentioned in the story either, so Ramir just needed to make sure Roll would have a happy ending and wouldn't fall into despair. However, she was still worried about one thing. If Ramir hadn't happened to regain her past life memories, Roll might be living and suffering now, just like the plot of the original novel. The next morning, Ramir went to greet Roll. He immediately led her into the room. Ramir couldn't help but feel awkward because they hadn't been able to have dinner together yesterday. Therefore, she invited Roll to have breakfast together. Roll immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Ramir saw the piles of books on the table and asked curiously, "What did you read this morning?" "History, medicine, and this what is written on it." Roll smiled and said, "It's a book written in an ancient language." Ramir was extremely shocked. "Why are you reading this?" The reason Roll was reading it was to greet the guests who would be visiting the Claude family. So Roll had been studying topics they might be interested in. This, Ramir was a little surprised, which made Roll feel embarrassed. He hesitated and said, "Actually, I'm not very good at socializing, so I thought if I prepare beforehand, I could do better." After saying that, Roll still felt a little worried. Ramir was both surprised and concerned. "Did you stay up all night reading this?" This made Roll confused, not knowing how to answer. Ramir suddenly said in a serious tone, "You shouldn't lie." At this, Roll admitted, "I took a short nap. I know I'm pushing myself too hard." But this tea party was like a mission to Roll, and he hadn't done anything in a long time. Therefore, Roll hoped to succeed this time. Ramir suddenly thought, "It's my fault. I didn't realize Roll cared so much about this. I guess there's no other way." So, Ramir offered to help Roll, because it would be difficult for him to find the books he needed among all these books by himself. Although Roll refused, Ramir still enthusiastically helped him, because Ramir was a member of this family, and his wife, she would help him. Faced with Ramir's sincere words, Roll couldn't help but feel that it was right, and it was hard to refuse. From then on, the two began their search for crucial information together. Ramir thoughtfully prepared every meal for Roll, her touch gentle and warming. As time wore on, Ramir's energy began to wane. Darkness crept across the sky. Glancing up, Roll suddenly realized Ramir had fallen asleep. At some point, her face had settled into a peaceful expression, but her snores were loud and clear, making Roll chuckle quietly to himself. She must be exhausted, he thought. He resolved to finish the task before Ramir awoke. And so, Roll quietly continued reading. Occasionally, his gaze would drift involuntarily towards the sleeping Ramir. Just then, Ramir's eyes fluttered open. A little embarrassed, Roll turned away. Ramir blinked, momentarily disoriented. "How long have I been asleep?" she blurted out. "Viscount Roll," then saw that Roll, too, seemed to have just woken up. Feigning candor, Roll admitted, "Actually, I think I dozed off as well." Ramir was relieved. She wasn't the only one. She didn't dwell on it, and her easy acceptance made Roll smile. "She's so cute," he thought. Tilting her head, Ramir surveyed the stack of documents before them. It seemed Roll was almost finished. Casually, Roll asked Ramir, "Is there anything I should be aware of?" Ramir thought for a moment. "No one's really that outstanding," she said. Anyone who dared to be disrespectful to Roll would face the wrath of Ramir's fists. In short, she would see who dared to treat Roll poorly and deal with anyone who tried to cause trouble. Meanwhile, outside, a guest was making their way to the Claude family estate. It had been a long time since he had returned. Finally, the guests were gathered. A servant entered, carefully announcing, "Lord Roll Anion has arrived." His figure stepped into the room, truly surprising them. Lord Roll was a remarkably handsome count. The guests there had assumed he would be incredibly burly, given his reputation as a war hero. But what was with this dazzling appearance? They all shared the same unspoken question. Doesn't everyone look different than we imagined? Carlos, however, found it perfectly normal. Suddenly, the servant's voice rang out, prompting the guests. They immediately greeted Lord Roll and introduced themselves. The one with pink hair was named Tyne, and the one with golden hair was Woman. Roll, in turn, introduced himself. "I am Lady Ramir's husband, Roll Anion. I hope we can all get along." The guests couldn't help but be charmed by his friendly attitude and warm demeanor. Roll had even thoughtfully prepared special gifts for each guest, a heartfelt gesture of welcome. Woman was a little surprised, but quickly accepted, thanking Roll. As everyone realized the gifts were different sizes, their curiosity grew. Unable to contain their excitement, they began to open them. As Woman lifted the lid, he saw something shimmering inside. He could hardly believe his eyes. It was the book Woman had been desperately searching for over the past 3 years. "How did you get this?" he asked. With his usual calmness, Roll replied, "It was mine, but I thought you needed it more than I do." Woman was deeply moved. "Just like that, you gave me something so precious." Seeing this, Roll secretly guessed that today was going well. However, amidst this warm gathering, Roll had a slight concern. Why isn't that man over there saying anything? His silence, coupled with his striking and dignified appearance, made it impossible for Roll to ignore him. If that was Carlos of the Myram family, then he was a man who loved swordsmanship. Roll addressed him, "Carlos," and attempted to start a conversation. "I heard you're quite fond of swordsmanship," Carlos replied, but his expression remained melancholic. Then, he said nothing more. So Roll tentatively asked, "Have I offended you in any way?" Carlos replied, "No, I just feel a little dizzy. May I go for a walk?" Roll quickly said, "Please, feel free." Watching Carlos's pale face, Roll guessed his pensive mood was due to illness. "Perhaps I should have someone fetch him some medicine." At that moment, Tyne suddenly said to Roll with a laugh, "You don't have to worry about Carlos. He often gets sick because of those freight wagons." But Woman thought differently. "I'm sure that's not a sign of illness. I'm sure it has something to do with Miss Ramir." After she finished speaking, Tyne was startled, astonished by Woman's deduction. However, Woman didn't retract her words, but stubbornly continued, "Lord Roll, Arnold, needs to know." Hearing this, Roll couldn't help but become curious. "What do you mean?" "The fact is, a few years ago, whenever he was summoned, Carlos would visit Miss Ramir. He even came to the Claude mansion alone, and he brought a lot of gifts. He bought enough gifts for the entire mansion, not just for Miss Ramir." Tyne suddenly exclaimed with certainty, "I'm sure he wanted Miss Ramir to notice him." After he finished speaking, no one could handle Tyne's unexpected confession. Roll smirked. "Is that so?" Tyne, now worried, hurriedly apologized to Roll. "But I think you should know, I didn't mean any harm." Roll smiled and told him, "Don't worry, I'm glad you told me." And so, the gathering continued until dusk, when Roll bid them farewell, promising to see them again at the dinner party that evening. Alone in the quiet room, Roll's emotions were in turmoil. Miss Ramir had never told Roll about Master Carlos. He was handsome and highly skilled in swordsmanship. Moreover, he was the heir to the Count's family. Compared to Carlos, Roll felt useless, possessing nothing. But then Roll thought again, "No, I shouldn't jump to conclusions based on my own thoughts. There must be a reason why she didn't tell me." At this moment, Roll was extremely curious. What is the relationship between Miss Ramir and Master Carlos? Roll constantly reminded himself. I shouldn't doubt her. If they had any special relationship, she wouldn't have proposed to me first. Just then, Roll looked out the window and saw Carlos standing outside, holding something in his hand. I can't believe it. Is that a ring? Roll couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Scene change. Dinner time. Everything was meticulously prepared. The guests from the afternoon tea party had also returned, but Woman quickly realized, it seems Carlos hasn't come for dinner yet. Tyne panicked. That's right. He almost ruined my mood. If we hadn't mentioned Miss Ramir, everything would have been perfect. Lord Roll Arnold seems a little uneasy too, doesn't he? Woman said, fortunately, he doesn't feel offended yet. Suddenly, Ramir appeared from behind and asked, Lord Roll Arnold feels upset? This startled both of them, throwing them into a panic. Ramir immediately questioned them. What did you say to upset Lord Roll Arnold? She also threatened them to tell her everything. Tyne fearfully recounted, Carlos. I told him about Carlos. That Carlos always visits Mississippi. Hearing this, Ramir thought to herself, so that's why he's feeling uneasy. Wait, could it be jealousy? But there's nothing to be jealous of. Lord Roll Arnold seems to have misunderstood, but Tyne firmly asserted, Carlos loves you, Miss Ramir. This bewildered her. What an absurd and ridiculous story you've told. Tyne frantically explained. When the two of you are together, Carlos always looks only at Mississippi. But Ramir couldn't believe it. We only talked about swordsmanship and food. Tyne added, and every time he comes here, he buys a lot of gifts. Ramir herself could relate to that, but then she chuckled. No, there's nothing between them. Tyne still believed he was right. No, what do you mean there's nothing? If you don't believe me, I'll tell you what happened today. Lord Roll-Anion held a tea party and was very attentive to our needs, but Carlos remained silent and aloof. I bet he was distracted when he heard about Miss Ramir's engagement. I'm not making this up. You have to believe me. After hearing these words, Ramir pondered for a moment, then abruptly left. I'll ask him directly. Tyne and the woman were instantly filled with dread. I thought I was about to meet my ancestors. I thought we were going to be punished again today. Miss Ramir has become even more generous after her marriage. Ramir went straight to Carlos's room and called for him to come out. Carlos appeared immediately, but Ramir was suddenly struck by a thought. Have you been crying? At that moment, a wave of panic washed over Ramir. Could he actually like me? That would be strange. Suddenly, Carlos's demeanor shifted, becoming cheerful as he asked her why she had come to see him. Ramir spoke earnestly. Do you like me? Carlos was utterly surprised. Ramir explained, I'm just asking in case you like me. But seeing Carlos's puzzled expression, Ramir's panic intensified. Why is he reacting like this? Is it true? I'm sorry, but you shouldn't like me. It's too bad. You're not my type. Besides, I'm already married to Roll-Anion. Suddenly, Carlos exclaimed, Miss Ramir, why would you say something so far-fetched? How could I possibly like you? You're not my type either. At this, Ramir's indignation flared. How dare that guy talk such nonsense to me? I'll teach that scoundrel Tyne a lesson. Ramir quickly summarized everything for Carlos. Upon hearing her account, he hastily reached for his sword, but Ramir stopped him. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Ramir also wanted to know something. Then why were you crying, leading everyone to misunderstand? Carlos hurriedly explained, that's a personal matter. I don't want to talk about it. Then, if you don't mind, unexpectedly, Carlos was pulled back by Miss Ramir. First, you should clear up the misunderstanding with Lord Roll-Anion. I think he misunderstood our relationship because of Tyne. He misunderstood. Just then, Carlos realized that Lord Roll was also present. Unfortunately, Roll arrived at the same time as Miss Ramir and overheard their conversation. Carlos immediately corrected the rumor. Lord Roll-Anion, I swear, there's nothing between Miss Ramir and me. We're not like that. But Roll was still concerned about Carlos. I came to ask you about the ring you were intently looking at on the rooftop. Carlos blushed and said, that's a personal matter, and I don't think this is the right time to talk about it. However, Roll was still slightly worried. That wasn't for Miss Ramir, was it? Did I misunderstand you? This situation made Carlos a little awkward. Actually, the ring belongs to someone else. I really don't want to talk about this. Afterward, Carlos excused himself to take a walk. He bowed to Lord Roll and left the table. The air outside was refreshing. Although everything around him was peaceful, Carlos seemed to be searching for something. Just then, light footsteps approached from behind. It was Amy. She came over and asked, are you looking for something? Carlos, still unsure of her identity, asked, who are you? Amy politely curtsied. I'm Lord Roll and Ian's younger sister. Is there anything you need? Carlos said cheerfully. I'm looking for someone to deliver something. Hearing this, Amy became excited. If you tell me their name, I'll help you find them. Looking at her pouting face, Carlos hesitated for a moment. Then, he gave Amy an item and told her, please deliver this to that person. That's the name of the person I want you to deliver this to. Can you do it? Of course, I know everyone very well. I'll deliver it to them. With that, Amy hurried away. But in reality, Carlos had given her a different item. The important thing is, he still carried it with him. Carlos still secretly believed that person would come, didn't he? The master he wanted to give the ring to. Carlos told himself he wouldn't hide anymore. Roll witnessed everything that happened that afternoon. Carlos waited there for a long time. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Finally, Carl appeared. Carlos couldn't help but be moved. He suddenly hugged Carl tightly with sweet intimacy. But Carl was a little embarrassed. Why are you suddenly hugging me like this? What if someone sees us? It's dangerous here. Let's go somewhere safer. That night, the two had an intimate conversation. By the way, Carl suddenly wondered, I thought we would only meet on my days off. That's right, but opportunities like this are rare. However, Carl couldn't help but worry. If we keep meeting like this, we'll get caught. I didn't inform Miss Ramier before I came out. Afterward, Carlos hurriedly put the ring on Carl's ring finger. Both were extremely happy. However, Carl felt the ring was a bit sudden. Then Carlos held Carl's hand. I'm not asking you to marry me or get engaged to me right now, but please accept this. I'm asking you this. Carlos suddenly became embarrassed and said, even if you ask me to take it off, I won't. Hearing this, Carlos felt much more relieved. Afterward, Carlos also confessed to Ramier. Of course, I came here for Carl, and the pile of gift Carlos bought was because he could give them to Carl, who was a member of this mansion. Hearing this, Ramier was surprised. When did Carl start seeing this person? But if she didn't tell me, that means... Ramier immediately instructed Carlos. You're keeping it a secret because your parents wouldn't approve of this, right? Have you told your father? As expected, Carlos hadn't told him yet, but he would tell him after he returned home. Ramier still felt uneasy, and she asked, so, if you don't get your family's approval, will you break up with Carl? Carlos quickly affirmed, even if I have to leave home, I will live with Carl. This made Ramier extremely surprised. But then where will you live? Do you have any plans? Ramier didn't expect Carlos to be so reckless and irresponsible. If they eloped like that, love alone wouldn't guarantee a happy life. She did not understand their situation. But Carlos was the only son of a count, and Carl was a fallen noble who had sold his title. The nobles would definitely oppose their marriage. Seeing Ramier lost in thought, Roll calmed her down. I believe Master Carlos has his own difficulties, but Ramier believed that if his situation caused Carl to suffer, he should break up with Carl. Hearing this, Roll was also surprised. Ramier tried to persuade Carlos. Think carefully. If you don't have a clear plan, what will you do when everything in your family is messed up? Will you abandon Carl and return to your family? So Ramier advised Carlos, while I'm still talking nicely, break up with Carl. Hearing this, Carlos suddenly burst into tears. It's not easy being the bad guy. Seeing this, Ramier comforted him. Don't cry. You have to think of a way to convince your family first. You may not know this. If you lie down on the ground and flail around, they might allow it. However, Carlos was perhaps too desperate, and he thought he didn't have to do that. Ramier immediately exclaimed, the point is, you need to do something. Anything. If you're just stuck here in fear, you can't do anything. At this moment, Carlos smiled. I understand. Thank you for understanding me. I will definitely follow your advice and come up with a suitable plan first. After the conversation ended, Ramier and Viscount Roll returned to their respective rooms. Suddenly, Ramier stopped, which made Roll wonder, what's wrong? It's nothing, really nothing. I was a bit harsh with you just now. Ramier was also worried that this would make Roll uncomfortable, but he immediately said, it's all right, you know them better than I do. I should have left at that time. Count Arnold, do you also think Carlos likes me? Why didn't you ask me first? Roll hesitated. I don't know why I did that either. But deep down, he knew it might be because he was afraid to hear it from her. Suddenly, Ramier said in a low voice, there's something I want to tell you. It's not bragging, but I haven't dated anyone before, so you don't have to worry. I'm sure no one likes me in a romantic way, even in the future. You don't have to worry about this. Hearing this, Roll felt much more relieved. Ramier wanted to go back to her room, but Roll said, no, I'm sure someone likes you. Miss Ramier, you're strong, confident, and beautiful. I'm sure someone admires you, because I know you're a very kind person. At this moment, Rammer was both shocked and surprised. What is he saying? Is this a confession? Roll quickly denied it, shaking his head repeatedly. So Rammer also had to rethink. Impossible. He just wanted to say I'm a good person. After that, she thanked him for the compliment. Suddenly, Ramir thought to herself, if another man had said this, she might have thought it was a confession. Arriving at Roll's door, Rammer stopped and told him. Suddenly, she thought this might be a new opportunity. Rammer wondered if she should ask him if she could continue their conversation in his room, but she then decided not to. Roll looked tired, so she would visit him tomorrow. Both of them thought they should stop there. Truly a spiritually connected couple, because preparing for the tea party had already overwhelmed them. They both felt exhaustion creeping into their bodies. Therefore, Ramir and Roll agreed to meet at breakfast tomorrow. After that, Ramir left. Roll felt a bit regretful at this moment. Ramir felt the same way. I want to share a bedroom. The scene shifts to the next day. Ramir excitedly went to visit Roll. As soon as the door opened, Roll greeted Miss Ramir. She immediately guessed that the Count, Olin Rosen, was also here, and the reason he was here was for Roll's regular health checkup. Rammer asked, is it okay for me to stay here? Of course, Roll wouldn't mind. Seeing what Roll was holding in his hand, Rammer couldn't help but feel curious. At that time, Roll had just finished his checkup. However, unfortunately, there was still no answer or response. Ramir immediately realized that Roll was disappointed. He had been looking forward to it. In the main storyline, he fully recovered his aura after becoming a tyrannical and ruthless dictator. But that wasn't a good way. He would lose a lot, and that wasn't good at all. There must be a better way. A better way. Meanwhile, Rosen continued to examine Roll. Have you had trouble sleeping lately? Roll replied that he hadn't, but he seemed to be hiding something. After checking the results, Rosen happily announced, you look much healthier now than when you were living in the capital. This is a great improvement. Rammer was thrilled to hear this. That's good news. This is Count Anan. Roll was also happy. This is all thanks to you, Miss Rammer. Please, I didn't do anything. Rosen quickly countered, Count Anan's living environment has improved a lot, which has a great impact on his health. You should be proud, Mississippi. Thanks to her, Rosen could focus on his research without any worries. However, no one knew what happened last night, and Roll didn't want to tell them. Actually, that night, Roll was lying in his room. Since all the misunderstandings with Carlos had been resolved, Roll thought he would sleep well tonight. But unfortunately, Roll woke up in a panic. Did something touch me? Or was it a bug? Suddenly, Roll felt short of breath. A sharp pain shot through his heart. He recalled Rosen's earlier words. Aside from your legs, you sometimes feel pain in other areas. This is a common symptom for patients with nerve and sensory paralysis. Considering these signs, Roll thought, is this the pain that comes with those symptoms? Should I call someone? But if he rang the bell, it would worry everyone. So Roll decided to endure the pain a little longer, thinking it would pass soon. Since then, Roll hadn't felt any pain, but he assumed it was only temporary, or perhaps due to exhaustion from preparing for the tea party. Therefore, Roll decided not to mention it, as Rammer was enjoying peace and happiness. The next morning, in a bustling marketplace, Sabri and Amy were enjoying the delicious food. Just then, the little girl said, I've never eaten anything so delicious. Sabri explained, this is a flavor unique to Claude's territory. Seeing Amy with her mouth full of food, Sabri gently wiped it for her. Seeing her so happy, he thought, she's more radiant than when she first arrived, isn't she? No, he corrected himself. She's been radiant since the moment she arrived. It's just that she didn't receive proper care from those around her. Suddenly, Amy asked, Brother, where are we going next? Hearing this, Sabri pondered, where should we go? Suddenly, a carriage lost control and was heading straight for them. It happened so fast that Sabri didn't have time to react. Fortunately, he managed to pull Amy out of the way. Hey, coachman, watch where you're going. Suddenly, Amy heard a voice whisper in her ear. Help me. Sabri was startled and asked her, Are you all right, Amy? Did you hear something? Amy was still shaken after the incident. She immediately explained, Mr. Sabri. However, he was still dazed. When we get back to the mansion, I should review the carriage driving regulations. Amy seems quite shocked. I'll take her to the toy store to help her calm down. Then, Amy shouted, snapping him back to his senses. It's urgent. I heard a child's voice coming from that carriage. They're asking for our help. Hearing this, Sabri immediately chased after the suspicious carriage. carriage. The coachman, hearing a strange sound, looked back. At that moment, Sabri appeared with an angry expression and commanded, "Stop the carriage before I take action." Just like that, he successfully stopped the carriage. The frightened coachman asked, "Why did you suddenly do that? You'll see what's inside." Sabri immediately opened the curtain at the back. The silhouette of an animal gradually appeared. Unexpectedly, it was a small dog asking for help. He rushed to stop him. "Oh my, Mr. Sabri, what are you asking? Let me see your animal business permit." Seeing his refusal to cooperate, Sabri showed a murderous expression. "No permit in my territory? You need a permit to trade animals." This law was passed because of the lawless people who always hunted animals, and those who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. I'll hear the details of the story later at the castle. With that, he was taken away by the soldiers. He still pleaded, "This is my first time. Please forgive me just this once. I think the Claude family has been quiet for too long. Perhaps we should rebuild security." Amy arrived at the same time. It was that child. That child was asking me for help. However, Sabri wondered, did this animal talk to you? Now it's trembling with fear. It's a wolf cub. Could it be a werewolf? The scene changes to the mansion. Inside the mansion, after rescuing the wolf cub, Amy brought it here. "You're crazy. You've crossed the line. Are you mad? Did you even think this through?" Sure, question her child. "You brought a wolf into the castle. What were you thinking? Even if your mother is like that, do you even know the difference between a dog and a wolf?" However, Sabri explained, Amy wanted it. Amy softly added, "I was worried about him, so I asked my brother to help me." Hearing their adorable daughter's heartfelt words, both parents softened. Come to think of it, I don't think raising a wolf in the castle is a problem. Taking care of a wild wolf is what a lord should do. Their response astonished Sabri. "Wait, are you serious, father, mother?" On the other hand, Ramir rejoiced. "Finally, the day has come, the day my brother experiences discrimination." Suddenly, Sabri revealed something. "Did you bring it here because you thought it was a werewolf?" Amy heard it cry for help twice. Normal animals can't talk, so it's highly likely a werewolf. Now everyone's gaze focused on the poor little wolf. Ramir excitedly said, "I want to talk to you too. Can you transform into human form?" However, it didn't react. Amy suddenly said, "He wants to borrow some clothes." A moment later, the little wolf revealed himself to be a shy little boy. Out of fear, he immediately hid behind Amy. Roll thought, "I thought werewolves would have animal ears or a tail." Ramir, anticipating Roll's thoughts, became so excited that she had a nosebleed. "Calm down, Ramir. You can't think like that. He must be hiding them, even if it's uncomfortable." She cheerfully said, "We're all good people. Be yourself in front of everyone." Amy also reassured him, "It's okay." At that moment, his ears suddenly appeared, and then his original form was revealed. The cute appearance immediately charmed everyone. Liam walked up to him and asked, "What's your name? How old are you?" Partly due to shyness, he only spoke to Amy. Then they learned that the little boy's name was Juan. "Your name sounds so cute. So, why were you caught by the bad guys?" However, one only dared to whisper to Amy. After listening, she looked extremely shocked. Amy's reaction made Roll curious. What did he say? However, the little girl was speechless for a moment. He and his family were migrating to Claude's territory, but midway through their journey, his family was attacked by monsters, and he was separated from them. He was kidnapped while wandering alone. If one can't find his family, he'll have to live alone for the rest of his life. These words immediately touched the hearts of everyone present. Ramir thought, according to the law, discovered werewolf cubs must be sent back to their tribe. But it's best to take care of him first. Suddenly, Amy's mother came over. "That child doesn't trust us yet. Why don't you try taking care of him for a while?" "Of course, if Count Arnold allows it." Amy looked pitifully at Roll. "Go ask him. I want to help Juan until he finds his family, just like you protected me before." Her image suddenly flooded back into his subconscious. Finally, Roll agreed to let Amy take care of Juan. "As you wish. Besides, you saved him." Having been granted permission, the little girl was overjoyed, thanking God. That night, Ramir softly approached Roll's room. "Count Arnold, are you there?" A voice suddenly came from the corner of the room. "Miss Ramir, I'm here." She excitedly ran over. "I'm sorry to disturb you while you're reading." However, she suddenly froze. His handsomeness seemed to stun her. "Is something the matter?" Roll, wearing glasses, seemed like a different person. "You're wearing glasses?" "I'm studying some knowledge about werewolves, but the words in the ancient books are a bit small." When Roll showed signs of removing his glasses, Ramir quickly tried to stop him. Excuse me, could you please keep your glasses on for a little while longer? My goodness, roll with glasses. Is this some kind of divine miracle? I thought I was used to his appearance, but like this. Honestly, why haven't cameras been invented yet? At that moment, Ramir finally spoke. Count Arnold, I know it must be difficult for you to adjust to life in Claude's territory. However, he denied it. Not at all. Everyone has been very kind to me, so I feel quite comfortable. This answer made her ponder. Wait, why? Please say you're having a hard time. A few hours earlier, she'd had a conversation with Carl. Listen carefully. If you want your relationship to progress, you should engage in more intimate actions. As if I don't know everything about love. How long have you been dreaming of kissing him? If you can't make any more progress, you should try some natural gestures like a massage. You should get used to touching him and then proceed to kissing. Remembering Carl's words, Ramir became more determined. No, I'm sure you're having a hard time. Think about it. Claude's territory is vast, and even I have some trouble sometimes. But other things, oh my, your body must be exhausted. No, don't deny it, I understand. So I'll stretch your muscles as much as possible. I'll massage your shoulders. Although Roll refused several times, Ramir persisted. Come on, let me do it. Even my mother approves of my massage skills. She gently placed her hands on Roll's shoulders, helping him relax. How does it feel? It feels good, right? I told you. See, I was right. However, Roll felt strange. Honestly, it does feel really good. But to be honest, I'm a little embarrassed. I'm sure Miss Ramir doesn't have any bad intentions. So why am I embarrassed? Is it because I'm having impure thoughts? I have to stop thinking. Seeing him silent for so long, Ramir became a little worried. He seemed deep in thought. Could it be that he doesn't feel anything? Carl said he would be embarrassed. Suddenly, Roll gently touched her hand. You can stop now. I forgot I have something to tell Amy. I'll be going now. Seeming too embarrassed, he hurriedly left. Her mood became utterly despairing. This is a disaster. Darkness gradually enveloped the castle. In Roll's bedroom, when will I ever get to kiss Roll? Just like that, Roll drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, a strange sound emerged. His pain suddenly recurred. It's that pain I felt last time. Why is this happening? I haven't done anything strenuous today. In fact, everything had been peaceful and normal. I'll get better soon. What if Miss Ramir sees me like this? Suddenly, Roll felt something unusual. Impossible. At that moment, Roll's legs could suddenly move. It seemed to be midnight now. At that moment, Roll's limbs suddenly started to tremble strangely. My legs definitely moved. I'm finally starting to hallucinate. Then, morning arrived. Ramir was still excitedly walking down the hallway. I'll go ask him if he wants to have dinner with me today. Every morning, Ramir imagined having romantic moments with Roll, but that scene would definitely never happen. Scene needs to be cut to protect the innocence of the readers. Just imagining it made Ramir excited. I'll show him what the real Ramir is like. Suddenly, she saw Count Olin Rosen emerge from Roll's room. When he noticed her presence, he looked worried. At that moment, she approached him, questioning him. Is Count Arnold having another checkup today? He immediately denied it. No, it's because Count Arnold requested it. I had some matters to discuss with him. I was just about to head back to my room. You can go in now. Just then, Ramir stopped him, uttering threatening words. Count Rosen, you're hiding something from me. I'm not. How could I possibly hide anything from you? Do you swear you're not hiding anything from me? Ramir's threats made him increasingly agitated. Actually, let's talk about this in my laboratory. Upon learning the truth, Ramir seemed shocked. What? Why would you try to hide the fact that Count Arnold is in pain? You've disappointed me, Count Rosen. I begged him to tell you, but I can't bear to let everyone around me know how much pain I'm in. If my condition worsens, I'll tell everyone myself. Until then, can you keep it a secret? How could I refuse when he said that? Besides, I was planning to see you privately and talk to you about it anyway. When? Next month? Or next year? Of course, after I finish my medicine. I'm preparing a concoction. After hearing about Count Arnold's condition, I devised a perfect plan, and then I was going to tell you what happened. However, the medicine he was preparing frightened Ramir. It's been giving off an awful smell ever since I stepped in. So, she asked curiously, what does it do? Then Count Rosen revealed it helps restore aura. This miraculous effect seemed to shock Ramir. Does such a medicine really exist? Yes, it was widely used in the Northern War. It's very effective for knights who use aura. Hearing this, Ramir's eyes lit up. Really? However, this medicine used in the North also had side effects. Viscount Rosen's words suddenly plunged her into despair. Are you saying you're going to give Viscount Arnold medicine with side effects? Of course not. The medicine I've prepared has no side effects. Despite this, Ramir remained suspicious. How can you be so sure? My idea did come from a northern medicine, but the ingredients I'm using are completely different. Just because the ingredients are different, there are no side effects. That's right. However, the medicinal herbs in my formula are 100 times more expensive than the ingredients in the currently available medicine. Money isn't the issue, but more importantly, will Count Arnold recover with this medicine? Count Rosen confidently affirmed, not only that, but I believe it will also enhance his recovery ability. Actually, I wanted to prepare this medicine when he was still in the capital. However, I didn't have enough budget. This made Ramir realize that it was indeed because Roll couldn't support the budget. At this point, the Count added, I said it has no side effects, but that's only in theory, so I think we need to do clinical trials first. I know this is unethical, but during the period I took it, I didn't see any side effects. Hearing this information, Ramir was extremely surprised. You tested it on yourself? Yes, because I don't have aura in my body. Drinking it is like drinking an energy drink. Suddenly, Ramir realized something. So you just need to test it on someone who can use aura, right? Yes, I'll have the results within a month. Then I'll drink it. His words stunned her. He couldn't believe his eyes. You don't need to test it on yourself. You said you've already tried it yourself. So, for Viscount Arnold's sake, there's no reason for me not to drink it. Her words touched Viscount Rosen's heart. Then let's start the experiment right away. I really want to see the results as soon as possible. I'm glad I involuntarily tested it. Ramir looked at the medicine bottle, feeling very uneasy. It doesn't look edible at all, but if I've already started, I have to see it through. There's nothing I can't drink. Her face suddenly turned pale. Then she cried out, It's so bitter. Count Rosen thought to himself, a bitter medicine is a good medicine. You can still laugh like this. You might not notice the changes immediately, but if you do, please tell me in detail how you feel. All right, I have to go. I think I need to eat a sandwich or something to ensure its effectiveness. Before Ramir left, Count Rosen reminded her, come back tomorrow at this time. However, she suddenly stopped. Count Rosen, wouldn't it be better to have more people in the clinical trials? A clap of thunder suddenly rumbled outside. Sure, and Lila seemed to be contemplating something. You keep looking outside. Is something the matter? No, but it's been thundering for a while now. I have a feeling something is about to happen. A week later, Ramir and Carl were pushing a cart laden with food toward a certain location. Are these snacks enough? I think there are more snacks here than medicine. That medicine is incredibly bitter. He needs more, but you haven't prepared any sweets for the others yet. Do you think Count Arnold is on the same level as our family? You're giving me goosebumps. I believe father and mother can take care of themselves. Anyway, Count Arnold is the top priority right now. A few minutes later, Ramir knocked on Count Arnold's door. Then she pushed the food cart inside. Roll immediately noticed the cart. Ramir said cheerfully, time for your medicine. Count Rosen just developed a new one. He said he got the inspiration from a medicine used in the north. An aura-strengthening medicine? I think I understand the principle behind it. You need to take it once a day. Once a day? I understand. Roll stared intently at the medicine cup, falling silent. Ramir urged him. Aren't you going to drink it? Do I have to drink it now? Ramir conceded. It's not so bad that it needs to be thrown away. Hearing this, Roll slowly picked up the medicine cup. However, his expression showed great worry. Seeing his hesitation, Ramir asked, Do you find this bitter stuff hard to drink, Count Arnold? At that moment, he suddenly put the cup down. No, it's fine, but I'll drink it later. Suddenly, Ramir walked over and snatched it. It's my duty to monitor your condition, Count Arnold, so please drink it while I'm here. So Roll was forced to obey. On the other hand, Ramir felt guilty. Roll has never complained, so I didn't expect him to make such a face. She turned around excitedly and asked, Count Arnold, do you know how much a single cup of this is worth? It's equivalent to a commoner's annual living expenses in the kingdom. If you refuse to drink it, we'll have to throw it away. Do you agree to this condition? It was this statement that made him change his mind. I apologize for my immature behavior. It's all right, drink it. So, Roll mustered up his courage and drank the entire cup of medicine. Sure enough, after drinking it, Roll looked despairing. Knowing this, Ramir rushed over. Count Arnold, here's a sweet. Open your mouth. She immediately fed him a piece of candy. At the same time, her fingers gently touched his lips. Suddenly, Roll grasped her hand. Sorry, it was a bit bitter. I accidentally, without thinking, grabbed your hand. It's okay, it already happened. It was my fault for reaching out in the first place. This situation made Ramir blush. Roll, embarrassed, quickly withdrew his hand. She continued to inquire, So, what do you feel now? I don't feel anything right now. Aren't you in pain? I'm perfectly fine. That's good. So, when did the Viscount prepare this medicine? He just finished it last week, but he conducted a clinical trial before releasing it. Clinical trial? All my family members tasted this, so we contributed a little to this experiment. Knowing this, Roll seemed overjoyed. Everyone put themselves in danger, and I didn't even know. Rammer also felt somewhat guilty. I'm sorry for keeping it from you. I thought you would object to the experiment. If you weren't against it, you would have volunteered for the experiment. That's why we had to keep it from you. Seeing Roll's sadness, Rammer fell into deep thought. Perhaps I shouldn't have told him. What if he tries to hide his pain in the future? Suddenly, Roll spoke. Knowing that everyone sacrificed themselves for me makes me uncomfortable, but I think I can understand that feeling if I were you. Thank you so much. I'll do my best to help you and the Claude family. This scene surprised Ramir. Before, Roll would have been uncomfortable being helped. I wonder if we are gradually becoming a real family. That night, Juan kept looking up at the starry sky, as if praying for his family. Seeing this, both Sabri and Amy were worried about him. Sabri advised her. He promised to go to bed early, but now he's looking out again. He must be worried about his family. I can't help him. Amy rushed to Juan. I bet your family's fine. I was told werewolves are extremely strong. Then, why haven't they come after a week? Did they forget about me? You don't know either, do you? Amy tried to make excuses. Maybe they got lost. Right. Maybe when you wake up tomorrow morning, they'll be here. Don't you trust me? No, I trust you. I trust you a lot. Close your eyes. Seeing Juan happy, Sabri felt happy too. Suddenly, Amy prayed, Dear Moon, please help Juan's parents come back soon. Don't take them away like you took my parents. At that moment, Sabri had an idea. Since they haven't arrived yet, I think I should go look for them. The next morning, outside the castle hall, Roll seemed to be talking to Count Rosen. Roll offered, Do you need my help today? Count Arnold. Roll stammered. Actually, since I took your medicine a few days ago, my pain has become more frequent. Are you saying my medicine made your pain worse? Arnold hesitated and said, Ever since I started taking your medicine a few days ago, my pain has been happening more often. Are you saying that my medicine made your pain worse? Roll immediately denied it. No, in fact, it subsided, so I don't think you need to worry too much. So the pain lessened? Yes, significantly. The severity of the pain decreased. Since the pain lessened, should I consider this a good development? Or, since it's occurring more frequently, is it a bad sign? At this, Count Rosen gave Roll two options. The first option is to reduce the doses of my medicine and wait for changes. What he said immediately made him worried. Then, the other option is to continue taking the current medicine, right? That's right. This is my personal opinion, but I believe it can effectively reduce it. I will continue using it. You're still not sure? Roll hastily affirmed, Of course, I can't escape it. This might sound strange, but I think this pain is gradually becoming a path. Why do you think so? There's no evidence that it's true. It's just a thought. His words immediately made Viscount Rosen burst out laughing. A thought? Is your instinct reliable? Roll's mood grew increasingly gloomy. I've failed when obeying orders, but I'm undefeated when I listen to my own instincts. Hearing this, Count Rosen thought to himself, as expected of the northern hero's prowess. I really can't refute that. All right, then follow your instincts. Thank you. After chatting for a while, Count Rosen asked, Aside from that, how are things between you and Miss Rammer? Roll startled. With Miss Rammer? What do you mean? I'm just an outsider, so I don't know much about your relationship. From what I can see, the relationship between the two of you has become closer, but it can still develop further. I don't understand what you mean. However, Count Rosen thought to himself, Come on, you clearly know what I'm talking about. Count Arnold, I'm just saying this as a precaution, but you can't expect others to be good to you forever. Roll asked, astonished. So what should I do? He then offered a piece of advice. Count Arnold, kindness must be given and received. As dusk gradually settled, Carl seemed tired after a day's work. I have to write a reply to Carlos tonight, but I'm too exhausted. I should just close my eyes on the sofa while Miss Ramir is reading. Just then, she accidentally ran into Roll. Oh, it's Viscount Arnold. I'll push him to Miss Ramir's room and then take a nap on the sofa. You must be here to see Miss Ramir. I'll go get her right away. Actually, I came to see you, Carl. Hearing this, she was extremely surprised. Viscount Arnold, I'm so sorry, but I'm currently seeing someone else. You're handsome, but I can't. You're Miss Rammer's husband, so I'll pretend I didn't hear your suggestion about having an affair. Carl seemed to have misunderstood Roll. Affair? What are you talking about? Just a joke. Please pretend you never heard it. I still don't understand, but all right. So, is there anything I can help you with? Actually, I wanted to ask you something about Miss Rammer. About Miss Rammer? Then, Roll revealed the reason for his visit. I'd like to know what Miss Rammer likes. Why? I'm planning to give her a gift. Carl thought to herself, I was wondering why he suddenly wanted to talk to me. Yes, of course. Miss Rammer really likes. Suddenly, her body stiffened. Her mouth instinctively fell silent. If I accidentally mention those lewd novels, Miss Rammer will kill me. But what is she like? She's good with a sword, but that doesn't mean she likes swords. She doesn't like expensive jewelry either. Would she like anything he gives her? The point is who gives the gift, not what the gift is. Finally, Carl revealed, I think she'd like anything you give her. They say the most important part of a gift is the giver's intention. Think about it the other way around. You'd be happy with anything Miss Rammer gives you, wouldn't you? Recalling Rammer's image and her sunny smile, Roll seemed to become more determined. Thank you for your help. I have to go and think about possible gifts. His action surprised Carl. Count Arnold, I think a handmade gift is best. After all, what people want to see is sincerity. I'm not very good with my hands, but I'll try. If it's a handmade gift, it's definitely fine. At this point, Carl didn't know what to say. Then she suddenly panicked. What do you mean? You can't tell me before you leave? How can I wait until next week? On a night with a full moon, Count Roll Arnold sat in his room, a faint light emanating from the desk lamp. He was carefully writing something down. After a while, Roll put down his pen and explained, Oh, because the space is quiet, I finished everything quickly. Earlier, Ramir had excitedly handed Roll a key and told him, You need a place to work, right? You can use my study as your own room. Recalling those words, Roll kept smiling. Thanks to Miss Ramir, I have a private space. It's late now. Surely no one will come here. Roll took out the key to the mysterious wooden box and carefully opened it. Inside were numerous sewing supplies. On a piece of fabric, the name Mommy was carefully embroidered. Before this, Roll had asked the maid Carl about a gift for Ramir, and she had suggested, Count Arnold, I think a handmade gift is best. Roll smiled, cherishing the handkerchief he was making. He spent an entire evening embroidering this unfinished handkerchief, hoping it would make her happy. In her bedroom, Ramir slept soundly, unaware of everything. The next morning, in a lush green forest, Sabri and his group walked tiredly up the hillside. Mark, trailing behind, kept complaining exhaustedly. We've been searching for 3 days straight and still haven't found anything. Only Sabri is still full of energy. Maybe we'll find a clue in the shape-shifting town. After walking for some time, they finally reached the edge of the cliff. Sabri stood there, gazing at the tranquil village below. Mark, standing behind him, confided, So this is the shape-shifting town. I've seen a few shapeshifters before, but I've never seen their town. Suddenly, without a word, Sabri jumped down. Mark shouted in alarm, Lord Sabri. In the blink of an eye, he landed gently on the ground. The 3 subordinates standing on the cliff paled, crying out to Sabri, What? I know you're in a hurry, but how could you leave us behind like that? How are we supposed to get down there? They received an unexpectedly indifferent reply from Sabri. Figure out yourselves. With that, Sabri walked alone to a house in the town. He knocked softly on the door and asked, Is anyone home? The person inside slowly opened the door and replied, What is it? Sabri said honestly, I have some questions to ask. The girl, seeing Sabri's presence, was extremely bewildered. Why is there a human here? He went straight to the point. I'm from Claude, and I'm looking for shapeshifters. Have you seen any gray wolves recently? The girl, after thinking for a moment, revealed some information to Sabri. I think a few gray wolves stopped by here about 2 days ago. He carefully noted it down in a professional-looking notebook. 2 days ago, the girl quickly confirmed, Yes, 2 gray wolves visited our town. Sabri quickly asked further, What were they doing here? No, where did they go? She hesitated for a moment, then recounted, I remember them saying they were looking for their son. The werewolves said that while fighting a monster, their eldest son disappeared when they weren't paying attention. She continued, He was traveling around Claude with his family, but they were attacked by a monster, and he got separated from them. That's what Juan said. Sabri continued to seek more clues from the girl. Do you know where they went? She pointed to the left and replied, Probably northwest. He quickly glanced in the direction she indicated. But northwest is where the monsters reign. She honestly recounted, We tried to stop them too, but they were certain their son was lost there or captured by the monsters. Having gathered all the necessary information, Sabri bowed to the girl. Thank you for your cooperation. Suddenly, a weak voice came from behind him, Lord Sabri. He quickly replied, You're just in time. The 3 subordinates, utterly exhausted after climbing down from the mountaintop, looked as if they were about to collapse. I think I'm going to die. Sabri shouted angrily, Stop being so whiny. Anyway, I've gathered enough information. I have two proposals for you. 1. Go call for reinforcements and wait here. I'll give you 30 minutes to run. Mark retorted, annoyed. You want me to climb another mountain? Sabri ignored him and continued with the second option. 2. We head northwest ourselves. Hearing this, the three subordinates seemed to turn to stone. That place is notoriously full of monsters. Will we be all right? Maybe today is our last day. Mark slumped to the ground and asked Sabri, Lord Sabri, why are you so desperate to find them? He seriously explained, I feel sorry for that boy. He's been separated from his family for a long time, and they are also people of our kingdom. That's why I want to save them. Mark was surprised by what he had just heard. People of our kingdom? They belong to Claude. Sabri immediately said, Actually, I'm not 100% sure, but based on what Juan told us, the boy's family must have planned to settle in Claude. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked their lives crossing the border, because only our land welcomes shapeshifters. As you know, our mission is to protect this land and its people. Then, Sabri grandly instructed everyone, I'm going to leave in a moment, so you three vote on the fastest way to find Juan's parents. All three wanted to bite their tongues. He's basically telling us to go into the forest right now. The towering, desolate mountains gradually appeared before them. A pair of eyes glared, incredibly terrifying. Beams of light shot through the air with lightning speed. A tremendous roar erupted. The monster, struck by something unseen, sputtered mucus everywhere. The wolf's hands were coated in the creature's greenish gill. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she ran to check on her husband. Are you all right, Luber? Reaching his side, she delivered the good news. Juan is alive. He replied, I know. Surprised, his wife asked, Then why were you so impatient? Luber hesitated. I don't know, the thought of something bad happening to Juan was driving me mad. She hugged Luber, comforting him. I'm sure he'll be fine. Though she said the words, the maternal worry for her son's safety gnawed at her. Suddenly, a sound caught her attention. Carefully, she warned Luber, someone is approaching. Judging by the sound and scent, it must be a human. She shouted with all her might, Come out. In the distance, a figure gradually approached. The mysterious person walked slowly, sword at the ready. She keenly noted the sword. He's a hunter. She took a defensive stance. However, the stranger was none other than Sabri. Excuse me, are you Juan's parents? Sabri's question dumbfounded her. Do you know our son? Sabri chuckled, guessing. It seems you really are Juan's parents. They both sat dumbfounded, confusion swirling around them. Luber wondered, How do you know him? Sabri startled, realizing his oversight. Oh dear, I apologize for not introducing myself. I am Sabri of Claude. My family is currently protecting Juan at Claude Castle. The mother was stunned. What? Our son is at Count Claude's castle? Why is he there? The shocking news hit her like a bolt of lightning. Sabri chuckled and explained, I happened to find him, so he's with us now. Relief washed over the father, knowing his son was safe. Thank God he's alive. Thank you so much. I was so worried something terrible had happened to him. Seeing their tears of joy, Sabri felt happy for them. By the way, are you the only gray wolves here? His wife quickly replied, No, wait. I'll go call the others. Sabri was puzzled, but I don't see anyone else here. With that, she let out a howl that echoed throughout the area. Sabri suddenly remembered. Right, wolves can call their pack this way. Luber expressed his gratitude for Sabri's actions. We split up to search, but we can rely on you. I don't know how to repay you. Juan's family was finally reunited. Tears of joy streamed down the faces of father and son. Amy, standing outside, clapped and celebrated with them. The entire Claude family silently watched this lovely moment. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, punching Sabri in the chest, catching him off guard. Ramir laughed mischievously, teasing her brother. Hey kid, who taught you to be so polite? Ramir's antics annoyed Sabri. What you doing? We have guests. You better let go of me while I'm asking nicely. Instead of taking him seriously, Ramir gave him a passionate kiss. Are you embarrassed about being praised by your older sister? Come here, let me give you a loving kiss as a reward. Sabri grew increasingly disgusted with his sister. I don't need it, go away. Unexpectedly, Sheer clapped his hands, addressing everyone. Come now, let's celebrate this with a feast. Since everyone has been reunited, why don't we share this joy after dinner? Let's continue in the dining hall. Sabri was still angry with his sister. I'll get my revenge on you someday. Beautifully and luxuriously arranged dishes were gradually brought out. In the hallway outside, everything became strangely quiet. But in the dining hall, the atmosphere was lively. Sheer, curious, inquired. May I ask why you've decided to move to Claude? Juan's mother answered on everyone's behalf. I believe you've partly guessed the reason. The new queen of the Dawn Kingdom has caused chaos within the realm. She used all her power to push Princess Pyrai out so that her own son could be designated as the heir. Now, the nobles are divided into two factions, one supporting the former queen and the other supporting the new one. Until now, the kingdom has continued to pay us with money and food to protect the border, but since the kingdom's economy has declined, all our allowances have been cut. The Dawn Kingdom is not what it used to be. It will soon collapse, she stated firmly. Hearing about the Dawn Kingdom situation, Sheer fell into deep thought. I'd heard about the political struggle that erupted after the new queen entered the palace, but I didn't expect it to be this serious. Lila wondered, so, what do you plan to do in Claw from now on? Juan's parents stared at each other, their expressions awkward. After a few seconds, they answered in unison. We want to become guards for the Claude royal family. Sheer pondered their proposal. Guards? Juan's mother, with her eloquence, persuaded them. I believe you know that wolves are skilled at protecting their territory. We are very good at protecting our home. Luber quickly added, as long as we're paid with food, we will do our best to stop any enemy. Then, the entire werewolf family put on pitiful expressions, pleading with Sheer, please accept us. We have nowhere else to go. Sheer couldn't help but chuckle at their adorable antics. It doesn't seem like a bad deal. Lila kindly told them, after we finish eating, we'll help you find a place near the outskirts to build a house. All three of them lit up with excitement. Thank you. Luber turned to his son. By the way, Juan, we'll be leaving the castle soon, so say goodbye to everyone here. Juan froze, as if he'd received shocking news. What? Seeing the boy's sadness, Amy encouraged her friend. It's wonderful that you're reunited with your family again. I'll visit you often. Juan hesitated, as if wanting to say something. After a few seconds, he mustered up his courage and asked Amy, can't you come with me? I want you to come too, okay? Juan's words surprised Amy. She hurriedly explained to Juan, but Juan, this is my home. I can't go with you. Ramir, Sabri's sister, sat across from them, prepared with a bag of popcorn, eavesdropping. No way. Is this to start a new puppy love story? Learning that he couldn't stay with Amy, Juan aggressively made a decision of his own. Then I'm not leaving either. His mother reminded him, Juan, don't be so immature. Heartbreaking tears began to flow. Ramir silently reasoned, I can understand he's still a child. I almost forgot because Amy is quite mature for her age. And I also hated leaving Carl's house when I was little. Suddenly, Roll unexpectedly took her hand, leaving her flustered and unable to think. Oh my goodness, I didn't expect him to hold my hand like that. Roll turned to her and said, can't we do something? Ramir asked back, in a single day? What can we do? Roll sadly confided, I feel like this separation isn't good for the child. An idea suddenly flashed through Ramir's mind. Wait, is this my chance to score some points? So, she put on a serious expression and raised her hand. Dear Count of Claude, her seriousness frightened Sheer. Please, just call me as you usually do. Ramir began to ask questions. Why does the werewolf family have to move to the outskirts? Their father also began to reflect. She has a point. Ramir turned to Juan's mother. What do you think? Why do you insist on living outside the castle? The mother hesitantly replied, it seems we don't need to do that, but I believe most people wouldn't like living with shapeshifters. Lila smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I believe our people will welcome you, because though not many, we still live alongside shapeshifters. Luber shared honestly. I heard Claude doesn't discriminate against people like us, but I didn't expect such a warm welcome. Ramir seized the opportunity and suggested, you said you wanted to be guard for the Claude royal family, right? Then living in the castle wouldn't be a bad idea. Juan's parents shyly looked at each other. Ramir smiled, seeking their opinion. How about staying in the castle for a month? Wouldn't that be cost-effective for everyone? Worth a try, isn't it? Juan's mother also found the idea reasonable. That's right, we could stay in the castle for a month. Ramir smirked, looking mischievous. Great, you won't regret it. Well, since I help with this, I wonder how Amy will react. Upon hearing the news, she turned to Juan excitedly and asked, this is great, isn't it? The two naive children suddenly became happy, as if nothing had happened. Ramir also had to change her opinion of Amy. It seems she's still a child after all. After Ramir's subtle actions, Roll became increasingly infatuated with her. Night had fallen, but Sheer was still pondering over his work. Seeing this, his wife, Lila, asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Lila made a grumpy face, patting the mattress, implying that Sheer should go to bed immediately. But he replied with a wry smile, "I have some things to consider." So Lila curiously walked over to Sheer and took a look. "Why do you keep staring at that map?" he asked his wife. "Are you thinking of taking this opportunity to expand our territory into the ambiguous land between us and the Dawn Kingdom? I just think it should be clearly defined. They say the Border Patrol soldiers' wages are unfair. If the kingdom falls into chaos because of the new queen, the consequences will also spread to the outskirts. If we handle this cautiously, I think we can secure more territory." Lila glanced over and asked, "Are you planning to start a war now?" Sheer chuckled and replied, "Not now." His wife also seemed to realize something. "Can you trust him?" Sheer quickly replied, to soothe his wife's anger, "Of course, our son-in-law's health is the top priority." After the conversation, Lila turned and left. "All right, then let's go to sleep." However, Sheer remained seated, pondering his wife's words. Indeed, it's not the time yet. Perhaps after Viscount Arnold has fully recovered. A new day arrived, and Pyrie was sitting in front of her dressing table. She was carefully grooming her long hair. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Miss Pyrie, the queen is looking for you. She's waiting in the ivy garden. Please hurry." Hearing this, Pyrie asked for help. "I just need to comb my hair. Can you help me?" The maid unexpectedly and abruptly closed the door and left, without saying a word. The maid's actions made Pyrie gradually realize that her words were useless. In the ivy garden, a place of luxury and splendor, Pyrie finally arrived. The servants outside the door carefully welcomed her, inviting her inside. She panted, "Wait, I need a moment." The servants sternly glared at her, reminding her, "The queen is waiting for you." Hearing this, a clear look of fear crossed Pyrie's face. So she lowered her head and went inside. No one in her place. No one here listened to her. Pyrie felt lost in the place she lived. The room was filled with laughter and chatter. Queen Nebria kept praising another young lady. "It seems to be a good idea. She's quite clever for her young age." The young lady returned the compliment with a flattering smile. "Thank you for your high praise." Pyrie stood motionless like a statue, asking herself, "I wonder where she's from." Nebria suddenly spoke, reminding Pyrie, "You're late." Hearing her sour voice, Pyrie's soul almost left her body. She quickly lowered her head and apologized. Then Nebria smiled brightly and said, "Let me introduce you. This is the crown princess of the Anthony Empire." Pyrie's face paled. She looked up at the young woman with apprehensive eyes. "Greetings, Your Highness," she murmured, a strange feeling growing within her. "The princess of the Empire? Why is she here?" The princess's attire seemed rather plain for her status, and she had only a single knight accompanying her as a guard. It appeared she had arrived secretly. Nebria commanded Pyrie sit. Pyrie obediently complied. "Yes, Your Majesty." Worry still gnawed at her. "I wonder if she has something to discuss secretly with the Dawn Kingdom." Nebria glanced at Pyrie and posed a question. "Do you know why I summoned you?" Pyrie hesitantly answered, "Forgive me, I'm not certain." Suddenly, her voice became sharper and more sour. "Indeed, it's no wonder, you fool. I need you to go somewhere." A servant brought forth a decree announcing the command. Pyrie fearfully asked, "Me? Go where?" The young woman from the Anthony Empire replied, "To the Claude territory. You know of it, don't you?" Hearing this, Pyrie's face darkened. "May I ask?" Another young woman, her face cold and expressionless, looked at her. Within the Claude family mansion, Professor Rosen's voice boomed, shaking the very heavens and earth. "Finally, it is complete." Ramir, gazing at his new invention, inquired, "So this is your new aura detector? How is it different from the current one?" She pondered and observed, trying to discern the differences. As if to answer her question, Professor Rosen launched into a lecture. Until now, aura detectors could only measure aura above 100 units. But the detector I've created can even measure aura below 100 units. Roll, overhearing this, grew excited. "That's wonderful." However, Rammer remained worried. She looked at Roll, thinking, but what if this machine can't measure Roll's aura? Wouldn't that just discourage him further? I mean, I trust Mr. Rosen. But he began to place the aura blood on Roll's hand, carefully instructing, "It works the same way as the previous one. Don't worry, just hold it comfortably." Roll concentrated, carefully following Rosen's instructions. Witnessing this, Rammer could only pray silently. Roll seems excited too. I hope the results are good. A few moments later, Mr. Rosen spoke, confusion lacing his tone. I think that's enough. Hearing this, Rammer froze. It's finished, but nothing happened. Rosen could only offer a wry smile. Unfortunately, it seems to have detected nothing. Ramir tried to salvage the situation. But once isn't enough to draw a conclusion, right? He could try again. Suddenly, Roll noticed something strange. The aura detector suddenly emitted a bright light. Ramir, too, stared in amazement at the marvel. Professor Rosen also couldn't believe the miracle the machine had produced. All three stared, bewildered, at the detector. This, however, in the blink of an eye, the light gradually disappeared. Professor Rosen picked up the detector and said, "It seems I chose the correct treatment method." Rammer glanced at him, thinking he's hiding his smile. Isn't he? He held the aura detector happily. Roll curiously asked him, "So what should we do from now on?" Professor Rosen, striking a confident pose, announced, "In short, in your current condition, your soul has awakened. This is what I can confidently diagnose for you." Hearing this, Roll gently touched his leg, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "You mean?" However, Rosen immediately extinguished that flame. "Even so, I can't say you'll be able to walk immediately." The smile faded from Roll's face, and he sadly replied, "I understand." Rosen began to consider the appropriate treatment route for him. Unfortunately, the recovery process is gradual. I think it would be best for you to begin rehabilitation. Hearing this, Ramir felt extremely bewildered. Rehabilitation? I thought awakening the soul would solve everything. Rosen began to explain, drawing upon his profound knowledge. Your senses will return soon. Let's have a quick look at Count Ohm Rosen's simple medical lesson. When you're tired, take medicine, and with everyone's love, the pain will gradually disappear and the soul will awaken. When your aura recovers, you might feel pain. The bacteria will start to enter and attack the cells. Hearing this, Roll started to remember. He must be talking about the pain I experienced before. So that was a sign of aura recovery. Professor Rosen began to delve into his expertise. Now, I predict 3 possible scenarios. First, Viscount Arnold will fully recover his aura and the sensation in his legs. This would be the best news for us. Second, Viscount Arnold will only recover half of his aura and sensation. In this case, you can move freely, but you'll need assistive devices, such as a cane. Third, Viscount Arnold recovers less than half of his aura and sensation. In this case, you can move your feet, but walking will be difficult. Roll quickly glanced down. Then he tried to move his feet, sadly realizing, so in the end, I only recovered partial sensation. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Ramir, who was sitting next to him, tightly held his hand to comfort him. Viscount Arnold, you will definitely be able to stand up again. Whatever happens, don't worry too much. Ramir's warm and encouraging words filled Roll with infatuation. I wonder how she can give me so much motivation when I'm worried. I want to repay her for her trust in me, a trust that surpasses my own belief in myself. If I recover quickly and can walk on my own 2 feet, I want to greet the warm spring together with Lady Ramir. This was the motivation that pushed Arnold to believe even more strongly in his recovery. He held Ramir's hand and thanked her. Somehow, I feel like what you just said will come true. It makes me feel much better. Roll's bright smile and handsome face made it impossible for Ramir to suppress her fascination. She chuckled to avoid embarrassment, thinking to herself, if Mr. Ohm wasn't here, I might have kissed him. You have to control yourself, Ramir. Roll fully recovers in the original story, so he'll be fine, right? In Roll's private room, he sat on the bed, fiddling with an embroidered handkerchief in his hands. Then he sighed in relief. It's finally finished. It turned out that Roll had embroidered the name Ramir Claude on the handkerchief himself. It looked a bit crooked. I'm not very satisfied with this. I should make a new one. He pulled open the drawer without hesitation. Inside were dozens of handkerchiefs he had embroidered poorly. Roll could only laugh in frustration. Next time, I'll just keep these for myself. Roll's expression suddenly changed. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. My legs hurt again, but at least it's good news. Now, this pain makes me feel happy. I have to endure it, at least for Lady Ramir. But where did I put the painkillers? The bottle of medicine Roll was looking for was neatly placed on the table. Meanwhile, Ramir was engrossed in reading a novel. While Carr sat behind her, urging, "Lady Ramir, hurry up and give me the next volume." Ramir snapped, "Wait a minute, I'm at the most important part." Seeing this, Carr asked Ramir, "Oh my, you have quite the temper. Do you want me to tell Viscount Arnold that you enjoy reading lewd novels?" Ramir exasperatedly and quickly threatened Carr, "If you want those to be your last words, just try it." In the midst of their conversation, Ramir suddenly fell silent. Her sixth sense as a woman seemed to be telling her something. "I have a bad feeling. Something happened to my darling." Carr, standing behind her, asked skeptically, "You have a bad feeling? Are you an animal or something?" Ramir, without hesitation, quickly jumped out of bed. "I have to go check on Roll right now." Carr tried her best to dissuade her. "At this hour? I think you'll be in more danger if you go there." She quickly replied, "I don't mean that," and tossed the novel in her hand to the maid. Carr seized this rare opportunity to read a few pages of the novel. "Great, now I can read." Ramir knocked rapidly on Roll's door, calling out, "Lord Roll, are you asleep?" "Lord Roll." A terrifying silence answered her. "What's wrong? Is he asleep?" Suddenly, Ramir's supersensitive ears picked up a groan from within. Without hesitation, she burst into the room like a bullet, crying, "Lord Roll." Roll sat on the bed, looking at her with a bewildered expression. "Lady Ramir?" Before he could understand what was happening, Ramir rushed over, repeatedly asking, "Are you all right? Your leg hurts, doesn't it?" Roll waved his hands in a panicked gesture. "No, it just ached a little. It's fine now. You don't have to worry about me. You should rest." Suddenly, Ramir's expression turned serious. "Lord Roll, I know you've been in pain since the tea party. I know you asked Viscount Rosen to keep it a secret, and all this time, I've understood why you did it. How could I not understand that you didn't want anyone to worry about you? But like I said before, we're married now, so please don't hide anything from me." Ramir's sincere words left Roll speechless. She quickly regained her composure, however, and warned him, "If I ever catch you doing this again, I'll do something outrageous and keep a secret from you." Roll obediently nodded. "All right, I won't do it again." Ramir continued, "More importantly, if the pain occurs frequently, it's a bad sign, and you'll become reliant on painkillers." Roll suddenly reached out to her, exclaiming, "Lady Ramir, there's actually something I've wanted to give you for a long time. Please accept this." Ramir's face flushed. Though she tried to maintain a calm exterior, her heart pounded with excitement. Roll reached down and pulled open a drawer beneath the table. He then held out a handkerchief, sharing with her, "This is my first time doing this, so it's not very impressive. But this is my gift to you." Ramir was startled. "A gift?" he shyly replied. "Yes, I've always been the one receiving gifts, and I realized I've never given you anything. But since I can't move around freely, this is the only thing I can give you right now. I'm sorry, it's not very pretty." Roll's simple and heartfelt words deeply moved Ramir. Holding Roll's gift, she murmured in admiration, "But it's so soft, and the color is perfect, and my name is even embroidered on it. How can you say it's not pretty?" Roll pointed to the handkerchief. "I embroidered it myself." The more he spoke, the less Ramir could contain her emotions, bursting into tears like a child. "Lord Roll." Seeing her cry, Roll became flustered. "Lady Ramir, please don't cry," she sobbed. "I'm so touched. This is the best gift." Then Roll suggested, "You should use the handkerchief to wipe your tears instead of your sleeve." Ramir replied to herself, "How could I possibly use a handkerchief embroidered by my favorite person? I just thought of a great idea. It would be such a waste if only I knew about this precious gift. The moment I wake up tomorrow morning, I'll start planning Roll's exhibition room." However, since Lila and Sheer would firmly oppose the idea, Ramir's grand plan remained a dream. Despite the many surprises along the way, time quickly passed. Fortunately, Roll's rehabilitation had progressed. He diligently practiced, sweating and shedding tears. After crossing the bridge, Roll collapsed on the ground, panting. "How did I do?" Ramir looked at her watch and announced, "It took you approximately 32 seconds. She stared at the watch on her wrist. "So, 32 seconds? This distance is quite short. A normal person would only need 10 seconds to walk back and forth." A faint flicker of sadness crossed Roll's eyes. Fortunately, Ramir was always there to encourage him, providing positive energy. "You're faster than last week." Roll asked curiously, "What was last week's record?" She quickly replied, 38 seconds. Roll broke into a proud smile. 6 seconds faster. Ramir secretly glanced at him. The way his arm is trembling, he's overexerted himself. He looks a little exhausted. Ramir pulled a handkerchief from her pocket. Here, Viscount Arnold, he quickly replied. I can manage. Ramir quickly adopted a fierce expression. I'll help you. Seeing her lioness-like expression, even the heavens would tremble, let alone a Viscount. All right, with his reluctant consent, Ramir gently wiped the beads of sweat from Roll's neck. Droplets of perspiration trailed down his pale neck. Ramir's cheeks flushed as if freshly painted with rouge. She pursed her lips, suppressing a surge of longing. And that captivating expression. Is this a perfect moment for a kiss bestowed upon me by the heavens themselves? Both their hearts pounded, threatening to leap from their chests. Roll suddenly grasped Ramir's hand. Lady Ramir, their eyes met, and a spark seemed to ignite between them. Without a word, they gradually moved their faces closer, their lips parting slightly. Before anything could happen, Vidal enthusiastically barged in. Viscount Arnold, we're back. However, seeing the scene before him, he froze, bewildered. What are you two doing? Embarrassed, Roll sat down on the floor, covering his face, while Ramir froze, unable to move. Kira angrily pinched Vidal's cheek, scolding, I told you we should wait until after his rehabilitation is over. Vidal wondered why he was the culprit. Why am I getting scolded? Baron Dallas, standing beside him, gestured for Vidal to be quiet. Ramir quickly turned to greet everyone. Vidal, Kira, and Baron Dallas, it's been a while. Kira responded with a smile. How are you two doing? Roll shyly replied. Very well, thank you. Vidal stood to the side, his face tearful, as if about to cry. The moment he saw Roll, he burst into tears. I can't believe you've recovered so much, Viscount Arnold. Seeing Vidal's theatrics, Kira felt embarrassed for him. My sincerest apologies, Viscount Arnold. Roll was used to it, so he wasn't surprised. It's all right. Ramir, looking at Vidal's ugly, crying face, wondered, I wonder if I look like that when I cry? She curiously asked, By the way, where are Garen and Garland? I thought they said they would come with you. Did those two scoundrels deceive me? Vidal sobbed in reply. Those two? I think they went north. Ramir's eyes widened in surprise. North? So suddenly? He quickly recounted. They heard that war might break out in the north, and Set was an opportunity to make money. Ramir was speechless. Oh my goodness, they must not be afraid of war. Then Vidal revealed another tidbit. Well, they said there's nothing more terrifying than you, Lady Ramir. Ramir quickly changed the subject. We're all tired. Why don't we sit in the garden and chat, enjoying this romantic night sky? Everyone sat down, happily drinking tea and chatting. Baron Dallas stood in the corner, talking with Professor Rosen. To be honest, I didn't expect Viscount Arnold to recover so quickly. Rosen calmly asked back, really? Dallas glanced over and shared, I don't know much about medicine, but I certainly know damaged nerves are difficult to heal. Rosen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Baron Dallas smiled, reminding him, didn't you say the same thing? When you returned to the capital, you said helping the Viscount recover wouldn't be easy. Professor Rosen spoke seriously. I did say that. For patients, the most important factor is their desire to recover. And Viscount Arnold's desire was diminishing. He once said to me, but as you can see, I'm useless now. Dallas was extremely surprised to learn this. Really? I thought he always said he wanted to wield a sword again. Rosen continued. He said that at first too, but after a few times he stopped mentioning it. Whenever it was time to measure his aura, his mood would become empty, and at some point he stopped discussing the future altogether. For a while, Roll spoke only of negative things. My debts are too much. The wealth disparity is too great. Even if we marry, we won't be happy. Dallas asked curiously, so you're saying it's a matter of desire? Rosen laughed and explained, desire alone isn't enough. Actually, this is a hypothesis I secretly came up with. Yes, what Viscount Arnold needs are smiles. I believe the human aura is affected by positive emotions. That's my hypothesis. The next morning, Amy's bustling voice came from the window. She excitedly told Roll and the others about her week. Amy said that the Viscount taught me about the Empire's political activities this week. Ramir was amazed to hear this. That's an extremely difficult class. Amy must be a genius. She continued, I got snacks as a reward. Caramel candies made by the chef. Yes, they were delicious. You both did well. Ramir interrupted, asking, that class is difficult, isn't it? Amy naturally denied it, saying it wasn't difficult at all. She even wanted to learn more. Not only that, but the people there took good care of both of them. Roll, relieved, patted the little girl's head. However, his gaze deepened, perhaps guilty over his past carelessness in the capital. I'm glad Amy can smile so brightly. I'm glad we can be with. Seeing Amy leaning against Ramir. Amy glanced at Roll. He was looking passionately at Ramir, as if Cupid had knocked on the door. The little girl understood, saying, "We have a few things to ask Viscount Rosen. You two should go eat." Roll was a little confused, as he didn't have any questions. Without saying anything, Amy pulled Roll off the sofa. "No, he does now." With only Roll and Ramir left, the atmosphere became somewhat airy. "She's a studious child, huh?" "I know, even if it seems like Roll doesn't understand anything." Roll jumped at the opportunity Amy had left. He gently suggested, "Should we go eat as Amy suggested?" Ramir was willing to do so as well. She offered her hand to Roll in agreement. Then the two left the living room. In the hallway, Ramir and Roll clung to each other. She said, "I can't believe it." "What do you mean?" "When I first met you and was rejected, I never thought we'd have an ending like this." With that, Roll's face flushed with embarrassment. He hastily apologized for his unintentional actions in the past. "You don't need to apologize. Besides, I would have been very surprised if you had accepted my proposal." Back then, seeing that Roll was still remorseful, Ramir said, "It's okay. Everything turned out well in the end. Sometimes I can't help but wonder." Roll replied, wondering what would have happened if he hadn't accepted the proposal. As for Ramir, she also began to ponder what would have happened if Roll hadn't accepted her proposal. Then Roll would have experienced the events of the story. After the house was confiscated, Roll would have been driven out, wandering the streets, searching for Viscount Rosen, who had suddenly disappeared. But he couldn't find the vanished Viscount. After that, Roll stopped at a place more dilapidated than a warehouse. A year and a half passed, and winter came. Little Amy developed a fever due to the sudden change in weather. In her sickbed, Amy kept calling Roll's name. Hearing this, Roll was heartbroken, and he began to cry. Then he lowered his head and leaned into the sickbed with her. Remembering those things, Ramir really didn't want something like that to happen again. She paused and said to Roll, "I bet even if you hadn't met me, you would have been fine. Do you really think so?" "Of course." Roll chuckled, "But I don't think I would be as happy as I am now." "Is that so?" "I completely believe it." He suddenly became radiant. This energy quickly captivated Ramir, and she melted into the sweetness Roll created. "Viscount Arnold, is that what you think?" Faced with this reaction, Roll feigned a cough to ease his embarrassment, then changed the subject to food. "After that, you'll have to practice rehabilitation, right?" "I'll help you." "That's right. I think I can walk faster this time." The scene shifted to Professor Rosen's residence. Amy and Juan had arrived, one diligently reading a book, the other curiously watching people work. Count Rosen, meanwhile, was discouraged by some troublesome matters. Seeing him like this, someone nearby asked, "Why do you look so discouraged?" It turned out his experiment hadn't made any progress. According to Rosen, he needed to directly use a mana stone to completely cure Roll. However, looking at the stone and formula sheet on the table, his new assistant carefully observed. Then, they realized Rosen intended to use the mana stone as a type of medicine for Roll. Rosen didn't bother hiding his intentions, so he nodded in confirmation. This only confused the assistant further, as it seemed so unscientific. "But you said that it's extremely dangerous for humans to absorb mana stones. That's why you always emphasize that mana stones can only be used to create artifacts." "That's certainly true, but what made you change your mind?" Rosen explained that he had found records regarding purified mana stones. Holding the record, the assistant said, "According to this, purified mana stones can be used on humans." "Exactly. My hypothesis is that mages can create purified mana stones. But everyone I've asked said it's impossible. Are you sure the record you found is accurate?" Rosen replied, "This person has already published several medical books in the Kingdom of the Morning Light. I know I can trust them. The problem is, the author wrote about a mysterious person with unknown abilities who can purify mana stones. If mages couldn't purify mana stones, Rosen didn't know what to do. He accidentally dropped the stone on the floor. It rolled a few times, but neither of them noticed, preoccupied with their own thoughts. When a mysterious person picks up the mana stone, it will glow in their hands. Unlike ordinary black mana stones, purified mana stones are white. No, they should be transparent. A transparent mana stone. Interesting." Just then, Juan picked up the stone. Then, he returned it to the two professors. However, a miracle occurred. The stone, which was black just a moment ago, had become transparent. It was exactly as Rosen had described. He frantically clutched the stone. This is a purified mana stone. I've found you, the person with the mysterious ability. Rosen trembled all over with astonishment. He softly said to Juan, "Can you demonstrate that again for me?" "What? I'll give you as many mana stones as you want. So please demonstrate it again." "Yes. Even if it's difficult, it's okay. Just relax like you did just now." At this moment, Amy also ran over to watch. Taking the black mana stone from Rosen, Juan felt a little worried. At this moment, even he dared not breathe loudly. The stone suddenly glowed. Then it turned white, just like the original stone. This time, Rosen was truly convinced. He looked at the result, looking satisfied. The mana stone in Juan's hand, it could actually be purified. Transparent mana stones truly exist. The assistant chuckled, seeing Rosen's excitement. "Thank you. This is the first time we've seen him cry." But just a second later, Rosen's sobs transformed into a sinister smile. He burst out laughing, as if he had lost control. A knock came from the door. It was Roll. He had come because it was past lunchtime, and they hadn't finished their work. What am I seeing? Why is his smile so scary? Is it a scientist's madness? Or is he angry because the experiment is too difficult? His eyes lit up. "I can finally continue the experiment." Roll immediately slammed the door shut. What am I looking at? Why is his smile so scary? Is it a scientist's madness? Or is he angry because the experiment is too difficult? Amy and Juan hurriedly hugged Roll's legs, treating him as their savior. "What happened here?" Roll pressed. The assistant hesitated, then said, "As you can see." At that moment, Rosen's voice rang out. "Welcome, Viscount Arnold. I've been expecting you. Is there anything you need my help with?" He continued, a hopeful note entering his voice. "Thanks to Juan, I found a way to help you fully recover." "Really?" Surprise flickered across Roll's face. Rosen produced the purified mana stone he'd received from Juan, presenting it as the solution. "Isn't that just a piece of glass?" Roll questioned, bewildered. "No, it's a mana stone. More accurately, a mana stone purified by Juan." This time, Roll was truly overwhelmed. Looking at the whimpering boy, Juan, Rosen thought to himself, this little boy is their hope. A few days later, a meeting was held with those connected to Roll, including Rosen, Ramir, and her mother, Kira. "It seems everyone is here," Rosen began, observing the small gathering. Kira simply sipped her tea. As for Ramir, she hadn't expected her mother to come at all. A flicker of worry crossed her features. She couldn't shake the feeling that this might be some sort of clinical trial, a chilling echo of past nightmares. Rosen continued, "I simply wanted to meet Juan's mother. It seems the ability to purify isn't an inherited ability amongst werewolves. Other werewolves don't know how to purify mana stones, and no one knows about purity levels," he added. Based on this information, a thought suddenly struck Ramir. Here we go again. If the entire tribe had the ability to purify mana stones, this information would have spread long ago. Furthermore, she continued, her brow furrowing, the purity of mana stones, or anything else for that matter, isn't mentioned anywhere in the original work. Anxiety gnawed at Roll. He turned to Rosen, his voice tight with worry. "What's going to happen from now on?" "I gathered everyone here to explain just that." Rosen replied. He produced a vial filled with a shimmering blue liquid. "This medicine is a combination of the old medicine and a mana stone. It will approach Viscount Arnold's heart and help regenerate the core." Ramir immediately inquired about the medicine side effects. Rosen explained that it had no inherent side effects, but some significant symptoms might initially appear. This medicine is made with a particularly powerful mana stone. It will confront the existing aura within Roll. This means he will have to endure intense pain. Ramir cautiously glanced at Roll. His expression seemed much brighter than she had anticipated. Ramir guessed that Roll was simply relieved that his aura was about to be restored. However, we still need to be prepared for the worst-case scenario, she thought, her mind racing. She wanted to quickly understand what symptoms might arise if the experiment proceeded. Rosen had already prepared a list of symptoms, anticipating Ramir's request. Firstly, he began, his voice grave, he may be partially paralyzed. A wave of dejection washed over Ramir. So Roll will be uncomfortable again. In addition to that, Rosen continued, he will continue to be depleted of energy and aura, meaning he'll be even more hungry and thirsty. This is just one possibility, but quite suddenly, he might develop a limp. Furthermore, he might experience sudden seizures while sleeping. This time, Ramir's earlier excitement vanished completely. Her heart sank as she listened to Rosen's words. At that moment, her mother set down her teacup. Then, she softly called Ramir's name. According to Viscount Rosen, there are some symptoms we need to be aware of. Perhaps you should take care of Roll for a while. During that time, the two of you should share a room. It took both Roll and Rammer a few seconds to fully grasp the implication of her words. Then they both blushed crimson. Asterisk share a room? That means I can hold Roll's hand while sleeping every night. That's the moment I've been waiting for. Asterisk Rammer thought, her heart fluttering. Roll, however, was slightly worried, concerned about the impact this would have on others, especially the servants, with a viscount and a countess living together. Kira responded to Roll's unspoken concern. The servants will be stressed. Are you sure they could take care of you? If something happens to the Count, I'll be fired. Isn't that what all servants think? It seems you're being too careless. Ramir, a playful glint in her eyes, asked coquettishly, do you hate sharing a room with me? That much? No, Roll stammered, flustered. I assure you that's not the reason. I'm just ashamed of being so weak in front of you. Satisfied with his answer, Ramir leaned contentedly against Roll's shoulder. Have you forgotten what I said before? She murmured. It's all right for a husband and wife to show weakness in front of each other. Don't you think so? Roll remained silent, his hand gently touching Ramir's. Then, Lady Rammer, please take good care of me. You take good care of me too. Rosen added, the honeymoon is sure to be wonderful. Night began to fall over the residence. Rosen and Ramir were in Roll's room, preparing for the upcoming experiment. He handed him the bottle of medicine from that morning, saying, since this is the first time, we'll only try half a bottle. Are you sure you don't need a clinical trial this time? The purpose of this medicine is to regenerate the core. Testing it on a healthy person's core won't yield any significant results. Ramir felt restless, even though she wasn't the one taking the medicine. Roll started to pick up the bottle, worry clearly etched in his eyes. I wonder how bad it will be this time. Roll simply pursed his lips. Now's not the time to complain about unimportant things like the taste. I have to do this for Lady Ramir, so I'll drink it now. It took a few seconds, but Roll finished the medicine. He thought it tasted like plain water. However, a horrifying moment arrived. Roll's entire body became immobile. He cringed as the pain hit. Lord Roll, are you all right, sir? I know you're in pain, but you need to tell me how you're feeling right now. Roll struggled to speak, saying his legs hurt. They were stiff. Ramir asked worriedly, besides your legs, where else does it hurt? My hands hurt a little, so she gently held Roll's hand. Please don't hurt anymore. No, if it hurts, let hurt a little. Is this the only thing I can do for him? Suddenly, Roll called her name. I think I feel much better, thanks to you. So stop looking at me with that sad face. With that, Roll fainted. Count Arnold. Don't tell me. At that moment, Rosen said, just as I predicted. What do you mean? You're his physician. Why would you say that? If you don't revive Count Arnold right now, then I forgot to tell you beforehand. I thought it would be too cruel to make him endure the pain while conscious, so I added some sleeping herbs. I wanted him to fall asleep immediately, but adding too much sleeping powder might reduce the effect of the medicine. So, he stopped talking after seeing Rammer cry. Rammer explained that she thought Count Arnold had died. Oh dear, it's all my fault. I didn't tell you beforehand. Now you can leave him to me. You should go and rest. I'm fine. I'll go to sleep when I'm tired. You should rest first. If you collapse from exhaustion, who will prepare the medicine for Count Arnold? Seeing that Rosen didn't want to go either, Ramir urged him, almost forcing him. All right. I'll go rest for a bit, but I'll be in the laboratory. So if anything happens to the Viscount, call me. I'll take care of him. So nothing will happen. After Rosen left the room, Ramir breathed a sigh of relief. When did he sweat so much? Is there anything here to wipe him down with? Ramir rummaged through the room. In a small cabinet, she found many handkerchiefs. But remarkably, on the surface of the handkerchiefs, Ramir's name was embroidered on each one. Dawn broke, and Roll was still fast asleep. But then he was awakened by the sound of birds chirping outside. He struggled to sit up, and Ramir was by his bedside, tending to him. Lady Ramir? The rustling sound accidentally woke Ramir. Count Arnold, you're awake. You didn't sleep all night, my lady? Not at all. I slept well by your side. Why didn't you go to sleep? Besides, how are you feeling? How are your legs? I feel good, at least better than yesterday. This might have been good news for Ramir, but for Roll, half a bottle didn't seem to be enough. So she encouraged him, saying that if he continued using it, he would get better soon. Then, she abruptly stood up. Actually, I have some personal matters to attend to. I think I'll be leaving until lunchtime. Is that all right? Of course. Ramir then left, and the room fell silent. Roll realized that Ramir had become overly stressed because of him. Now, In her own room, Ramir collapsed from exhaustion. She complained to Kara that she was too tired and had to take a nap, asking Kara to wake her up before lunch. The sun's already up, and you're going back to sleep now. I didn't sleep last night. I looked after Viscount Arnold all night. What? Then why didn't you sleep in the room you two share? Roll asked if I hadn't slept all night, and I said no because I didn't want him to worry. Kara was dumbfounded. Oh my God, you should be honest with him. You always hide important matters like this. Quiet. Do you even know how I feel? Of course. Just as she was about to drift off, Ramir asked Kara something, specifically about the book on white flowers from the temple. Ramir recounted, I used to think I could take care of my partner like the protagonist in the story, but now that I'm actually experiencing it, it's not simple at all. It's so hard watching Roll endure the pain in silence. Just for me. Kara knew Ramir had fallen into deep thought. She soothed Ramir. You should get some sleep. I don't know if it's because you're tired or what, but it's really uncomfortable how mature you're suddenly acting. After Kara left, Ramir gradually fell asleep. Closing her eyes, Ramir silently wished that when she woke up, everything would be over. Really, it was dusk again, and Seabree saw Ramir in the hallway. He called out her name, but Ramir really didn't seem well. She banged her head against the wall, complaining, It's been 3 weeks, but nothing has changed. What if he can't walk anymore? Seabree approached her. Stop mumbling and go back to your room. If you have time to break down, you might as well be by your husband's side. Ramir immediately glared at him. You're so annoying. Then she punched Seabree. Hey, that hurt. Why did you suddenly hit me? I just wanted to comfort you, because I felt bad for you. Whatever. I'm leaving. Watching Ramir leave, Seabree was a little confused. But not long after, she banged her head against another wall. Is the Duke's condition that bad? It's sad to see her like this. The scene shifted to Roll's room. Due to his numb legs, he still had to lie in bed. Roll's first misfortune occurred when he was a child. During the chaotic war, Roll was accidentally discovered by 2 guards without his parents. The 2 guards were extremely miserable, as it was difficult to find their whereabouts. At that time, seeing the pitiful appearance of a child only 5 years old, the kind guard allowed him to stay with them. But this was only temporary, until Roll found his relatives. Because food wasn't free and was running out, the guards threatened Roll that he had to quickly grow up and take care of himself. Day after day, he practiced swordsmanship with the guards. Although the training was extremely harsh and cost Roll a lot of sweat and tears, he maintained a strong spirit, so the guards were touched. He patted Roll's head and said, After the war is over, we're going to the capital. Do you want to come with us? Really? Of course, anyone can see that you really have a talent for swordsmanship. We won't abandon you, don't worry. But then one day, when Roll was old enough to go to the battlefield, he was caught in an endless battle and accidentally lost his leader. In despair, Roll struggled to observe his surroundings, perhaps just to find the person who had helped him grow up. But reality swallowed Roll. Somewhere, 2 people were gossiping about the recent battle. They received news that the mercenaries who participated in that battle had all been slaughtered. Such a shame. We survived because we were deployed in the rear for support, but I heard the Wandering Legion was completely annihilated after that raid. Roll wasn't far from there, hiding in a corner, comforting himself. After the second misfortune, all that remained in Roll's heart was hatred. He went to the commander-in-chief and submitted a volunteer application to go to the front lines. Due to his young appearance, the commander-in-chief seemed reluctant to allow it, but Roll tried to persuade him. After much effort, the commander-in-chief finally allowed Roll to participate in training the next day. He also warned him of the potential dangers involved in the training. For Roll, now, all that remained in his heart was resentment for the war. He told himself he wouldn't let the swordsmanship they taught him go to waste. At first, Roll only wanted to avenge his parents and the mercenaries of the Wandering Legion, but he gradually forgot his initial purpose. Roll repeatedly slaughtered everyone he considered an enemy. He didn't know when he had become so bloodthirsty. However, during a battle, Roll saw his younger self through a little girl. The girl was the only survivor in the village after the war ended, and that girl was Amy. Everything started with Amy. She reminded him of his childhood. He gradually realized that people could make his life more colorful. Roll found his purpose in life, wanting to protect the people he cared about. Everything seemed perfect until he lost everything. During a small gathering, his superior told Roll, We are very grateful for your contributions so far. However, under the circumstances, we can't let you command the Corps. So you should go back. At that moment, Roll fell into the darkest abyss of his life, perhaps because he had appeared in a wheelchair. For the first time in his life, Roll was so afraid of God. He knelt by his familiar bed, apologizing to God for being a sinner, his hands stained with the blood of countless people. Even if Roll could no longer wield a sword, he was willing, praying to God only that he could stand and walk again. If I can walk again, I will do my best to protect more people. So please give me a little hope. Dawn broke, and Roll gradually woke up. He realized that what he had seen was just a dream. Until Roll turned to the window, Ramir's figure was still by his bedside. She's exhausted because of me. I should help her to bed. Roll got out of bed, knowing it would be difficult, but a miracle happened. He was actually able to walk proficiently. Somehow his body felt so light. Could it be? Roll tried, clenching his hand, and then light appeared. How was this possible? My power has returned. At that moment, Ramir called out to Roll, simply because his aura had become prominent. Lady Ramir, that's your aura, right? Or am I dreaming? He said he couldn't believe it. It felt hazy. Ramir had to pinch her own cheek to confirm that it wasn't a dream. It seemed she had been too hard on her own cheek. But this implicitly confirmed that it wasn't a dream. Does it hurt, my lady? It hurts. Are you feeling better? I don't know if I've fully recovered, but I feel much better. Of course. Ramir hugged Roll tightly. She burst into tears, congratulating him on this achievement. Roll supported himself with his newly recovered legs. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Thank you, Lady Ramir. It's all thanks to you. Ramir joyfully helped Roll up. Thank me? Everyone contributed. Are you all right? Does anything hurt? I'm fine, Roll replied. He said he needed to check himself first, but his hands and feet were completely fine. Ramir thought this was an admirable achievement, so she quickly asked Viscount Rosen to come and check on him. Without waiting for Roll to say anything more, she zoomed off. But after taking a few steps, Ramir realized something. If Roll had recovered, then from now on, they would have to use separate rooms. Finally, Ramir brought Rosen in to examine Roll. Roll's condition is better than I expected. After a series of manipulations, Rosen said, well, I think everything is quite stable. Let's end it here for today. I'll see you out. Aren't you staying? Since Viscount Arnold is doing better, I'll return to my room. But today is the first day of his recovery. Are you sure you want to leave him alone, my lady? Rosen was unaware that Ramir had been waiting for this question for a long time. All right, someone has to look after him. Exactly. Although sharing a room is a bit inconvenient. I hope you can take care of Count Arnold tonight, my lady. Viscount Rosen said so. But what do you think, Count Arnold? She turned to Roll and asked. Before he could answer, Ramir interjected, I know it's a bit inconvenient, but it's for your health, so? Roll was persuaded to let her care for him for the next few days. Indeed, I've been working hard these past few weeks. I deserve a reward. Meanwhile, in the drawing room, Sher was welcoming a very special guest. I didn't expect. Why would a representative from the Kingdom of the Morning Light be here? The guest said, shouldn't we establish peace? Peace? Well, this is rather sudden. The guest nodded. Of course, I understand your feelings, but our new queen loves peace. Sher immediately questioned, the new queen loves peace? So, yes, Queen Nibria defeated countless enemies and chose peace. I'm here to prove that to you. The Emperor of the Kingdom of the Morning Light died of drug shock. The new queen eliminated the queen candidates and ascended the throne after stripping others of their inheritance rights. The new queen didn't seem like a peace-loving person. Thinking this, Sher asked the other guest, so what do you want to do? Do you hope we can sit down and talk about peace? The guest replied, we hope to send a peace ambassador to your territory. An ambassador? Of course. We need your permission. We are considering sending Princess Pyrie as the chief ambassador. Sher's voice became serious. You intend to send a princess? It was well known that Princess Pyrie lost her inheritance rights because of the new queen, but she was still the queen's first candidate. Connecting everything, Sher thought that the Kingdom of the Morning Light was planning something very dangerous. Especially with the expression of the other guest, there might be others following their plan. At that moment, in the forest, a group of soldiers were transporting large crates. Not far away, two people were watching this activity. They whispered to each other, how much will Lady Ramir pay us for this information? Pay? She might even give us a castle. Initially, the Black Hats were experimenting on corpses in the north. They collected quite a few magic stones. There was also a very important piece of information. The leader of the Black Hats was a werewolf. The two quickly snuck away and headed back to Claude. But halfway there, they stopped. Wait, are we going the right way? I was following you. I don't know the way. Both felt a bad feeling about to grip them. Their screams echoed through the quiet forest. Deep in the forest, a carriage carrying attendants moved slowly, seemingly escorting someone. Pyrie sat quietly inside, unsure if she could play the role of the peace ambassador of the kingdom of the morning light well. Well, Pyrie recalled Nibria's words. If you do well as a peace ambassador in Claude, I will acknowledge you. Pyrie kept thinking about the word acknowledge. Though she thought it wasn't necessary to go this far for Nibria's recognition, she unconsciously expressed this desire. The carriage lurched to a halt. A servant immediately knocked, announcing that the party would stop for dinner before crossing the border. He inquired whether Princess Pyrie could wait while they prepared the meal. Pyrie assented. Having received his orders, the servant hurried off to make the arrangements. Pyrie's heart hammered at her chest. She was still exhilarated to have escaped from that hellish place. Her good mood prompting her, Pyrie decided to take a walk before dinner. Stepping out of the carriage, she looked around excitedly. After walking for a while, she realized she was alone. Pyrie wondered if the servants were out foraging for dinner ingredients. But even so, they should have left a few people behind. As she searched, Pyrie saw the servants huddled behind a tree, whispering amongst themselves. One of them asked his companion, "Should we make a move on the princess?" Pyrie was struck speechless by these words. The other began to outline the plan. "After she's unconscious, I'll drug her, and then we'll make our move. Don't make any mistakes. We have to do this as cleanly as possible." Pyrie now understood why Nibria had sent her as a peace ambassador. She had been foolish to dream of a better life. Nibria would never let her go so easily. Pyrie was in a state of confusion, unsure of what to do. Run? But where could she run to now? The only person willing to take her to the kingdom of the morning light was him, but he was so far away. Despair washed over Pyrie. Her life seemed to be ending here. The subordinate who had spoken earlier suddenly disagreed with his companion's plan. He wanted to cross the border first before taking action. The reason they had to change their plan was that Claude would send knights to the border to protect the princess. They had to act before they met them. Pyrie finally saw a glimmer of hope. If she could cross the border, she had a chance to survive. She told herself she couldn't die like this. And so, Pyrie ran. She didn't even bother to grab her shoes. When the servants returned, Pyrie was nowhere to be seen. They began frantically searching the forest. Hiding nearby, Pyrie heard their voices close by. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Having circled the area without finding Pyrie, the servants decided to change their search location. Pyrie had temporarily escaped from danger, but she still blamed herself for being too slow. "If I had known things would turn out like this, I should have tried to learn swordsmanship." But now is not the time for self-blame. Pyrie needed to pull herself together. As long as she crossed the river in front of her, she could reach Claude. Not daring to delay any longer, Pyrie knew she had to act now. Of course, things weren't that simple. Somehow, the servants had found their way and joined forces to surround her. It seemed they had used a trick to lure her out. Pyrie backed away fearfully. She instinctively clenched the stone in her hand, wanting to defend herself. Seeing this, the servant sneered, "What do you think you're going to do with that stone?" Without hesitation, they pointed their swords at Pyrie's neck. "Is this how you threaten someone? Your childish game is over." Pyrie stared at her own frightened face reflected in the blade. She was truly close to death now. But before she died, she still wanted to know the reason. The reason Nibria wanted her dead. The subordinate no longer bothered to hide it. "If I said your death is the source of all this chaos, would you understand?" Pyrie immediately understood. Nibria was doing this because she wanted to wage war with Claude. The subordinate complimented her. "Smarter than I thought. Claude will be blamed for your death." Pyrie painfully realized the truth. Her death had been planned by Nibria a long time ago. But it was too late now. Pyrie smiled, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Accepting her impending death, just as the sword was about to fall, an arrow, seemingly appearing from nowhere, flew into the subordinate's hand, causing him to cry out in pain and drop the sword. Pyrie narrowly escaped death. They stared in astonishment at the newcomer, the young Viscount of the Claude family. Everything happened so fast that Pyrie couldn't react. Sieber calmly dismounted from his horse, and looking at the men attempting to surround the weak girl, he angrily demanded, "What are you doing here?" Seeing someone arrive, Pyrie, without a moment to think, immediately ran towards him, seeking help. Sieber didn't understand what was happening, but when he saw Pyrie's bare feet covered in wounds, he knew she was in danger. The subordinates, realizing the situation seemed dire, immediately tried to attack. Sieber didn't ask any more questions. He simply removed his cloak and draped it over Pyrie, deciding to question her after the matter was settled. Then, drawing his sword, Sieber walked towards the group. "Judging by your attire, you appear to be knights of the kingdom of the morning light, yet I see no knightly spirit in you." In an instant, all the subordinates were defeated by Sieber. Pyrie witnessed this scene with a flicker of fear. Initially, when she saw him charge in to fight 7 men, she was a little worried. In the end, it was all for naught, as a knight of the Claude family was inherently skilled. Sieber grimly watched his fallen opponents. Though he had tried to avoid vital points, they still took poison and ended their own lives. It seemed the other side had anticipated this. Sieber turned to Pyrie and asked if she was all right. Pyrie stammered her thanks to Sieber and then introduced herself. Sieber immediately recognized Pyrie's name. She was the princess of the kingdom of the morning light. He sighed, looking at the bodies. Were they truly knights of the kingdom of the morning light? Hearing Pyrie's confirmation, Sieber was confused. So, knights of the kingdom of the morning light had tried to kill their own princess? Sieber offered to take Pyrie back on his horse, but she wanted to refuse. Before she could say more, Pyrie was swept up into his arms. Sieber explained, "I can't let a princess walk with such injured feet. If I did, I would be in trouble when I returned to Claude." It was the first time Pyrie had been treated so gently, and her face involuntarily flushed. Sieber gently placed her on his horse. "I'll try to go slow, but to be safe, princess, you should hold on to me." Despite his kindness, Pyrie's unease resurfaced. She didn't know if it was truly okay if she went to Claude. Because of her, war would soon break out. She couldn't sit idly by and watch those who had saved her be put in danger. Sieber keenly sensed Pyrie's distress and asked if she was feeling unwell. Pyrie finally decided to tell the truth. "Those knights will do everything they can to kill me because they want to start a war with Claude. If I die in Claude territory, my country will use it as an excuse to wage war against Claude. They plan to use my death to beg for forgiveness when they launch their attack. So I can't go to Claude." Pyrie thought that if Sieber knew the truth, he would likely leave her behind, but she still had no regrets. At least she had lifted the burden from her shoulders. But Sieber's reaction was completely unexpected. "I figured as much." Pyrie stared at Sieber in astonishment, surprised that he had already figured it out. Sieber continued, "What kind of country would have knights attempt to assassinate their own princess? It's much easier to believe that scenario." Pyrie tried to still her trembling hands. "If you already knew, then you shouldn't have brought me along. I don't understand what you mean." Pyrie believed she was the cause of the war and should be sent back. Sieber couldn't help but interrupt her. "If I leave you here, princess, what do you plan to do next?" Pyrie answered in a small voice, "I'll try to hide in the Empire's territory." Sieber immediately pointed out the flaw. "If you go missing, the Empire will question Claude about your disappearance near the border, and then we'll still be blamed." Thus, no matter what plan Pyrie proposed, Sieber pointed out its weakness. "I'll try to return to the kingdom. The kingdom of the morning light soldiers will be waiting for you at the border. You know my uncle is in the western part of the kingdom of the morning light. So if I can get there, you can't cross the border, so how will you get there?" Finally, Sieber concluded, "You can't return to your kingdom. Ever since you left the imperial capital, their plan has already been successful." Seeing Pyrie's sadness, Sieber understood her current predicament wasn't good. A princess who could neither return home nor risk living in the shadows. Sieber, knowing she might be feeling desperate and useless right now, comforted her. "I'll take you to the manor, but not out of pity. I'll keep an eye on you from now on. This is better than you dying or disappearing." Pyrie cautiously asked, "Will I really be of any help?" Sieber affirmed, "Yes, so you must survive to the end." Thanks to Sieber's words, Pyrie seemed to gain the motivation to live after the recent events. By the time they returned to the camp, it was already dark. It was Pyrie's first time in such a place, and she couldn't help but feel a little curious. Sieber called for Kira, who was nearby. Then he gently helped Pyrie off the horse. Kira was astonished. Sieber briefly explained, "This is the princess of the kingdom of the morning light. Something happened, so I escorted her here." Sieber wanted Kira to help him treat and take care of Pyrie. Before Sieber left, Pyrie tried to catch up to him to return his cloak. Sieber refused, saying it was cold at night, so Pyrie should keep it. Sieber told Pyrie to forget everything that happened today and get a good rest. He would see her in the morning. Pyrie watched Sieber's retreating figure, her heart fluttering, and felt a bit regretful. I forgot to ask his name. The scene shifted to the Sieber family manor. Roll was sitting on the bed, reading a book. Before he finished reading, he closed the book. He looked at Ramir, who was lying beside him. He didn't understand why, but he felt something urging him. He also didn't know why, but just by touching Ramir, that feeling would disappear. After holding her hand for a while, Roll returned to normal. But sometimes holding hands wasn't enough. Roll's desire grew stronger, even though he told himself that just seeing Ramir was enough. Roll still wanted more. He tried clutching the blanket to suppress that desire. Roll had already made this sacrifice 3 times. If he lost this joy again, Roll would have nothing left. He glanced at Ramir. Maybe just a little bit would be okay. The next morning, Sieber returned to the castle. As soon as Kira saw him, she grumbled, "I canceled the welcoming ceremony as requested in your letter, but why so suddenly?" Pyrie, standing behind him, hurriedly spoke up, wanting to explain for Sieber. Ramir quietly observed the whole scene from upstairs. She wondered who the girl Sieber brought back was. Seeing that things seemed complicated, she invited Pyrie to the drawing room to talk. Pyrie honestly told them about Nibria's plan to start a war. Kira expressed her sympathy. "We understand your current situation, Princess. Please rest well now, and we can discuss plans later." Ramir, hiding outside, overheard everything. She didn't expect the Kingdom of the Morning Light to have such intentions. This detail wasn't in the original story. Pyrie didn't look like a bad person, but Ramir had a bad feeling about her. It wasn't a feeling caused by recent events, as she had experienced a lot. That feeling was very similar to Roll in the past. Ramir thought it was dangerous to leave Pyrie alone at this time, but she couldn't just approach her out of the blue and offer to be friends. Ramir thought of something, a strange smile suddenly playing on her lips. "I'll lure her in with cute things." Another day passed peacefully. The next day, Kara opened the door and announced, "I've completed the task you requested, Miss Ramir." Ramir pondered, "I heard there's political conflict in the Kingdom of the Morning Light. Could that be the reason? Overcoming depression is difficult, but getting people to think about something else is easy." Kara couldn't help but ask, "What are you planning to do, Miss Ramir?" Ramir adopted a dangerous look. "Train her to death, of course. Then she won't have the energy to think about anything else, and she might even develop an appetite." Kara forced a compliment. What a cold and ruthless method. Ramir considered swordsmanship a perfectly reasonable choice. Kara then suggested having Roll be Pyrie's teacher, but, of course, Ramir dismissed it. Finally, the person chosen to teach Pyrie swordsmanship was Sieber. After exchanging greetings, Sieber and Pyrie sat down. Neither of them knew how to start the conversation. Sieber spoke first, asking Pyrie if she was comfortable here. Pyrie gave a slight nod. "Everyone is very kind. The food is delicious. The guest rooms are meticulously prepared. And the children are adorable. 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 They recommended some dishes to me. They're really cute." Seeing her adapt so well, Sieber was somewhat relieved. After chatting for a while, Pyrie asked Sieber why he had suddenly come to see her. Sieber suggested, "Would your highness like to learn swordsmanship?" This was also the tactic they had come up with, so Pyrie could protect herself. Pyrie recalled the people who had chased her the day before. A strong determination welled up within her. Sieber, assuming she wouldn't agree, tried to explain, "Swordsmanship is a way to protect yourself, but it's also a way to improve your health. Your highness doesn't have to feel pressured." Before he could finish, Pyrie said in a determined voice, "I will learn. Please instruct me, starting now." Seeing Pyrie like this, Sieber was initially a little surprised, but then he felt happy for her, as she was much stronger than before. Sieber arranged, "We'll start tomorrow. I'll clear my schedule." Pyrie, blushing, replied, "Although I still have many shortcomings, I will do my best to follow your instructions." Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of the Morning Light, a royal family member attending a meeting expressed concern for Pyrie. Nibria, however, didn't seem anxious. "Princess Pyrie is an outstanding talent. I believe she will complete her assigned mission excellently." Suddenly, a stranger frantically ran into the meeting room, saying he had something important to report. He introduced himself as Zach, the driver of Pyrie's escort carriage. Those present eagerly asked what had happened. Zach began to recount. "Princess Pyrie has been kidnapped. The young Viscount of the Claude family fought with our knights. He killed everyone there, then took the princess and disappeared. Hearing this news, everyone present was bewildered. This was precisely the effect Nibria needed. First, she pretended to be devastated by the disappearance of her sister, Pyre. In the next moment, she feigned indignation at Sieber's actions. Finally, she declared war on the Claude family. Before the others could even digest the information, they were faced with a life-or-death decision. Nibria couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The plan she had cherished for so long was finally implemented. Elsewhere, Roll and Ramir walked and talked. The princess is starting swordsmanship training today. If you want to enjoy your meals, regular exercise is best. This was called a conversation, but only Ramir was chattering, while Roll simply stood and listened. Watching Ramir's happy smile, Roll desperately wanted to hug her, but in the end, he restrained himself. Ramir chattered away beside him. I told Sieber to teach the princess how to use a sword. I did well, didn't I? Seeing Roll's silence, Ramir unconsciously called his name. Roll blurted out what was on his mind. I want to hug you. Surprised, Ramir asked, what did you just say? Roll had to lie. I said you did well. It's great that you saved so many people. Ramir had clearly heard something else, but no matter how she asked, Roll denied it. After a fruitless interrogation, Ramir had to give up. They both returned to their usual composure. The scene shifted to Sieber and Pyre's sword training grounds. After swinging the sword 100 times, Pyre was exhausted, sweating profusely. Sieber considerately offered her water and told her to rest. Suddenly, the sound of a troop review nearby caught Pyre's attention. She guessed they were really going to fight the kingdom of the Morning Light. Pyre asked Sieber if there was any way to stop the war. Sieber asked her to offer some examples for consideration. Pyre suggested she could provide information about the kingdom of the Morning Light. Sieber asked, how much do you know about military affairs? Of course, Pyre wasn't familiar with that area. Seeing this, Sieber comforted her. Why don't you try writing a letter? Sieber suggested she could write down the truth and warn the nobles of the kingdom of the Morning Light. Pyre wondered if her letter would have any effect. Sieber explained, this is just a hypothetical, but there are bound to be people who oppose the war. Maybe when they hear this news, those who support the former queen will waver, at least a little. As long as we give them something to think about, it can buy us more time. Pyre also thought this was reasonable and immediately decided to write a letter after the training. If she could buy time, she had to do her best. Thinking about time, Pyre seemed to realize something. She suddenly asked Sieber anxiously, can I send a letter to my uncle sooner? Although confused, Sieber agreed to consider it. Just then, the break ended, and Sieber told Pyre to go back to training. Pyre fell into despair. She had thought the training was over. Obeying Sieber, Pyre swung the sword with all her might, striking the wooden stake. Sieber advised her to use more force. Having said that, he lightly demonstrated a strike for Pyre. Sieber only used a wooden sword for the strike, but the wooden stake snapped in two, showing that his strength was not to be underestimated. Pyre stared at the shattered wooden stake, speechless. Sieber considered this a normal thing and told Pyre to try again. Near the border between the two countries, Vidal walked along a forest path with a backpack on his back. Looking at the strange ribbons on his head, Vidal didn't understand their meaning. Even now, he still couldn't believe they were going to have a battle with the kingdom of the Morning Light. Recalling the previous day's memory, Sheer had told him to deliver this letter to the kingdom of the Morning Light. Sheer had added, if the queen has border guards, don't hesitate, run. But you must find another route into the kingdom of the Morning Light and find Scyther in the west of the kingdom. Vidal sighed. Hopefully, nothing will happen along the way. He hadn't finished speaking when an arrow, seemingly from nowhere, grazed Vidal's face and stuck straight into the ground. He narrowly escaped death. As he looked up, he saw an entire cavalry unit from the kingdom of the Morning Light. Vidal amicably introduced himself. My name is Vidal. I am a knight of Claude. As soon as the people of the kingdom of the Morning Light heard the name Claude, they went berserk, chasing after Vidal. As he ran, he cried out, how can I do this alone? A few days later, in the kingdom of the Morning Light, the military situation didn't seem very good. The South suddenly announced they couldn't send reinforcements, despite rumors that they had thoroughly prepared. Nibria asked, what reason did the South give? A subordinate, glancing at a document, replied, they claim they don't have enough soldiers. Nibria pressed on, and the East. The East made excuses about their son being gravely ill, making it difficult for them to mobilize. Nibria scoffed inwardly. She knew they were all making excuses, but there was nothing she could do about it. She had only one card left to play. Duke Heinsis, the king's younger brother and an experienced general. Heinsis commanded the elite troops of the West. Nibria had assumed that upon hearing of Pyre's kidnapping, he would immediately mobilize his troops. But that hadn't happened. She had considered the possibility that Heinsis knew the truth, but dismissed the thought. Heinsis' excuse for refusing to join the war was poor health. The subordinate beside her explained to Nibria, he's been indulging in alcohol for a long time, a habit that has finally confined him to bed. Nibria asked suspiciously, is his condition truly that serious? The subordinate readily confirmed. They had heard he'd been vomiting blood earlier. Hearing this, Nibria was somewhat inclined to believe Heinsis truly was ill. All in all, including the soldiers stationed at the border, they had 12,000 soldiers. Nibria began to calculate. Claude only has 4,000 soldiers in total, so we outnumber them 3-1. What should I do on the day the war begins? As the commander on the Kingdom of the Morning Light side strategized, a subordinate arrived to report recently surfaced rumors. People were talking about Princess Pyre seeking protection from Count Claude, but the problem was they didn't know where these rumors originated. Some said the Count was aiding the princess, while others claimed the Queen had threatened her. The commander reasoned that whether the letters sent were true or false didn't matter. If the Count truly was protecting the princess, then they couldn't go to war. The subordinate reminded him, do you intend to rebel? The commander retorted that fighting the Claude family, while they protected the princess, would also be considered treason. They were in a dilemma. Retreating without orders now was treason, but they couldn't continue this war either. As they debated, another man arrived with an announcement. Seeing his serious expression, the commander immediately asked, what had happened? Finally, Princess Pyre appeared, accompanied by Claude Knight. So it's over. The end of a battle that never even began. Then both sides sat down to negotiate with each other. The commander of the Kingdom of the Morning Light respectfully greeted Pyre. She politely returned the greeting. Sieber went straight to the point. I heard the Queen is targeting you. Pyre confirmed this was true, adding that Sieber was the one who saved her when she was being pursued by Nibria's assassins. If it weren't for him, Pyre would have died there. Hearing this, the subordinates couldn't help but feel sorry for Pyre's fate. They all bowed their heads, grateful to Sieber for saving their princess. Sheer, sitting beside them, silently rejoiced. It seemed he no longer needed to worry about war. The commander resolutely declared, we will immediately return to the princess's side. We need Princess Pyre as the rightful heir to the throne. Anyone else would have been overjoyed, but not Pyre. She wondered if she should even return to that place. No one there listened to her. Pyre truly didn't want to go back. But did she have any other choice at this moment? Sieber boldly spoke up for Pyre. How can we trust that you will protect the princess? The subordinates of the Kingdom of the Morning Light didn't understand why Sieber was so distrustful. Sieber questioned, then who instigated a war, accusing us of what we didn't do? Seeing the situation becoming unstable, Sheer interrupted Sieber. Enough. He wanted to discuss with the people from the Kingdom of the Morning Light the reason for their arrival. Sheer gave the Kingdom of the Morning Light two options. 1. Accept Claude's help and dethrone Queen Nibria. 2. Employ peaceful methods and prioritize the Kingdom of the Morning Light's safety. The negotiations concluded with the Kingdom of the Morning Light accepting all of Claude's conditions. The next day, at the Claude encampment, the forces of the Kingdom of the Morning Light seemed to be gradually disbanding. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Rammer suggested they should disband their forces as well, but Sieber couldn't agree yet. He would maintain the rear line in case anything unfavorable happened. Seeing Sieber leave, Pyre followed him out. She thanked him for helping her earlier. Sieber brushed it off as nothing worth mentioning. He simply told Pyre to return to Claude and rest. Pyre hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage to express herself. I want to stay with you in the rear, Mr. Sieber. Sieber was stunned, standing motionless as dawn broke. An important meeting was taking place in the royal palace. A baron addressed the king. Your Majesty, we've just received news that the princess is with Count Claude. Another man slammed his hand on the table, clearly expressing his displeasure. They're trying to hold her hostage and negotiate with us. The baron replied, no. The princess is the one sitting at the negotiating table. Another baron calmly stated, are you certain this isn't just a rumor? Then, Queen Nibria spoke. Are you referring to the rumor that I assassinated the princess? Silence fell over the room. The queen raised her voice. Do you believe that ridiculous rumor? Perhaps the princess has been manipulated by Claude into lying. All the barons seated, they were furious. Everyone stared at her with piercing eyes. Nibria faced them directly. "If we don't wage war, we won't be able to repay the silver borrowed from the treasury," she said sarcastically. "It seems you all doubt me. I have no obligation to care about such things." The bodyguard who had been standing beside the queen, protecting her, prepared to draw his sword and threaten them. He pointed his sword at the baron, startling him. Nibria stood up angrily. "Enough! Why are you here?" The queen was astonished to see General Hycines again. "It's been a while, your majesty." Queen Nibria was dumbfounded. "Aren't you still Bedridden? I heard you coughed up blood." He explained, "I merely spilled wine on myself that day. And I believe you understand why I'm wearing armor." She froze, bewildered, tried to control her anger, then spat out, "Traitor." Hycines retorted, "You started this." He ordered the man to be brought in. The guards brought in the coachman. He was tied up. Hycines said, "You remember this coachman, don't you?" Nibria, frightened, denied, "No, I don't know this man." General Hycines demanded, "Zach, say what you told me." He stammered, "The queen wanted us to kill the princess. If we failed, her plan was to blame the Claude family." Under General Hycines' pressure, he was forced to tell the truth. All eyes focused on the queen. General Hycines clarified everything. "Did you all hear that? The queen will be arrested for attempting to assassinate the heir." Queen Nibria, terrified, could no longer stand. All the criticism was directed at her. Then, under Hycines' direction, Nibria's reign abruptly ended. In the small cottage in the garden, the little girl sat chatting with Hycines. She said cheerfully, "The children at the estate are so lovely. I play puzzles with them every day. Miss Rammer is also wonderful. She married the person she loves and even went to the capital. I've also been learning swordsmanship from Mr. Sieber. I'll show you when I've settled down." Hycines looked at her affectionately. Hearing this, "I'm relieved." The little girl asked curiously, "But why are you here? What about the kingdom?" He simply said that he had arranged everything before coming here. "What about the queen, uncle?" he said. "She got what she deserved. You don't need to worry." She asked worriedly, "Then what about my father?" Hycines said sadly, "He's still the same. There's been no saving him from the start. So I will ascend the throne in his stead and marry another man." She immediately refused. "I don't think I should be queen right now," she said. "I'm only 13, too young to rule a kingdom." He sighed. "Well, it's all over now. Think about the present. What do you want to do in the future?" She froze. "Yes, if you wish, I can make you queen right away. But if you think it's too early, you can learn how to be a queen first." She was firm. "I'm not going back." Hycines was surprised. "Why?" She pleaded, "Please, the kingdom is yours now. I want to stay with Claude." He kept asking, "What are you saying? How can someone who's always hiding in the shadows become the ruler of a kingdom?" "But I can help you." She sighed and said quickly, "I'm grateful, uncle, but I'll only accept your kindness." Pyrie honestly expressed, "I don't want to go back to that castle at all." Hycines heartily tried to persuade her, but the young girl shared her story. "Ever since my mother passed away, that palace hasn't been my home. My father became more and more depressed, and I was abandoned." Having witnessed that heartbreaking scene as a child, Pyrie felt incredibly sad. "I'm sorry. I've been an irresponsible princess and granddaughter." Hycines comforted her. "No, it was my short-sightedness." He held Pyrie's hand tightly and said cheerfully, "Do whatever you want to do." The scene shifted to another cottage. Hycines and Sheer were playing chess and chatting. Sheer said, "I'm glad that letter arrived in time." Hycines happily replied, "I came as fast as I could after receiving my niece's letter." "How long has it been since we sat face to face like this?" Sheer asked, "So are you going back to the kingdom now?" His voice became sad. "Probably. I suppose negotiating would be difficult if you were the king." Hycines said cheerfully, "As long as my niece is happy, there won't be any problems between us." "Are you threatening me?" Hycines said calmly, "It's a request from an old friend. I'd like to ask you to take care of Pyrie. I'm going back now." Sheer shook his hand. "Farewell. Well, safe travels. My army can't withdraw if you haven't left yet." Hycines said goodbye. "I hope the next time we meet, you'll bring more good news about the children." Sheer wondered, "Good news about the children?" And Hycines. Before leaving, Hycines said, "If you don't know, just ignore it." Sheer could no longer understand what this man was thinking. He looked up at the sky. "I should return to Claude too, shouldn't I?" In a prison cell, the atmosphere was extremely cold, and many cries of grief could be heard. "Please forgive me," a man pleaded. "The Kingdom of the Morning Light's plan failed. That's why I said we shouldn't push too hard too fast. What should we do about Claude next?" "I'll meet them directly." The scene shifted to the small town. Every afternoon, the atmosphere here was always bustling. Laughter filled Princess Rammer's bedroom. She said comfortably to Roll, "It's been troublesome enough. I just want to rest." Roll asked, "Do you want me to request dinner in the room?" She said, "That's a good idea, but I don't mind being lazy, but I can't let you do that. I'll ask Kara." Just then, Kara called her. Rammer said, "Just in time. Did you want me to call your name?" Kara rushed in. "This isn't the time for you to rest." "Mississippi," Kara announced. "Lord Cashin has arrived." Princess Rammer startled. "So suddenly?" Roll asked, "Who is Lord Cashin?" She said, "He's my grandfather." "Your grandfather?" She was sweating. "Yes, my mother's father, Count Cashin." Roll was also surprised and nervous to meet the Count. The two went out to greet him. "Miss Rammer and Mr. Roll have arrived." He put down his teacup. Both of them were frightened when they saw him. He said, "This little thief." Roll and Rammer froze. Roll wondered, "Me? A thief?" She whispered to Roll, "My father is a great thief." Rammer rushed to his side. "Grandfather, why did you come so suddenly?" Count Cashin said cheerfully, "It's been a while, my dear granddaughter." "Didn't you miss me at all, my little princess?" She asked, "Have you seen my mother and father?" He said, "Of course. Lila scolded me, as usual, for coming here without notice." Roll, seeing him standing next to Rammer, realized how tall he was. Count Cashin said to Roll, "You're standing there like a scarecrow." He politely replied, "It's an honor to meet you, sir. I'm Roll Escart." Count Cashin scratched his head. "Oh, you're quite attractive. Well, sit down." Everyone sat down and chatted cheerfully. Rammer asked, "Would you like some cake?" He looked at the two of them and sighed. "You've been married for a while now, but you still seem awkward. Have you even kissed?" They were both bewildered and blushed at his words. Princess Rammer protested. "Why would you ask that?" He sighed and said, "You've been married for a while, but I guess there's still been no progress." She exclaimed, "Honestly, why are you here?" "To encourage you, in case the war broke out. But I'm glad it ended early." She asked gently, "So, will you go back after this is over?" He replied, "No, I have to hand-deliver the gift I prepared for my dear granddaughter. So, let's celebrate your wedding now, Rammer." He took out the bottle of wine he had prepared. She asked, "You came because you miss my mother and me, right?" He said, "Of course, my dear granddaughter. Did you think I came here because I wanted to see those thieves? By the way, is it all right for you to be here at this time? I thought the North was still busy. The North might be mobilizing for war. Why would you go to the manor?" Cashin had to say, "My vacation is quite long." She became worried. "Wait, were you fired?" He said sadly. "Do you have to put that way? I told you to control yourself." His voice turned serious. "I don't think I should hear that from my dear granddaughter." Roll whispered in her ear, "Does Count Cashin work in the North?" She replied, "He's a civil servant there." Then she thought, "But he's a high-ranking civil servant. Is it that easy to be fired?" He said, "I realized some things had changed recently and started investigating, but I think that's why I was fired." Everyone found it strange. He recounted, "It started with the National Treasury. Payments that should have been made were transferred to an unknown location. I stayed up day and night to investigate this matter. After a long investigation, I was close to finding the reason, but that day, a person wearing a black cloak came to me." Rammer wondered, "A black cloak?" And then, he continued, "I caught that person. You know how strong I am." She realized it was true. Cashin continued, "For some reason, I was forced to resign. It's not like I wanted to resign." Rammer was bewildered. She also remembered something similar happening to Rolls. "Knights, what about the story you were investigating?" He wasn't sure, but thought it was related to the military. The number of weapons and armor increased unreasonably. Military? Roll also became worried and lowered his head. The scene shifted to a conversation between Sheer and Lila. He asked, "What's wrong?" Rammer said, "I think I've found the organization behind the reason Roll was harassed. It's closely related to a military issue, Mother." "Military?" Sheer asked Roll, "Have you recovered your memories from before the accident?" "No, not yet." Roll said, "We heard that Count Cashin resigned after investigating some military-related issues." Lila, resting her chin on her hand, said, "I heard him talk about it." Rammer reacted, "How did you know? And yet you didn't say anything." She reminded her, "Put your feet down. What could we have done even if we had spoken up?" But she was still determined. "We could investigate immediately. Mother, do you want to overthrow the military without any concrete evidence?" She said strongly, "There is evidence, his investigation documents." Sheer calmly said to Rammer, "If it were that easy, why do you think he didn't retaliate?" She hadn't thought about that. "I know he understands," he said. "If we let the army turn against us, nothing good will come of it, because that would mean the royal family would become our enemy too." Ramir and Roll stepped aside to speak privately. Roll, I'm so sorry. Roll was surprised by her demeanor. There are barely any clues about the culprit, she said. I feel so helpless. He gently replied, It's all right. Aren't you even a little disappointed? Roll answered honestly, I've never cared about revenge. From the moment I first stepped foot into Claude's territory, I've only thought about how to adapt. After integrating into your family, my next goal was to recover the use of my legs. Having achieved that, now I only want to capture your attention, Ramir. He looked at Ramir affectionately. What I care about is being able to get as much attention from everyone as possible, not revenge, she said shyly. I think I lost control a little. I'm sorry. Roll quickly explained. Oh no, you were just thinking of me. But the fact that you desire revenge is something I never considered. He muttered to himself. This means I'm important to her too, right? Could we become even closer? He continued aloud. But Ramir, does Lord Cashin still think we don't look like a married couple? He recalled his grandfather's earlier words. You've been married for a while now, but you still seem awkward. Have you even kissed? He was annoyed. Ramir advised him not to mind her grandfather's words. She thought for a moment, but only briefly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gently tugging his sleeve, she said, We really don't look like a married couple. Even if it's just acting, we should try to make it more realistic. Roll was astonished. Make it more realistic? Princess Ramir suggested. Why don't we practice intimate actions like other couples? Like my parents. Roll understood what she meant. He kissed Ramir's cheek. Is this what you mean? She blushed. I've been trying to hug. Embarrassed, he shyly lowered his head, apologized, and then left. Roll was just a light kiss. Why are you running away? She wanted to call him back, but Roll had already run off. Touching her cheek, she thought, did Roll really just kiss me? Ramir was overjoyed. Life is so good. What more could I ask for? 100,000,000% satisfied. Her parents, hidden behind the door, were also overjoyed. Ramir, you're on the right track, dear. Back in his room, Roll recalled everything that had just happened. Why did I do that? How can I face Miss Ramir now? Suddenly, he felt the basket of books placed underneath. He looked at them. There were some types of books he had never seen before. Roll pulled one out. Nurturing? Something about nurturing something. What's this red stamp? If it's about how to raise animals, Amy would like it. He opened the book and started reading. After only a few pages, he froze in horror, deeply blushing, and immediately slammed it shut. I can't believe there's such an obscene book. Are all the books in this box like this? Roll, the first to read this kind of book, was now utterly shocked. After a moment, he said, I'm sorry, all these books are the same. Who put this box of books in the library? Suddenly, a bookmark fell out. It was Ramir's. Impossible. Why would Miss Ramir read these books? Does she like these kinds of novels? He immediately closed the book, thinking to himself, well, with these novels, I can understand Miss Ramir's preferred type. Night fell, and Roll was still sitting in the library. He tried to read those romance novels. Roll paused on a page, reading more carefully. He realized that the descriptions of all the male leads in these novels were almost identical. Turning the page of the novel, Roll even imagined the characters' intimate scenes. It seemed she liked slender and delicately handsome men. But what does that mean? Roll took off his glasses and looked out the window. He looked at himself in the mirror, wondering, am I handsome? I don't know. Fidel didn't quite appreciate Roll's own good looks. Even if I try to follow this image, I can't become the type Miss Ramir likes. But at least I can imitate some traits or actions. He imagined the gesture of stroking her hair, looking romantic, and told himself he would try that. Roll was making a difficult decision. In another scene, Ramir excitedly told Kara, you won't believe what happened. Roll kissed my cheek. Unaware of all this, Ramir sat leisurely. The scene shifted to the next day, when she saw a huge suitcase being carried into the hall. Lyra Cloud asked her father in surprise, Are you leaving, father? Count Cashin immediately replied, Your mother will take care of it. Lyra frowned and said, Make sure to let me know before you come next time, father. Hearing these words, Mr. Cashin was saddened, but he still took something out of his pocket and said, I have something for you. Lyra still expressed displeasure. Seriously, why are you giving it to me at the last minute? Her father was truly disappointed by his daughter's behavior. He said, If I had given it to you earlier, you would have said that you had just seen me, and I was already giving you things. Then Lyra opened the letter. It turned out to be an invitation from the royal family to the Count's family. She was surprised. An invitation from the royal family? Her father told her, You should attend as well. Sheer Cloud, standing next to him, sarcastically asked, Our lineage is also royal. Do you know why we don't participate, father? Then he answered his own question. I don't want to get involved in meaningless political battles. I only participate when necessary. Mr. Cashin said, I heard that the royal family is hiding a new type of weapon. Sheer hesitated a bit upon hearing this. If the royal family can prove they have enough power, the balance between the royal family and the nobles will collapse. Lyra asked in disbelief. Where did you hear about the new weapon, father? Mr. Cashin recounted. I heard it while investigating military corruption. Both children were stunned. No way. Corruption in the royal family and the military. Their father continued. We might have a very promising target. A mysterious accident also happened to Roll while he was investigating military corruption. But now, speaking of military corruption, and the royal family possessing a new weapon, perhaps Roll was a bit unlucky. It's not just military activity, but also the royal family's movements. Lyra said, if that's the case, we must attend. We need to find out the truth about our son-in-law's story. The scene shifted to Roll's room late at night, where Count Rollascart was tiptoeing into bed while Rammercloud was fast asleep. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said, You're here. Rollascart was startled. Rammer said happily and excitedly, I haven't seen you all day, and I thought you weren't coming. Rollascart explained, No, I was a little late because I had to study in the library. Rammer was surprised to hear the word study, and then Roll made an excuse, saying, Let me change into my pajamas. Seeing Roll's actions, Rammer wondered, What's wrong? Why did you suddenly kiss me and then go study? Did you study to be more intimate with me? Later, Roll returned to bed to sleep with Ramir. Suddenly, he turned to her and called her name. He said, There are a few things I want to ask. Ramir felt this was serious. What is it? Roll blushed and said, I was thinking, but he stopped and didn't continue. He imagined Ramir's joyful expression after hearing this. It would be a heavenly sight. He would embrace her, whispering sweet nothings. Of course, the person I'm thinking of is none other than you. If only she would react a little. But reality was always heartbreaking. Ramir angrily asked about the military matters. Roar froze, bewildered. Weren't we talking about that today? He mumbled in confusion. Oh, right. I was actually thinking about that. Inwardly, he wept silently. Everything's ruined. No, there's still another chance. I'll try again next time. The third day of his quest to conquer Limer's palate arrived. Roar washed his face, brushed his teeth, and choked back tears. A complete failure. But there was something Roar still hadn't realized. He remembered the previous plan. He moved closer to her, gently reminding her, There's something on your face. Limer would be startled, and then, embarrassed, she would angrily say, Is it steak sauce from earlier? Limer still didn't know what was going on. Roar felt utterly humiliated. He splashed water on his face, determined. If this fails today, I give up. He looked in the mirror. The water droplets on his face looked like sweat. I hope this will be successful. Later, Limer opened the door and entered the room. Seeing Roar in bed with the covers pulled up, she was surprised. The sun just set, and you're already in bed? Roar startled. Oh no, I was so worried that I forgot to keep track of time. Then he had to pretend. I'm just a little tired. Limer seemed less worried. Oh, is that so? Then I'll turn off the lights. You go to sleep first. Roar's plan was ruined, so he was at a loss for what to do. He asked Limer what she was doing, and she replied, I'm going to read. Roar just wanted to disappear. It was truly a mess. As soon as Limer left, he called her back. He opened his shirt a little, saying, Isn't it a little hot? Limer was truly shocked. She said, I'll open the window for you. But it was winter, and Roar was at his wit's end. If it were like in the novels, Roar thought, I'd say, no need. Just take off your shirt. No need to open the window. Just unbutton your shirt a little. Suddenly, Limer overreacted. She gasped in surprise. She rushed over and scolded Roar. You'll catch a cold doing that. As Limer buttoned his shirt back up, she was practically drooling with exasperation. She thought to herself, what are you thinking? Do you want to make me a beast? I didn't think newlywed life would be this stressful. No, you must dress properly. After wrapping him in the blanket like a cocoon, she wiped her own sweat and said with relief, Now it's okay. If you're hot, please endure it. It was all for Roar's safety. Roar's face turned pale. He couldn't protest. Then Limer quickly left. I'll go now. Good night. She left, Roar crying out, Wait, take the blanket off first. After she left the room, Limer quietly stood in a corner. She thought back, annoyed. Oh my God, I almost lost my mind and attacked him. I should go read those forbidden books to calm down. But after a few steps, she stopped. She thought to herself about what Roar had just said. Why does that sound so familiar? I think I've heard it somewhere before.